Oh, yeah, they've been.
Oh, good morning, everybody. This is Peggy. Um, Chair, are you on the call?
I just announced myself.
Okay, just FYI, there's a couple of things that I need to let you know. Um, Ms. Benali has a virtual teleconference with her job with the TTAC, the Treasury. Anyway, if we could let her go first as a for her report, then she can make it to her 11 o'clock scheduled time. The other thing is that we have legislation number 0042-21. That's a water rights. They're asking for some UUFB funds, supplemental fundings for their litigation unit. So those two items. And then the journal, Ziggy, there's, I believe there may have been one that's left off or something like that on the list. That's just housekeeping for when you're adopting the agenda. All right?
Okay, is that Elmer's bill, that water rights?
Yes, that's the one that I forwarded to all of you this morning.
Okay, something on my email, it's not opening up. There's a big old red X on it, so I don't know if it's a server, but that's what I got all weekend. Okay, Vice Chair, did you get that? When we come to approving the agenda?
Chair Henio, not it now. I missed out.
When we approve the agenda to move up Rebecca Benali's report as item A, and then to add legislation 0046-21, and then also add one more journal. I think you'll let us know when we'll get to that point, which journal needs to be added.
Gushy, I can handle that.
Miss Rebecca Benali, are you on the line with us?
Good morning. Yes, I am.
Okay, we might just have you start with the report here while we wait for the quorum to begin, but give us a couple more minutes and then I'll let you know. We might informally have you do a report while there's two of us on the line.
Okay.
Good morning, Chair. This is Delegate Brown. I'm also on the line. Thank you.
For the presenters this morning, if there are written materials that you need to forward, can you send those to me, please, to my email address? And then I'll get those out to the committee, to the other folks that we usually include in our emails. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Nakai. This is Osencio Tom. Did you receive our materials?
Yes, I did. Thank you. And I sent those out by email this morning as well.
Awesome. Thank you.
Ramona, are you on the line?
Good morning, Chairman. Yes, I am.
Good morning. Thank you. Can you do an official roll call for us this morning?
Sure, Chairman. Roll call for the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. Regular meeting, April 6, 2021. JB Hinu, and your location, please.
I'm present. I'm here in Raymond, New Mexico.
Thank you, Chairman. Raymond Smith Jr., and your location, please.
Well, good morning, Shonella. Present, Tucson, Arizona.
Okay, thank you, Shanella. Jimmy Yellowhair, and your location, please. Jimmy Yellowhair. Elmer P. Begay, and your location, please. Elmer P. Begay. Amber Kennisbach Crotty, and your location, please. Amber Kennisbach Crotty. Nathaniel Brown, and your location, please.
Bennett too. Delegate Brown is present. I'm calling in from Navajo, Navajo Nation.
Okay, thank you, Shache. Back up on the list, Jimmy Yellowhair, and your location, please. Jimmy Yellowhair. Elmer P. Begay, and your location, please.
I'm present. I'm over at Window Rock.
Okay, thank you, Shana. Amber Kennisbach Crotty, and your location, please. Amber Kennisbach Crotty. Chairman, we have 4 members present, 2 not answering upon roll call. Chairman.
Okay, yeah, and after that roll call, we do have a quorum. So therefore, I'll call this meeting to order. It is 10:08 a.m. And with this, moving on the proposed agenda. Could on this April 6, 2021, our regular meeting, and therefore invocation. They brought out so deep in the today. Don't get entangled from. Could be not to listen. Copy on the nature. Nathaniel Brown, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello,
Abira. Bennett, Budget and Finance Committee, and our staff. I am actually driving to Shanto, but I am so it just happened that you asked me, so I'm gonna stop right here. Now showing the the Kodobachan for the Hudson Jihana Engaje. A Kokodashi to the Zendoles. Chutrashidi and Hedishin Kodahana or under Kodoya or Arsen Jihana Eshe Ada Kodo. A Kodo Shamano son. Which couldn't cast or Shamano son, other Kodo. Nayen is done it for just sending any couldn't get a hanoso. Ado Kodo, Hedjo Button, Kodoya, Belashla in it, Lenny, no car, the end and then get any. Hejoyat, I don't think that no eat or Kodo Joyat on the hissits and beshpans on it, Lenny. Hejon the kick able for it, London, or the Hejon kick ayat eho. Kodo, by it is a nail, so Kodo. Bizarre banded the test be your Kodo. Other as cuts of the lead or let you trash the end. So the end and then the king is better husband Kodo. In the conduct of clashing, Kodon get JB that no in the hin's case. Neke asked on his peasant. Asked Hokodo, that or asked Hokodo. They could unke that no in Kuda best ones under never not pitney clinici hajot hajo in not all gindin kuda be benit and lead or less trashidin. Kuda hajon I dalton less kuda hajon di the kuda. I seen dalton lineage or so it in it or dalton lineage kuda get a kind lead or less. Kuda di there's the kuda ayat eho. Should and lead on that. Jodi the be out at Sendini the hospital, not give it Chebenia. Need the doctor, need the lead on that, and they couldn't get the name quaggy did the condition not the Nibradika out of the best of Kodo. Hadal and the need the Kodo best sponsor and not the need the Kodo. Best of big best of Banhat, a best of big King Lenny, with Ed or less, has your best of big king open, hit the never best of Sinelli. Jonas Naldo Jota next set or could yat ehoshin is chin lead or less, non the shadan chad in could I bank jetland lead or less. Could adult egoyat ehonat any car lead or less. Could on command hosayat eho study any bank cannot jetland lead or less at Hashidin. Could I hajon on net had or less than yet. But a hajon he Hajo dan city because a dan so that case lead or the show wins no not any car lead or that the deal yes at Hashidin. Alakuda Hajoyat Hanet lead or less not unleaning kudo. Get a nest sailor could on his case, the codo toss a candle in case and lead or less. Jayan so still leaning case and lead or less at Hashidin. Kodoyat eho in Kenayo cat lead on command of San Hajo Benadil as lead or less. Na dans grave which a wheel and bed so there's in Kodoba Hennits and Tadatin Lane could na dans to that a na down leisure that a could have a wheel and lane or less in command also the bay neho can't lane or less could have the Hajon or less could the Hajonas lane. Out edo yeah.
Shake your national Conjure Hasidin Suniki. But here Lynch on your Kala. Other could a agenda so they tato. A could next one is recognizing guests and visiting officials. As not could the budget finance committee members answer the roll call. Hello, good morning. Those not as I say, sir. Based on Sana.
Good morning, Chair. This is Vice Chair Smith.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith. Are there any other delegates listening in? They need that. Maybe they're busy on the work session that we have. Somehow still scheduled here. We have our legislative branch staff. Iginaka and Rabona Nelson with us. Thank you for being with us at this meeting. And then also we have our principal attorney, Ms. Kristen Lowell, with us. Or Office of Legislative Counsel. Anybody from the Office of Legislative Counsel on the line? Anita, what about Department of Justice? Anybody from Department of Justice?
This is Michelle
Nobody?
Brown Yazzie. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, this is Michelle Brown Yazzie. I'm the AAG for the Water Rights Unit with the Department of Justice. Good morning.
Okay. Thank you for being on the line.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. This is Mel Rodas from the Tax and Finance Unit. Thank you.
Good morning, Mel. And then, do we have anybody from the speaker staff on the line? After this Office of the Speaker. What about Office of the President and Vice President? Yeah. What about from the executive branch? Any staff members from the executive branch?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, this is JT Willie with the Division of Economic Development.
Good morning, JT.
This is Cordell. The addition and Dominic and I are on the call too.
Oh, good. Office of Management and Budget. Thank you, Mr. Shorty.
Oh.
Good morning, Chairman Hanyo. This is Delegate Crotty. I'm calling in. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for the call-in. Your location?
Oh, yeah. Today I'm in Shiprock, Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Okay. Did you get that, Ramona?
Yes, I did, Chairman. Thank you.
Kashina. Do we have the Office of the Controller on the line?
Chair Shiaz, this is Controller on the line with my staff here. Thank you.
Oh, good. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Do we have our presenters on the line? I heard JT Willie earlier. I would believe we had Mr. Rebecca Benali is also on the line, and then also Cordell Shorty is also on the line along with Dominic Leal. And then we do have the Native Development Corporation, Mr. Austin Sosi.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Osencio Tom. I'm on the line. Austin Sosi will be joining in just a few minutes.
Okay, good. All right, Mr. Tom. Good morning.
Oh,
right,
good morning.
So we do have DDC on the line, and then also we do have our controller, Shemah Ms. Perlin-Kirk on the line also. So let's move forward on our agenda, and if there are any delegates on the line, if you would announce your stuff for the record, we'd appreciate it. So let's move forward. Peggy, would you read the agenda to the record for us?
For some reason, I got the NABI agenda on my screen. But yes, Chair, if I can find it now. Okay. Here we go. Good morning, everybody. The proposed agenda for the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay. It's a regular meeting via teleconference. Jamie Henios, Chairperson, Raymond Smith Jr., Vice Chairperson, are presiding from Window Rock, Navajo Nation, Arizona, teleconference. 1, call the meeting to order, the roll call, the invocation. 2, recognize guests and officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals. January 5th, 2021, January 19, 2021, and February 2nd, 2021, February 9th, 2021. And then 5, receive reports. A, Navajo Economic Development, presented by JT Willie, Director, Division of Economic Development, and others. And then B, Tribal Treasury Advisory Committee update, presented by Rebecca Benali, Committee Member, Tribal Treasury Advisory Committee TTAC, with Derek Watchman, President, Sagebrush Hill Group, LLC. C, FY21 Budget Expenditure Report for General Funds and External Funds, presented by Cordell Shorty, Contracting Officer, Office of Contracts and Grants, O&B. And then the first bullet is the CARES fund balance. And then D, CARES 2 Strategy ARP, presented by shareholders representatives, the Net Development Corporation with Austin Sosi, CEO, and Osencio Tom, Tribal Liaison, the Net Development Corporation. And that was from the March 16th, 21 meeting. E, report on ARP funding and CARES fund hazard and special duty pay, presented by Perlene Kirk, Controller, Office of the Controller. 6 old business, none. 7 new business. A, legislation number 0036-21B, legislation number 0037-21C, legislation number 0038-21D, legislation number 0039-21E, legislation number 004021. F, legislation number 0041-21G, legislation number 0049-21H, legislation number 0045-21. And then I is legislation number 0058-21, and then J is legislation number 0042-21. 8, close of the session, written announcements, adjournment. Our next meeting is next week, April 13th, 2021. Mr. Chair.
Kashik Yadlan for that reading, Peggy. Committee members, is there a motion to accept the agenda as read?
Chair.
Delegate Elmer Begay. Delegate Elmer Begay, is that your motion? Committee members, is there a motion to accept the agenda as read?
Chair, can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now.
Okay, now, yeah, this is Delegate McKay. I'm gonna go ahead and do the motion for the agenda, but I want to add a legislation to the agenda.
So you have a motion to accept the agenda as read. Delegate by Elmer Begay. Is there a second?
That, Chair.
First, let me get a second first. Is there a second? Is there a second to the motion?
Delegate Crotty will second. Thank you.
Delegate Ember Knusbach-Crotty second. So there is a motion and a second to accept the agenda as read. Though with this, so yeah, Delegate Elmer Begay.
Chair, can you hear me?
Oh,
okay, all right. I'm going to request to amend the agenda to add legislation 0042-21.
Kushina, I think I heard that. Peggy, is it already part of your reading? 42-21.
I just read it into the record, but it still needs to be added to the agenda because it's not posted.
Okay, I hear you. Kushina, with that, we have amendment number 1. Delegate Elmer P. Begay to add legislation 42-21 onto the new business agenda as item J. Item J. Is there a second? Committee members. On amendment number 1 to add legislation 0042-21 to the agenda, is there a second?
Chairman Henio, can you let us know the title of that legislation?
Peggy, if you would read the title for the record.
Legislation number 0042-21, an act relating to resources and development, budget and finance, and Navigatia committees and the Navajo Nation Council, approving supplemental funding from the unreserved undesignated fund balance in the amount of $2 million for the Navajo Nation Department of Justice Water Rights Litigation Unit to continue litigating on behalf of the Navajo Nation and to protect the Navajo Nation's water rights, waiving 12 NNC Section 820E, F, and N, and it's sponsored by Elmer P. Begay, Council Delegate.
With that reading, Budget and Finance Committee members, it's a little bit more clear as what legislation is. So with that, is there a second to amendment number 1? Going once?
This is Delegate Crotty. I'll second. Thank you, Chair.
Kashina, again after that second. Motion by Shinanta, Delegate Elmer P. Gay for amendment number 1, and second by Shinanta, Delegate Amber Knutz-Bakrati to add legislation 0042-21. Is there any comments or questions, committee members?
Chairman Genio, this is Delegate Stowe. I'm not a committee member, but wanted to request to see if I can get a legislation added on today. Thank you.
Kashina, Shinanta. Delegate Odoso?
Yeah, I appreciate the time, Shanant. Just jumping around between Nabi. Legislation number 0058-21. I believe information was sent out to Peggy yesterday from Office of Legislative Services. That is ready for Budget Finance Committee action. Thank you.
Shinanta, it's already on our agenda as legislation I under new business.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you very much.
Kashina, with that, Shinanta, I'll get Elmer P. Gay. Just two things, if you would, on your amendment number 1. We have Ms. Rebecca Benal. Mr. Go ahead. You have the floor.
No, thank you. On the amendment, I'd like to request for the motion and second of the amendment 1 to also include on the receiving reports again, number 5, switch A and B. B would become A, Tribal Treasury Advisory Committee update. A out of Akedo A, Navajo Economic Development. That's one request. The other request is there's another journal that's supposedly not on the agenda, but according to our advisor, that journal will be ready here shortly. So I'd like to add that on behalf of the Forgy regarding the adopt, review the journal. Indicate Shada do Shamayaja on the receiving report. Set Rebecca Benali Benan Sholodo Badot As.
Chair, can this is Peggy.
Thank you for that. Back to Peggy Ramona. Which journal needs to be added for the record?
Okay, for the record, it's January 21st, 2021. That was left off the agenda. It had needed corrections, and so that was corrected. And I believe Ramona sent that out by email to the committee yesterday. So that's the clarification on that. Thank you.
Okay, so that, Shinanta, Delegate Elmer P. Gay, a request to modify your motion to first add journal from January 21st, 2021 to item 4. And then also under receiving reports, is to have the Tribal Treasury Advisory Committee update with Ms. Benali going first, on having Mr. J.T. Willie come in after that as item B. I thought you requested to modify that. Elmer Begay?
Oh, I'm good with it.
Kushina, Vigana, Ados, Nada, Helga Ember, Knutz Bakrati, holding a second.
I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Kushina, thank you for that. So we do have amendment number 1. Any further questions or comments, Shinanta, Budget and Finance Committee? Amendment number 1, add legislation 0042-21 to add a journal, January 21st, 2021, and then under receiving reports to have item B, with Ms. Rebecca Benali go first, and then item A would be B, which was Mr. J.T. Willie to go next after that. So that roll call vote on amendment number 1, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Vice Chair Smith?
Green.
For the record, Vice Chair Smith votes green. Delegate Amber Kinas-Bakati.
Delegate Amber Kinas-Bakati votes green. Thank you.
For the record, Delegate Amber Kinas-Bakati votes green. Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
This is Delegate Brown. I vote green.
For the record, Delegate Nathaniel Brown votes green. Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
I vote green.
Okay, for the record, Delegate Elmer P. Begay votes green. We do have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. We have our journal adopted with 1 amendment. So moving forward on our agenda, receiving, review and adopt the journal. We have January 5th, 2021, January 19, 2021, January 21st, 2021, February 2nd, 2021, and February 9th, 2021. Shenandoah Budget and Finance Committee, what are your wishes to review and adopt the journals? Is there a motion to accept the journals?
This is Delegate Brown. I motion to accept the journal.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown motion. All 5 journals or one by one?
All of it together.
For that, there's a motion on the floor to accept the journal, all 5 journals as read, and we've received them by email. And with that, is there a second?
Second, Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay. So there's a motion by Delegate Nathaniel Brown, second by Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Budget and Finance Committee members, are there any questions or comments on the journals? I'll do a roll call vote to accept the journals. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Vice Chair Smith.
Green.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith votes green. Delegate Amber Kinas-Bakati. Delegate Amber Kinas-Bakati.
Delegate Amber Kinas-Bakati votes green. Thank you.
For the record, Delegate Amber Kinas-Bakati votes green. Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown votes green. Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
I vote green.
Okay, for the record, Delegate Elmer P. Begay votes green. We do have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. We have accepted our journals. Item 5A, receiving reports, which is a Tribal Treasury Advisory Committee update presented by Ms. Rebecca Benali, who is a committee member and also part of the leadership with the state of Utah. So, Ms. Rebecca Benali, are you still on the phone with us?
Yes, I am.
I'll give you the floor and just let us know when you have to leave, and then we'll go from there. And so you have the floor, Shenandoah.
Should adjit Rebecca Benalin Shiado Kia Anin Shlon Torhat Lini Bashishin Kachi ni da Shichedo Izadalche da Shanalakut or Edina Stanenschle Ado Ishimpi Tropi Hahotzodo E Quadon Hilwunschla in that case Nini Gibi Gidget Ako Ado Anwalto Shanat Ani no Linigi Heha Ado Delegate Brown so there's in behind Ziggy Heha Ado Delegate Smith Heha the schedule agenda gi alsa what behind the kobakensen other Arnold ko da isenol do ko den hilwanolonigi eheha. So greetings from the great state of Utah. My name is Rebecca Benali, and I do serve on the Tribal Treasury Advisory Committee. Was appointed by former Senator Hatch. There is 7 members. We did have one resign last month due to family situation. And we represent Indian country as far as taxation and advising the Secretary of Treasury. So to give an update, we had our last meeting in March 17th, and the different subcommittees are dual taxation and General Welfare Act and pensions. So I sit on the dual taxation, any and all as it affects over 500 tribal nations across Indian country. So we did put together a proposal to and recommendations to Secretary Yellen last month, and there will be tribal consultations on it. And so I would encourage all nations, tribal nations, to have their input on this. We know that there have been several fundings that have been put forward. So to let everyone know that there has been, under the new Biden administration, there's $20 billion. And right now, they're doing tribal consultations. There will be 6, but I think they canceled 1. So there will be 5, which is why I had to leave the meeting. We have a tribal consultation for Great Plains and Southern Plains region soon here. So, and that's to seek input from tribal leaders across Indian country to come together, maybe not a consensus, but a recommendation for a formula of how to distribute these funds. And the $2 billion is for infrastructure under the American Jobs Plan. And it encompasses transportation, electricity grid, broadband, water systems, housing, healthcare, agriculture, climate change mitigation, and to create job opportunities. And there's some other funding sources that will soon become available as Congress comes together and creates legislations to put these forward. Some of the ones are grants for low-cost, flexible loans to tribes, states, and several other entities. There's also other rural partnership funds that will be coming forward. So those are all coming down the pipe, and it's very important and vital for tribal nations to be aware and to participate in these tribal consultation, nation-to-nation tribal consultations. So with that, so with these tribal consultation, the 4 departments and agencies that are involved is Department of Treasury, Department of Veterans Affairs, Social Security Administration, and Small Business Administration. So we will await the Congress to develop legislations, and which we hope it will be coming in the next several weeks. And so under this American Rescue Plan, as I said, we cannot stress it enough, is for tribal nations to participate in these tribal consultations. It is your right as sovereign nations to have this nation-to-nation tribal consultation. So I encourage all tribal nations and leaders to participate in them so that your voice, your needs, your recommendation, your advice is heard. So like I said, there is 5 that's scheduled. There's one today, and it's by regions. And so there's the Mid-East and Eastern region that's currently happening. There's another one, Great Plains and Southern Plain region, which will happen soon, which I will participate in. The Pacific region, that's tomorrow. And then the Alaska Native Villages and Tribes is tomorrow. And then the Rocky Mountain and Southeast region, that's been canceled. And the final one is the Western region, which is set for Thursday, April 8th. And so if you need this information, go to the Department of Treasury and there's a listing of all these tribal consultation meetings and information of how to connect and be part of it. So I know that it's very brief with our update. My technical advisor is Derek Watchman. And I'm not sure if he's online. He might have some input, but I'd like to expand a little bit on the dual taxation that we worked on all last year during the pandemic. We held about 13 meetings, and as it affects Indian country. And so we put forward a recommendation that you can download from the U.S. Department of Treasury website, and you can go to TTAC, that's TTAC at treasury.gov. So that's where you can look to download that document. So our meetings, our first one for 2021 was March 17th. Our next scheduled meeting for Treasury Tribal Advisory Committee is June 16th. And the last one will be tentatively scheduled for December 2nd. So anyone is welcome to attend these. If you want to make remarks or make a statement, you are allowed to make those statements and remarks for your representing tribal governments across Indian country. So with that, I'm not sure if there's any questions, but so the basis of the update is on Treasury Tribal Advisory Committee and also the U.S. Department of Treasury. We hold these meetings to represent Indian country, and as for any kind of taxations, we do make recommendations to the Internal Revenue Service as well, as it affects our tribal members. And so with that, that will conclude my part of an update. I'm not sure if Derek Watchman is on the line. If he is, if he has any other information that he may want to give at this time, I'd like to give him some opportunity for that.
Okay, thank you for that update report. Mr. Derek Watchman, are you on the line with us? Mr. Derek Watchman? I don't believe he is on the line. So with that, again, on Ms. Benali Shinantalakodo for providing us that update. Committee members, is there a motion to accept the report?
I'll accept the report. This is Delegate Yell here. I'm on the line for the records. Thank you very much.
Motion by Shinantat, Delegate Jimmy Yell here to accept the report. Is there a second?
This is Delegate Brown. I will second.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Second is a motion and second to accept the report. Are there any committee members, Shinanda Budget and Finance Committee, are there any questions for Ms. Benali? Are there any questions, Shinanda Budget and Finance Committee? We'll move forward to roll call vote. Delegate Jimmy over here.
I'll vote green to the chair.
For the record, Delegate Jimmy over here votes green. Vice Chair Smith. Green. Vice Chair Smith votes green. Delegate Amber Knauss-Bakari. Delegate Amber
Cardi votes green, thank you.
Kashina Delegate Amber Knauss-Bakari votes green. Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
I vote green. Thank you.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown votes green. Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
I vote green.
Okay. Delegate Elmer P. Begay votes green. We do have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting to accept the report. Delegate Jimmy O'Hare, how did I vote that?
I'm going to pick up some documents and process my legislation too. Thank you to the being wonder.
Ramona, did you get that?
Yes, Chairman, I did. Thank you.
Mr. Rebecca Benelli, thank you for that report and taking some time out of your busy schedule to be with the Budget and Finance Committee. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Moving forward, we do have a Navajo Nation Economic Development presented by Mr. J.T. Willie with the as the division director for the Division of Economic Development, and maybe he does have himself, and maybe there might be others to do the presentation. Mr. Willie, are you still on the line with us?
Oh, yeah, Mr. Chair.
With this, you have the floor, Mr. Willie. Provide us a presentation.
Oh, yeah, Nihanat Mr. Henyo Ado Arnold Sko Nihibesh Bas Ane Shanat Ani no Kliniki Ado Yat E Benedole DA JT Willie Ane Ado the Division of Economic Development Non-Nishkan Chadigit Aid IECA Shanat Nishto IEC Hehet and Tago Decon Adone etkapaha inchledot khachini bashchin ashihi edashchedo kia ani dashanale ado sheya bahas adent ICA nasha ado di coach elhotodet ICA shnadnish ado eya hehen tago shinant I ni besh pas ane ado shanai alto honorable Brown so the zembe khan tidigi hehet do lehli kon DJ Shido Nihina Nishiki Shilna Nishiki AD report dole likon here dole. I'll be reporting with my staff on behalf of the Division of Economic Development. I do have several members who are joining us on the line. Mr. Kobe Tom, who's our Public Information Officer, Ms. Daisha Holyan and Mr. Stephen Nez, who are both our eligibility technicians. Mr. Douglas Capitan, he's our Senior Economic Development Project Specialist. I also have Ms. Shania Manus, who's one of our Senior Economic Development Specialists within the Business Regulatory. And I also see some of my program managers for the regional business offices, Ms. Margie D out of the our Shiprock Regional Business Development Office. And I do believe Ms. Brenda Jesus from our Eastern Regional Business Development Office is also joining the line, along with some other staff members who are also on the line today. We do have individuals who are participating at the groundbreaking over in Shanto for the new hotel that has been in the works for several years and are offering the support. I have assumed to stay behind at the office to provide the report to honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee today, along with some of my team members here. I did send the report that was developed to Shema Ms. Peggy Nakai, who I believe has sent it out to honorable members. It's a two-page brief report in regards to the requests to provide today in regards to future plans as well as pandemic-related matters regarding Navajo businesses. Akoho, I will get started in regards to the future plans for the division and what we will see happening in the near future for us as far as development processes, projects, and as well as working with leadership with guiding us through the next fiscal year, as well as what needs to happen this year in 2021. The first point that you have on under future plans outlines the update to the Division of Economic Development 5-year plan and sales tax funds for projects. The expiration of some of those projects has come up, and also we want to acknowledge that the 5-year plan has been in the works under Ms. Elaine Young and Mr. Tony Perry, who oversee our Small Business Development Office and our Project Development Office. Oversee some of the minor to major projects, and Ms. Young has been working with our regional business development team members on redeveloping the 5-year plan recommendations for projects, as well as those projects that have been in the works and need some continued support for implementation. This also includes our project development sector, which is the commercial sites that you see throughout the Navajo Nation, as well as some of our industrial development sites, including locations like Raytheon, as well as some sites that we have located out in Loop, and specifically some others that are listed under our project list. We also have our sales tax funds that are also administered under the division. Such projects include continuous support for infrastructure development. One project that the honorable members have been updated on recently is the Crown Point Hotel project. That project particular has been in the works with our Eastern office and has been through the process for going through the Navajo Nation for review. There have been some requests for additional documentation that we have been working on to provide some updates on. I have been also in collaboration with the Office of the Speaker in regards to some other projects regarding hydrogen development out in Northern Navajo, and looking to add that to some amendments and recommendations for 5-year planning. Once we have a solidified list that's developed and has had a projected overview of what is shovel ready and what we feel is and the needs to support financially, we will be providing that to leadership for review. The next bullet point is to address the GMAR, known as the Guaranteed Minimal Annual Rent, defaults that we have been facing for the past year due to the pandemic. We understand that the CARES funds had an allotment to meet those needs of those business owners under the business site leasing policy. However, there are some individuals who haven't been able to suffice some of those GMAR shortfalls. So therefore, we are looking to administer and address how we can meet those defaults. The team has been working with Office of the Controller in regards to updates by agency. That was an effort that was taking place before the pandemic. And then as we started to pick things back up, it's been a continuous dialogue that each of our regional business offices have been working in regards to the GMAR and offering support for the nation's financial assets as we move forward. Item 3 is to address the Navajo Nation business site leasing regulations administrative management plan with recommended amendments. Again, under Ms. Young and our team members located at the regional offices, from Ms. Jesus located at Eastern RBDO, Ms. Margie D out at the Northern office, Shiprock office, I'm sorry, our central office by Mr. Anthony Little, Ms. Dolly Lane out at Western Navajo, and then lastly, Ms. Libby Balteau located out of our Fort Defiance agency, have been working collectively to provide a list of recommendations regards to amendments to the business site leasing plan. It has been of the best interest of the oversight, the Resources and Development Committee, to receive recommendations for amendments needed to administer the business site leasing process a little bit faster and to eliminate some shortfalls that we face in regards to longevity of issuing business site leasing, in regards to procurement processing, as well as what needs to happen moving forward. So as the team has come to finalize the reviews, we will be requesting a leadership meeting with our oversight committee to provide them an update regarding the business site leasing regulation and administrative plan that the division oversees. As we move forward, this also brings to light number 4, which is to address the DED procurement clearances process. One of the procurement processes that we have to go through include Office of the Taxation, and also includes the Office of the Controller, which we have a great communicative effort with in regards to some of these clearances that have to take place. So as we move forward, we want to bring forward recommendations to alleviate some of the areas of the procurement process that hold up what needs to happen for both the business site leasing process and also the procurement process under the Navajo Business Opportunity Act, which is overseen by our Business Regulatory Department. Number 5 is a very important area that we have been focusing on over the past year, which includes the Navajo economist and the chief financial officer for the Division of Economic Development. Over the past decade, these have been some positions that is particular to the CFO that have been important to the administration of the Division of Economic Development. The main goal of the chief financial officer position is to help in oversight for what is known as the BIDF, or the Business Industrial Development Fund. And so we are looking to re-implement the CFO position in order to rejuvenize the BIDF program and to start administering the fund program as it has been once in place over a decade ago. So as we move forward, the support services team, Mr. Tyrone Chi, has been working with my office to develop language on the chief financial officer, of course, with recommendation from the Department of Justice of how can we administer this particular position moving forward. Most importantly, the Navajo economist that we have been working on has been in the development since 2019. Given the pandemic, there was a 1 year on hold regarding the position. Now that we have provided all of the justification for classification of the position, within this second quarter, actually, first quarter, second quarter, we have completed the review with the Department of Personnel Management, Ms. Rosita Toddy and her team, in regards to getting this position established. We finally have the job description available, and we have provided all the additional information for the position. However, our only shortfall of the economist position is the retention for pay. The annual wage payment for this position is very critical for us in order to make it a very attractive position to recruit an individual to fill this position. So therefore, we have submitted it back to DPM for rejustification of this position so that we can request for the annual pay to be raised to a higher dollar amount in order to make this position advertisable to anyone who wants to become the economist of the Navajo Nation. These are 2 very important positions that will help in a lot of the guiding for us moving forward regards to planning projects as well as forecasting the measures of the Navajo economy here moving forward, and to alleviate some of the external dollars that leave the nation in regards to the processing for the 5-year planning, as well as any other projects that the nation looks to invest its financial assets into. As we move forward, the Business Industrial Development Fund, as we have all know, has been under audit and under sanction, and the team has dedicated this last couple of months since January to rediscuss and reevaluate the BIDF with our oversight committee. The RDC has been instrumental in meeting with us. And as we have been moving forward, we have established an internal team regarding the audit process and also to meet the finding requirements for the BIDF. As of today, our support services has sent notice to the Office of the Controller, Mr. Robert Woolley, in regards to an MOA that needs to be established in order to work out some of the back ends of the BIDF to work collectively with the Office of the Controller, as well as working with DOJ on advisement as we continue to move this program forward. It's in the best interest of this administration that we get the BIDF out of sanction and have a program, an asset program available for financial support to many of our businesses and small businesses throughout Navajo. The next bullet point is the reopening and business support. One of my team members, Mr. Douglas Capitan, is the contact individual who has been working with the Health Command Office as well as the Department of Health to administer the reopening and support for businesses. So as we move forward, as we know we are in orange status, they have to submit a reopening plan. And Mr. Capitan has been going through a checklist with these businesses, particular to those within the tourist industry, trying to get them cleared so that they're ready to go for reopening when we get to that point. And of course, we ensure that they have all of the necessary guidelines in place to keep their staff safe and their visitors safe so that we can reduce the contact of COVID-19 throughout the Navajo Nation in regards to our businesses throughout Navajo. The last one is the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy. Our project development has secured funding from the a grant program who will help pay for the SEDS for the division in order to guide us forward in regards to planning and processing for the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy for the Navajo Nation and the Division of Economic Development. Speaking to the pandemic impacts on Navajo Nation businesses, this is very preliminary in reporting, given that we have administered an impact study, and I will speak to that in regards to the bullet points that I'm about to go through. The first and foremost, the division administered a fund program, and the fund program was the grants that were awarded to Navajo businesses and artisans. Thankful to the Navajo Nation leadership, Navajo Nation Council for approving the expenditure that we had provided for financial support to our businesses during the COVID-19 pandemic through the CARES funds. And it was through that process that we collected much needed data, as well as also have received much information in order for us to provide comprehensive reports moving forward for the Navajo Nation. And some of these are feedback that we have received through our regional offices, as well as also through the grant program. One of them being the reduction of employment has taken place to many Navajo Nation businesses due to the public health orders, due to the restrictions at the state level, due to the restrictions that were implemented in place over the past year. Many of our businesses had to reduce their labor force, particular to those that are non-essential. So therefore, they had to cut down on their staffing in order to meet the overhead costs that they were facing as business owners or as businesses throughout the Navajo Nation. Some of these family-run businesses have shut down completely and have only kept immediate family members on payroll through this time. The other one is job loss. It is obvious that there has been much job loss as we have faced in all sectors of the Navajo Nation, particular to the tourism industry on the Navajo Nation. This has resulted in the reduction of sales tax revenue. However, in some conversations that we have had with Shajat and Mr. Marty Ashley and his team, is that they have met some needs regards to annual reporting for sales tax due to some of the procurements that have taken place through the CARES funds from other divisions throughout the Navajo Nation. So therefore, there has not been a much fluctuation in tax revenue to my understanding. However, that is going to be different for the hotel occupancy tax that is overseen by our tourism department under the Division of Economic Development. As I had spoke to earlier, there has been a business GMAR defaults. These are the guaranteed minimal annual rent discussions that we need to rejuvenate in discussion, just because we have been reported to that there have businesses that did not use CARES funding to pay for those shortfall of funding. So therefore, we're looking to see how we can address those matters here moving forward. There has been a list developed of some of those businesses needed to suffice their needs to meet their JMAR payments to the Navajo Nation. There has been a decrease of economic activities due to Navajo Nation businesses being shut down. Now that we've been in the orange status, there has been some lifting of restrictions within the last couple of weeks. As we are aware, our Navajo Gaming Enterprise has reopened some of its facilities We also have some non-essential businesses that have resumed operation, including some hair salons, spa locations, nail salons. We are looking to provide continuous support to those businesses as we move forward. Of course, the construction companies had faced a shutdown at the beginning of the pandemic, but now have kind of picked up and resumed much of their responsibility to projects and sites that they have been developing throughout the Navajo Nation. As I had spoke to earlier, the COVID-19 impact study has been administered and awarded to Change Labs. We procured Change Labs to provide the report to us. Change Labs is an organization out of Western Navajo that oversees business development as well as business support, business mentorship, and working under Ms. Jessica Stego and Ms. Heather Fleming. We have procured them to provide the economic impact study report for the Navajo Nation. That has been awarded back in February, and we had our preliminary meetings, and now moving forward, we have had several meeting updates with them as they provide and collect data and also look to receive feedback from Navajo business owners. We look to have a very rough draft within the next couple of months for leadership, and an overall comprehensive study complete within the next couple of months so that we can have that for needed documentation purposes moving forward, especially speaking to the ARPA funds. The last one is recruitment and retention has been one of the factors some of our businesses have faced throughout Navajo. These include those businesses that have resumed operation now are looking to recruit new employees because those employees that were employed under them before have left the Navajo Nation and found job opportunities elsewhere where the restrictions were not so heavy on businesses and they were hiring at the time, so they have moved to off-reservation locations. Now the biggest hurdle that some of these businesses face on Navajo is recruiting and retention of new employees to come on board. Of course, that comes in with that cost to train them and that cost to resume them on payroll as these businesses start to reopen here on Navajo. The last section is the American Rescue Plan. We are scheduled to report to leadership through the Nabik Committee next week on Wednesday and Thursday. Therefore, I won't go into so much detail because we still have a very rough plan as far as what this will look like for the division's request to leadership of what to administer the funds for. But to speak briefly to it, the American Rescue Plan Act under the Division of Economic Development, we have a preliminary stage that we are currently working in. So as the funds have been signed off through Congress and approved by President Biden and Vice President Harris, we have developed a resource page. Our division's website, navajoeconomy.org, has a resource page that was developed by our team. We had a CARES team that was put in place, and the CARES team administered the grant program in collaboration with the Office of the Controller. And the CARES team under DED had faced a reduction in workforce. We had to lay off some of those individuals due to those individuals being hired under the CARES funds. But we did keep 25% of that team to assist us into moving forward with what was grant closeouts for the CARES funds. Now that we have kind of concluded the grant closeout for CARES funds, the CARES team has now been redesignated as the ARPA team. And this team is in place to administer and assist with the resources from the American Rescue Plan. In speaking to the first bullet point of preliminary, we are very knowledgeable that the other administrations and agencies have already have their plans in place. Such organizations like the Small Business Administration, such agencies as the American Agricultural Program and others have been allotted funds from the ARPA. And we want to make sure that our Navajo business entrepreneurs, businesses, artisans resource those financial resources before they wait on the nation's process once they receive their allotment of the ARPA. So if you go to our website, the team has developed a resource page and it's located at the tab on top of the main page for the American Rescue Plan, and it lists all the available programs under the ARPA that have been designated to agencies like the Small Business Administration. Such things include the Paycheck Protection Program, the Economic Injury Disaster Loan, the Shuttered Venues Operators Grant, the Restaurant Revitalization Grant, the Community Navigator Program, and many others that are in the works. So the team is continuously checking on updates with these organizations to see when their applications are available. Some are available as of today. So therefore, we are working with our regional offices to continue to support our Navajo business owners into resourcing those financial resources immediately so that they don't have to continuously wait on the nation's processing for what will happen moving forward. The next plan under our ARP is looking to look like immediate. Such things include the SSBCI, which is basically the state small business credit initiative. I will speak to this next week at the report to the Nabikiatik Committee. But to briefly talk over this is a new program that's being offered under the ARPA. And usually this is administered to just the state level. However, it has been amended to open up to tribal nations. So the division is looking to seek an intent to participate, which will be due within the next couple of weeks. I'm understandable that the Treasury has extended that deadline, but it's in our intentions to submit a notice of intent to participate in the SSBCI. We do have to work with some of our agencies, such as the Net Chamber, such as the Navajo CDFI program. I have been having those conversations with our partners, Mr. Derek Watchman, Ms. Joanne Nota, as well as representatives from Change Labs on what we need to do to collaborate our efforts moving forward. As we move forward, we will be submitting a relief fund for the ARPA Business and Artisan Relief Fund. We will continue to seek administrative support to bring on more staffing to provide internal support for the SSBCI, as well as whatever other programs we will look to administer here under the ARPA. Under the short term, these include business prevention asset reimbursement programs. They also include relief shortfall funds, including GMAR, including the hotel occupancy tax, and other free resources that have fallen short from funding from external resources to the Navajo Nation. As I mentioned, partnership opportunities also include Diné College, Navajo Technical University, the Net Chamber, Change Labs, and any other organization that we're looking to collaborate our efforts with in order to have a comprehensive plan in order to exhaust and to execute many of the ARP funds that will be designated to the Division of Economic Development. Our long-term include economic revitalization projects, which we will speak to next week. Those include some of the projects that we have proposed for 5-year planning. However, if some of these projects are immediate shovel ready and can be complete by 2024, we will propose those projects for the ARPA. Those include tourism and travel regenerating projects as well, visitor site, destination sites, learning locations, as well as also outdoor recreational projects for diversifying many of the availabilities of economic development through the Navajo Nation. The only barrier that we face in this proposal is that we are very well aware of, and Ms. Benali spoke to earlier, is that the tribal consultations are still taking place. The formula and the regulations for how these funds can be particularly used for economic development purposes is what we've been waiting on. We've been following up with language from our Washington office on what it will look like for the ARPA in order for us to have a better comprehensive plan moving forward. Of course, post-ARPA includes such things like we did with CARES, post-review, grant closeouts, business site leasing opportunities, and of course, project sustainability. I was on a meeting last week with Honorable Slater, Ado Shema, Honorable Crotty, in regards to outdoor recreation. A question did come up in regards to how will we continue to sustain some of these proposed projects on Navajo. We do have such resources such as tax funds. We do have resources that can administer and support the continuation of some of these projects that we are looking to invest in as we move forward through the ARPA. Mr. Chair, though, Mr. Vice Chair, very much for allowing us to present this brief report to the Budget and Finance Committee.
Mr. Willie, for that report to the committee. This committee member, is there a motion to accept the report?
Yellow hair will accept the report.
Okay, Shananta, Delegate Jimmy Yellow Hair motion, and second by Shananta, Delegate Nathaniel Brown. The floor is open for questions. Are there any questions for Mr. Willie?
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty with the question.
Christina Shananta, Delegate Emrick Nassau Cardi has a question. Then I think we leave Delegate Yellow Hair. Nisha.
Oh.
Okay. Christina. With this, Shanta, Delegate Emrick Nassau Cardi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, committee members. She asked for your report. It's always beneficial if we could get a high-level summary. I think you have a lot of great information, and if that was provided to the committee, just please let me know the date and the time. Like yourself, we receive a lot of emails, and I want to be able to, we're beginning to educate the chapters on their roles and responsibilities in their relationship to economic development. Most importantly, their role in land withdrawal and planning. In our work session today with NHA, they were able to discuss some master planning that took place a few years ago. And so I would want to know how economic development in coordination with NHA are looking at the data and the collection of information, which includes like GPS overlays, which will help us understand these corridors, the utility corridors, and that's important while we deal with development and what are the low-hanging fruits, what are like some of the mid issues that we need to develop, and then what are some of the systemic challenges that we need to face. So I think in terms of, if you could give me a percentage of where we're at with the audit findings for the small business loans, I still have some concern. I know that it required a write-off of those loans, but then I'm not exactly sure if those individuals who received a write-off of the loans, then are they requesting additional support either through the CARES funding or maybe possible ARPA funding? I just think in terms of if their loan was written off for whatever reasons, we should have that type of understanding and making sure that not only are we providing support to business entrepreneurs, but there's also making sure that individuals are not benefiting from the system. My third question was in terms of moving forward with your RBDOs. As a delegate, what should be my expectation and how RBDOs can assist the district and Northern Agency to properly plan? We did schedule, and we will have calls every Tuesday from 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock with my district, and we'll be inviting other Northern Agency chapters. And so if you could help me coordinate with the Shiprock RBDO in what technical, what type of technical support they could provide as we move forward. I think this is a huge lift as we look at ARPA funding, but we'll also need to know in terms of capacity. What I'm looking for is individuals that are very innovative and aggressive and could assist government employees, but really have that innovation to move us into the future. At times, we're not able to imagine what can be because we get stuck in what is. And so we want vibrant communities. What does that look like? And what can we do with the timelines that our federal leadership dictated on some of this funding? I also then want to know that I did reach out to the Office of the Controller regarding the mention of the MOA on your report today, and it looks like that was submitted this morning. And so I think if you could clarify in your reports, because it does appears that then information or contracts are stuck in certain offices, but to submit it today in the morning, then what is the expectation or the turnaround to have that document reviewed and completed so that the committee gets a full picture and how we can support the different programs. Chair, I think in terms of this report, I appreciate it. I just would like either if Mr. Willie's staff can provide a high-level summary so we could submit that to our chapters, and also if you can help me understand when we look at the economic development challenges with Change Labs, their focus has really been in Western and Arizona. If you could give me an insight on how they will provide guidance or their understanding of the nuances on our in our areas in northern and eastern agencies. Thank you very much, Mr. Willie, for the report. And I think in terms of when ARPA funding is distributed, it does sound like there's a current list being developed. And so I'd like to know when that's going to be shared with the committee, or then what is the process to get projects added on for consideration or for technical assistance to make sure they're shovel ready. Thank you.
Again, after those questions, Shanta, Delegate Jimmy Yellow here. You have the floor.
Good morning, Chair or Vice Chair, Mr. Two. On the 24th being a committee should not know sending questions about who yani basically on the Shiva about who yani budget finance committee at 24 Navajo Nation.
Shanta, Delegate Yellow here. Are you still there? Delegate Jimmy Yellow here. Can anybody hear me?
We can hear you, Chair.
Okay, I think it's okay. Delegate Yellow here is invited there. While he waits to get back on, committee members, any other member that needs to speak, ask a question? Yeah, and I'll turn the floor back over to Mr. J.T. Willie. If you would respond to Delegate Amber Knusbach-Crotty's question, and then we'll wait for Mr. Doug Yell here to come back on.
Biga, Mr. Chair, honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Shema, Ms. Amber Crotty, in regards to the report, we will work on that today and have that out by the end of the day for the reporting to chapters so that you can have that for distribution of information. As far as the role with NHA, I have my team who are also listening into the reports from the other agencies in regards to the ARPA funds. We have been working with NHA on the administration of their relief program for renters assistance, but we have not had a comprehensive overview of some of these corridor utility related projects. However, our regional offices have those conversations with the NHA as well as other agencies, which can be included in discussions. Recently, the division has also been providing technical meetings with some of the leadership at some chapters. We recently completed one with the Chinle chapter and the new administration that has taken seat there, as well as the chapter staff who currently work at the chapter. And we provided a comprehensive overview, including business site leases available, lots available, possible land withdrawal locations, utility information, we can also conduct the same overview with respective chapters. We may have to provide this oversight in some cases as an agency as compared to by chapter, just given that some of the chapters have a bigger consensus when it comes to, or better census when it comes to availability of demographics for the regional business development planning. However, we can also provide the same oversight technical support to some of these chapters as we need be. So if you could also make sure that I'm invited to those meetings every Tuesday between 8 and 9. I understand you had one this morning as well. I do have my team members, Ms. Margie D, who's also on the line with us today, out of our Shiprock Regional Business Development Office, who can be a part of those meetings. And I can also assign one of my staff members that from our team here at the central office to provide better insight and guidance when it comes to chapter technical support and where their role sits with the division's development processing, particular to land. We had a very productive conversation that took place with Chinle chapter a couple weeks ago. It was about a 4-hour conversation, but we do have follow-up meetings that are set up with them in order to provide more support and what needs to be done. What are the immediate what the low-hanging fruit ideals that we can continue to succeed with, and what do we need to put in a long-term development for some of these growth projects here on Navajo. So we can provide that same comprehensive overview with these communities. I do have also Mr. Capitan, who oversees the opportunity zone developments, and we can also work with him on what that will look like for some of these regions that fortunately sit with an opportunity to zone development for processing. The BIDF percentage of audit at this point is looking at 60%. A lot of it was a background work. We're putting such policies together as records keeping policy. It also involved designation of assignments to various team members with the investments opportunities for some of the larger capacity loans, as well as some of the small business loans. It did involve some amendments to the plan that we will be submitting to leadership for review. We have been going through that with support services in regards to some amendments that have taken place and looking to provide that documentation moving forward. You did bring up the write-off for loans. That is correct. There is going to be a compiled list of those. However, we did have a few individuals apply for CARES funds who have signed an agreement in settlement of some of their loans. Therefore, they were not eligible to receive these funds from us, given that we were the Navajo Nation designated agency. And we will also see through that when we administer a next fund opportunity that we follow that same process. Just given that some of these individuals have to go through a procurement, we want to ensure that if they are an established actual business, that they have all the reportings in place and they don't fall short anywhere when it comes with monies owed to the Navajo Nation in any manner, whether it's tax, whether it's a write-off loan, whether it's an annual payment to Office of Controller. So we're looking to continuously provide that oversight and review with the technical support team when these applications do come in. We did run into several cases under the CARES funds. So therefore, those individuals did not advance in the awarding process. And we wanted to make sure that we did not cross the line when it came to some of those administration of funds that these individuals have shortfall or defaulted on some of their loans with the Navajo Nation and resulted in some write-offs. We do have records of those from the past, and we do have a continuous database that provides us insight and guidance when it comes to reviewing those procurement processes. As I mentioned, I do have the support team on the line, and so I just want to make sure and that they also are listening so that they can do and will provide guidance and insight regarding chapter support at these various meetings that take place. So we could get those invites and call-in information that will help us schedule it into our weekly responsibilities that we look to administer weekly here under the division. The government, as far as the MOA, yes, it barely got sent out this morning. So therefore, we recently accomplished that. Mr. Chi and his team have been the main component working on the BIDF language as well as the audit review processing. We have sent it over to OOC just for review because there may be recommendations on what should be added. There was a recent MOU that was in place before, which expired. So now as we move forward, just seeking guidance, given that we are at a very rough draft stage of the MOA, so that we can make sure that everything's in place before we start getting legal review moving forward. And as we come to the point where we need to establish and make the MOA formalized in regards to the BIDF, we have that checked off on our list. There is going to be a request for meeting coming up regarding the financial documents regarding the BIDF. We have received that from the Office of the Controller. So therefore, just need to answer a few questions regarding the BIDF availability balance, as well as how do we collaborate our efforts with the Office of the Controller in regards to the MOA. So that's as of today. Mr. Chi did email that out this morning to the Office of the Controller. So as soon as we get some feedback from them, that will help us in providing a more than likely a final document that will be submitted to legal for review. And then thereafter, we can start executing the MOA agreements, as well as whatever other else needs to happen regarding the BIDF to advance forward. The main component of the BIDF is the Chief Financial Officer, the oversight agency within the division. That will be the main communication position with our other partners, including the Office of the Controller. That was a big accomplishment that happened. So we're just also in regards to the CFO position, waiting to hear back from DPM regarding feedback on finalizing the position. And we will also be submitting these in our budget requests for the next fiscal year, given that they're vital positions in order for us to advance some of these programs moving forward. As far as the Change Labs is designated out of Western Navajo. The team there have been working with us on some other comprehensive reviews. They have provided reports, including what is known as the consumer leakage report. We're looking to administer another study to show what that looks like in regards to not only the Navajo consumer, but particular to the government and also to the implementation of the Navajo Business Opportunity Act. And how does that leakage look, and what's the dollar amounts that leave the Navajo Nation as compared to those invested in Priority 1 and Priority 2 businesses? And so as we move forward, Change Labs has worked with a wide demographic of individuals, not only those located in Western Navajo, but have expanded their mentorship beyond different areas on the Navajo Nation, including those in other agencies, Northern, Eastern, Fort Defiance Agency. So as we move forward, I'm looking to continue to collaborate our efforts with Change Labs and what they do and how they can continue to support us with much needed studies and materials for us to have justification for some of these projects moving forward. There is also a current request for proposal that's also been advertised. I did fail to mention that earlier. That's regarding the I-40 corridor comprehensive study. Our Eastern Regional Office has put that out for notice. So we will be working with an individual who submits their proposal, or an agency that submits their proposal for that study. And they may also be a collaborative partner that we will work with moving forward on some of these projects and proposals. As we move forward, we, as I have mentioned, have been listening in to the feedback from the other agencies reporting to leadership in regards to the ARPA. We have had a very rough draft of what the project list looks like for the division. And we did a comprehensive overview of some of those projects, if they're going to be feasible for immediate or long-term or short-term development. So therefore, once we have a final document, we will be providing that to leadership. Of course, as Speaker had mentioned in these meetings, they're a very beginning stage of what the proposals would look like. It is in our intention that after next week's meeting, we will have a better consensus of leadership's support for some of these projects, as well as how we can work with local leadership regards to other projects that we may not have on our radar. So therefore, after next week's meeting, we want to start some of these agency meetings with delegates so that we can have an overview of what projects look like for regional growth and development. I have been in contacts with, for example, Delegate James, Delegate Charles Newton, yourself, Shema, Ms. Crotty, as well as Delegate Slater, on what some of those projects look like for your communities and what do we have identified right now and what needs to be added, so that we can add a more extensive review of some of those projects, because we want to see them successful within the next 2 to 3 years in order to sustain some of these projects, particular for destination growth sites, as well as tourist and destination sites here on Navajo. So I just wanted to add that, and you'll be hearing from us. Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Shinkana, Mr. Willie for that feedback. Back to the committee, Delegate Jimmy here. Are you back with us?
Yes, I'm back. I'm sorry, I got off. I was dropped on the phone. Okay. Okay. I'd like to make it to Pacific. Then, first of all, yeah, SJT Williams in the report in Hassan. She yadi na this kidige yashmaya na this kid Honorable Amber Crowley. It's pretty good what she asked for. I have a concern too with these write-off information as on the JT and how many of the business that people that request for money for loan, how many of those are been write-off? What's the total cost of Navajo Nation lost to that money that's supposed to be a gain for a small business or big business? Yeah, and I think maybe we need a report from you on that matters of how much the total amount that we lost for the people should have been just business going. It's very important to know that one. It would just so Chair Aro Sheya JT talking about economic development. I guess this pertains to a hard rock general store. Need to change the title just lately, and this business is barely going. It's in the NPL area, in the hard rock area. We don't have too many people also buy merchandise from there. Maybe the cause of Navajo Nation charge too many things for business side lisa. Kenda izara ego hindi so kadojochingan on the number one, we have problems with the building, JT. The building needs to be either demolished, and I understand it can't be renovated or rebuilt. So I wanted to know where we are on this building. And also, my understanding, they want to move this building to another area closer to Rocky Ridge School right there. Plus, we need a new gas station where we are on that one. So we need this for the people so they can buy things and local around there. And also, they drive the penny on 30 miles and also up to telecommun area. So I need help from you, and we're going to have a meeting, have a planning and work session with the owner right now. JT and everywhere in Navajo Nation economic development. You have to be a businessman in order to take your own business. That's how I know. But a lot of things for the people that borrow money, and that's a bad situation for the people that we lost money. Once not this kid or this should select chair or vice chair or my should not also sending be in that committee. It's not yeah, once each thank you.
Delegate Yeller here.
Chair, Delegate Brown.
Sure. Delegate Brown, you have the floor, and then after that, I'll give it to Delegate Elmer Begay. So, Delegate Brown.
Oh, yeah, Chair. Yeah, thank you. Although Budget and Finance, Shanant Ado Peggy Do Sitsu. Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Ado Satilla, Mr. J.T. Willie, thank you for your report. Again, a really nice, comprehensive report, and I do really appreciate that. So a lot of moving parts over here, a lot of my chapters, we're working with different organizations, and of course, in our position as delegate, we do hear from our people and our people who own their own companies and businesses. We hear from them as well. So, and I hope in hindsight that we're not going to dwell on the past, but I hope that we learn from some of the things that fell through. And I know that we did leave some of our Navajo owners out, and they did not receive any of the funding from the CARES Act funding. So I also have been doing my work and meeting with Change Labs and other nonprofits, as well as Navajo-owned businesses. So some of the things that, and I'll forward this to everyone soon, is, I think the last time, because of the short timeline we had, there was this pressure to quickly get people in. And I know some of the things that you also had short staff. I know people were registering their business and they were waiting. The turnaround time was, it all varied. But I applaud the efforts on doing your best with your team there at Economic Development. So one of the ideas that was brought up to me by our small businesses, Navajo-owned businesses, was to reopen some of the funding. I don't know if that would be the CARES Act funding or the ARPA funds, to start reopen also the so our people can register their businesses from now on, and then get them situated, get them ready, get a webcast meeting out there so everyone is following the policy, the procedures, so there's no pointing fingers, or they're not asking, we're not trying to get this information on the last minute. So that would be one recommendation. And under that, there's 6 recommendations for helping Navajo small businesses with reopening and recovery. Number 1 is set aside funds for bonding and insurance for Navajo-owned construction companies. Small companies will not be able to pursue or secure contract opportunities without this. Number 2, incentivize. This is actually from Change Labs, also after meeting with them, and also from Miss Christine Laughter, who's with Change Labs. Thank you, Christine. But incentivize small business registration with pro-business policies. Example, a newly registered business are relieved of sales tax in the first 2 years of business. Newly registered business are eligible for 12-month stipend. 3, plan for retention of newly registered Navajo businesses by modernizing Navajo Nation sales tax. Require the tax commission office to leverage an online tax payment platform and create clear documentation on their website that outlines which businesses are liable for what business taxes. 4, leverage Change Labs kinship lending to provide low interest character-based loans to 100 Navajo tourism and construction companies in need of immediate financing to restart operations. This is so important. I know that in our area here in Western Antelope Canyon, they have a lot of Navajo businesses in Monument Valley and through Kayenta. And right now I'm actually attending the Shanto. I'm sitting in my vehicle attending the Shanto grand opening, because work never sleeps. And if we want our Navajo tourism to go through, I'm doing my part in learning and contributing to this. So tourism, if we can work on reopening soon, like last week, of course, adhering to the guidelines. So again, we can provide 5,000 to 15,000, cost 1.25 basically 1.5 million in loans, disbursements, and 500,000 to support kinship lending. 5, set up Change Lab small business resource centers in Shiprock, Chinle, Window Del Con, and Kayenta to assist with recovery. Each resource center will provide on-site business coaching and coaches, resources, equipment, and training for entrepreneurs. Cost $2 million in construction per site and $1 million per year in operating funds per site. Finally, Change Labs can support 50 small businesses with website development to expand their businesses online. This would cost about $1.5 million, 100% funds to Native-owned businesses. And when I talk to Navajo-owned companies, again, this is how CARES funding and ARPA funds are really allocated to the Navajo Nation. It is because of our Navajo people that are registered with us. It is their census number. And I think Navajo-owned companies, they are by far so deserving of these funding. It is because of them and part of them that we're receiving that we have received funds and fundings that are coming. So we need to support them in any way possible. So that would be one of the recommendations. And here in tourism, again, we still have to do our job as delegates. And at the same time, there is always going to be criticism, especially at this time. But for some of us, and I think we have to move with prayer and non-nishincha. That's how I look at it when I go out there and when I'm helping my community and also planning for the nation. Of course, adhering to guidelines. With that, I'm noticing what other tribes are doing. I know that tribes that are very, that are growing, they're big funds, they're trust funds. They're a lot smaller than Navajo Nation. I think that's where the separation between politics and businesses are separated, and as well as they have something in common, that is they have economists, also a team of economists either that they consult with or that they hire, and they hire individuals who have the wealth of experience. So that would be, I'm glad that you're working at the direction of budget and finance for an economist for the Navajo Nation is really important. Of all times, since these fundings are coming, it would be really important. So I'm glad that that is in your foresight, and however we can help you to get that. And I believe in really paying high amount to get the best quality person or organization to help us in developing our portfolio as a Navajo Nation. We do have the land base, and let us know where we can help you. Again, I will always advocate for the whole nation for revenue generating opportunities. And above all, it's the shovel construction ready. For example, I will speak to this again, and I've met you on this, and which is for the Chilchimbito convenience store. That is, revenue generating. It is definitely connected to COVID response and protecting our people from traveling all over the place as well. But and then some of the other opportunities within Kayenta Township. I know Kayenta Township, I rely on them a lot because, and this is why Council, 24th Navajo Nation Council, we do hear regularly from Kayenta Township. It is because they are doing their work. It is because they are listening to these committee meetings, and they are listening to council meetings, and they are reaching out to your office, Mr. Asatilla, Mr. Willie. So we'll continue to reach out. And I sit as well as I'm building other partnership. I sit on the Colorado Plateau Economic Development Alliance, which is an organization developed by Navajo Nation, supported by Western Agency, our 18 chapters, Coconino County, Apache, Navajo, and other municipalities surrounding Western Agency, like the city of Page, Kanab, and this Grand Circle. So we are developing our economic development plan. We do want our people to stay here longer on Navajo. So this is what we already have we don't really actually have to market so much because we do have people who travel from the other side of the world who want to experience the Southwest, and they are very familiar with the Grand Canyon. They're very familiar with Antelope Canyon, the Marina, Monument Valley, and now going through Shanto, Kayenta, Canyon de Chelly. They are aware of the Chilchimbito, Big Sister Rug, and Little Sister Rug, and we will do our part. And we are one of the great ideas on Navajo is, there is a passport for national parks. We want to work with you, and I've already met with Navajo Nation museums and Parks and Rec, and we want to create a Navajo Nation passport book. So each chapter should be on there, or sites to see, notable areas. Like Shanto Rug, you'll get a stamp of the the Chichimbito Rug. You will get a stamp of the rug on your Navajo passport. Ideas like that, so we can keep these tourism, give them a roadmap on where to travel next. If you're staying here in Kayenta, you go to Montebello. After that, you go to Shanto. This is where you can hike. This is where you can bike pack. So these are something that we've been working on, and this is where it's really important to have Mr. McCabe from Navajo Tourism to be involved in these projects. So if need be, if the work is not being put in from the Navajo Nation side, then I think those positions have to be filled by someone who is really out there, besides marketing, besides attending a lot of these before conferences, but now putting in the work and visiting. So I want to invite Mr. McCabe to our meetings, and also to come out here and look at some of these areas that we're planning on. So that's where we're at. There's a lot more to add, but I will forward some of these information to the committee and to you as well. Yeah, thank you.
She didn't get along for that. Delegate Nathaniel Brown. With that, I'll move forward to Delegate Elmer PBK.
Chair, can you hear me?
Oh.
Good to know. Although the members of the Budget and Finance Committee, although it's a little JT Willie that day. There's 3 questions that I wanted to ask. First one is, are you going to have your own listing for this ARPA funding if it becomes available? Do you have your own listing for which projects that is priority within your division? Like, for example, we have Indian Wells, which I think your staff is working on it diligently. I think they're getting their infrastructures onto the site now. And then I'm not sure if we still have the operator there, which is Mr. Calloway. So that'll be my first question. Other than that, the second one is I know that business regulatory is under your division. On that, there's a lot of which my brother Nate Brown delegate mentioned it. There's priority 1 and priority 2, and I think these Navajo business contractors, and then how much are you advocating from all the staff of business secretary are pushing to have these business owners, contractors to be part of this ARPA fundings, and how much are you advocating for, and how can we help them? I know that the last terrorist fundings, they don't have no startup funds, and they were told that they have to have so much $1 million to start on it. So I wonder how can we help them this time. You know that the some of them had to work without getting paid from for example, for funds contractors when they're doing the water line and also solar. They didn't get paid until about almost a month and a half, and they were not giving that. I think it was just only 25% that was given to them to start working on it. But they need the fundings because they need more than about 75% to start off on it, because the way the merchandise, the items were all been on hold, and people were, they had no, they cannot afford to buy the whole thing because everything was on hold, and everybody all wanted the same, that bathroom, the lumbers and all the fixtures, and they were backlog. So even now, how can we help them out this time? I think I need to maybe share some plans with us. The third one here, y'all. Right now, you mentioned other sites which delegates are pushing their projects, but as far as we know, that there's a telecommun medical center, which I've been mentioning it to the leadership, that by next year, by April, that it's going to be in operation. So the construction will be ending December 30th. And then from there on, they're going to be moving in and into that medical center by next year, by this time, April, they said that it's going to be in operation. So from there on, there's going to be, they're estimating that they're going to have $42 million payroll annually, and they need a place to eat and a place to stay and to buy some groceries. And we need some. You're talking about recruitment and retention, and we need some these professional people to recruit them and to stay there. How can we help us out? I think we can make a visit to your office on the Dalcon chapters and the surrounding chapters in District 7. Come and meet with you, and that's just, maybe it's a good time to discuss this. So, that's what I wanted to say, Kenya, Chair. Hello?
Oh, shouldn't I? Or so listening to you. That's what? Are you done with your question?
Yeah.
Agashina. Back to Mr. Chiki Willie. If you can provide a response.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Chair, Otto Haynes, and thank you very much to honorable members for the questions. Going back to Honorable Yellowhair's concern regarding the write-offs, what I'll do is I'll provide information that we have regarding some of those write-offs that have taken place within the past couple of decades regarding the BIDF program. And we do have some information regarding these write-offs because it was a concern from the Auditor General's office. It was part of one of the findings for us. So therefore, these outstanding amounts owed to the nation from some lendees have gone into default. So therefore, we do have the information, and we can provide that to the honorable members of the committee. I'll work with our support services to compile that report for review. I'll also provide an update regarding the BIDF sanction, as well as the audit findings report. I'll send that over to honorable members to review, because when we get to the point where we want to lift some of the sanction requirements. I want to be able to make sure members are aware of the reasoning for the sanction, as well as also what also needs to be provided regarding the corrective action plan and the support from the Budget and Finance Committee. Shania Honorable Brown had asked, let us know how we can help you. That is one of the areas that I'm going to need help from the Budget and Finance moving forward, is to rejuvenate the BIDF program. Of course, it involves not just our division, it involves collaborative efforts with the Office of the Controller, as well as all of our committees that are our oversight from RDC, and as well as the Budget and Finance Committee in regards to the sanction that's put in place regarding the BIDF. Of course, it's one of my main goals in removing this sanction and to get this program lifted so that we can start having a capacity financing program available for businesses like we did in the past. Of course, it was the intention of previous leaderships to see this program moving forward. That's why it was created back in the 80s, and that's why this program was developed to sustain business support financially. However, unfortunately, like some situations, it has geared away from its intention, and therefore the audit was put in place, and a lot of mismanagement has resulted in the sanctioning of this program. So as we move forward, we look to have that lifted off the ground pretty soon. The amount of work that has been put into place to put the corrective action plan, develop as well as implement corrective action methods and procedures has been in place. So therefore, we look to see a successful program once again moving forward. The Hard Rock General Store, Mr. Yellowhair, I don't know if you're speaking to the same one, and Rocky Ridge in regards to Mr. Maine Simonson. We had a very productive meeting a couple weeks ago with Ms. Simonson regarding the renovation for the general store. It's going to cost about $500,000 to renovate. Of course, based off of that, it would feel that the projected new project would look to be developed near the Rocky Ridge School. There have been some reviews and analysis of this project, one of those being that the constituents, as well as one of a major client there at the school, have to drive over 30 miles to gas up their bus and then drive back to the community because of the lack of immediate availability of gasoline or diesel fuel. So therefore, it would be in the best interest for this site to have a new development as compared to trying to renovate a building that has kind of deteriorated over the years. And so Ms. Simonson has provided my office with the needed materials to put a proposal together. And this is one of the projects that we have identified for ARPA funding. And if not, then a 5-year plan. Of course, we want to expedite some of these projects to outside external resources before we start seeking the nation's assets for such projects. We want to be sure that all of the analysis is done for the best interest of growth and development for these communities. So Mr. Yellowhair, I'll be having my staff reach out to you to provide you an update regarding the Hard Rock Rocky Ridge store that are located out there with Mr. Maine Simonson. Shania Honorable Brown, the shortfall of funding, I'm very glad you have brought this up. Under our plan, once we finalize everything, we will send this out. We have identified the shortfall of CARES funds in our immediate requests. We have divided up our proposal into, as I have said earlier, the preliminary plan, which is the current resources available through the SBA, USDA, other resources, state agencies. We have an immediate plan developed, and we are looking to honorable members to support us in the immediate planning process, which include, number one, the shortfall of CARES funds, support for businesses and artisans. we did fall short on providing support for these entrepreneurs. We do have the amended plan submitted and ready to go. Once those funds are allotted to the nation, we're going to need an immediate allotment to meet those needs because we did fall short of awarding those individuals from March 1st, 2020 to August 30th, 2020. With the amendments in place, we have requested to lift some of the restrictions that we had in place. That's why some of these businesses were eliminated from application. And therefore, we're looking to meet those needs of those individuals that was designated under CARES funds. I do believe everyone's aware of the redesignation of some of the $500 million from the Treasury back to tribes under the CARES funds. It may be proposed that it comes out of that, or once the ARPA funds are deposited, then immediately out of the ARPA fund for us to start administering that program once again with the Office of the Controller. We had a very successful program in collaboration with Madam Controller's office. The audit process that we had set up alleviated a lot of the background work to push some of these applications through. With the creation of the portal, we had no barriers in regards to succeeding this program. Of course, with the understanding of learning about the local demographic from an outside entity working with us, it did require some learning steps, but we have succeeded those. Therefore, we're looking to administer this program once again in collaboration with the Office of the Controller. Without her assistance, I don't believe we had been able to push this program to the extent we were able to during under the CARES funds. Also in line with that is the administrative section of the programs. In order for us, and Shania brought up a point that the minimal staff that we had on board to dedicate just to the CARES funds was very small. It started with just 4 individuals, myself included with 3 others. And thereafter, we finally got a team brought on board after a couple months, after a couple weeks, just because of the onboarding process that we have to go through, which were understandable. It's one of our learning steps that we have implemented for the next go around, so we can start bringing individuals on board a little bit faster to streamline the onboarding of new staff members to administer the program. As I have been reporting to various committees last fall, I had mentioned I would either fall short of one thing. It would either be that we don't have the program live by our start date of September 7th, or we would fall short of staffing. So therefore, we wanted to meet the needs and get the application open first, because that was the immediate intent of the program. So therefore, we got the program up and going by September 7th. And then thereafter, we started to bring additional staffing on support to bring on for technical support, which we got a couple weeks into the program. Of course, now with the new ARPA funds, we do feel like we need a larger team in regards to all of the proposals that we will be submitting, from the regular short-term, long-term projects to the relief programs to the designated fund programs as we move forward. So therefore, we are seeking to reopen that program as we start maneuvering through discussions of the ARPA fund. The application for registration of businesses is currently still live. So we do have that online right now at navajoeconomy.org. And we have been communicating to individuals to start applying for your business number now, so that when it comes time for the availability of funds, you have cleared through that process and have been deemed a business or an artisan of the Navajo Nation. There is a backside to some of these applications that we were receiving with CARES, and it's one of our learning mechanisms that we have in recommendations moving forward. It includes such things as multiple applications from one individual. It also includes individuals trying to apply for funds and using others' identity to apply for those funds. So there were some negative situations that have resulted in the program becoming more strict this next go round. You had one individual apply in a household, and once the other members of the household found out, you had 7 applications coming from that same household. So therefore, further justification of declaration of if you are a business and what kind of business do you have, and do you have historical information for your businesses will be required this next go around. There may also be a limitation of the number of applicants per household coming in. We just want to ensure that we follow the due diligences that we have in place with administering these programs. And of course, the Office of the Controller was a big contribution to ensuring that we had everything in line with the auditors that were brought into place to ensure that we didn't face many of those situations moving forward. The SSBCI that I spoke to earlier, the State Small Business Credit Initiative, does such things as bonding and insurance capacities for businesses. So therefore, in some discussions that I have had within the chamber, Mr. Watchman, as well as also with Navajo CDFI, Mr. Gordon, is that we want to work with these agencies to help us in maneuvering the SSBCI should the nation be granted its ability to participate in the SSBCI after we submit our notice of intent. As we start to cover ground and receive information from Treasury, we will provide that to leadership moving forward. In regards to the conversation of pro-business policies, Shania, I'm glad you have brought this up. There is going to be recommendations for us to provide that pro-business environment, including such things as tax waivers, including such thing as maneuvering to online systems. Of course, those areas sit outside of our jurisdiction of Division of Economic Development. Under the Navajo Nation Tax Commission, it would be great for us to have a leadership meeting to discuss some of those intents for business growth and development here on Navajo. And of course, as we move forward, adhering to the guidelines for reopening, we're currently in the orange status right now. And what we've been doing with Mr. Capitan is clearing some of these businesses and also their intent for opening safely for their constituents, for their employees, and most importantly, for the consumers that will be visiting their sites. They still have to get cleared through the Navajo Parks and Recreation in order to maneuver businesses moving forward, particular to those within the tourism area of Navajo. We have cleared their business plans. It's just waiting for the next step from Navajo Parks and Recreation on their reopening guide for visitors to the Navajo Nation. Of course, there is concerns, and we do rely heavily on the Health Command unit and guidance with the various COVID-19 trends located on and around Navajo. There have been concerns regarding the UK variant that has been identified on Navajo. And understandable that as of today, the California variant has also been identified here on Navajo and Central within the Chinle Service Unit area. So therefore, this will be a factor in regarding some of the reopening plans. To my understanding, the Division of Economic Development will work with our business owners who have submitted their safety plans and guidelines to ensure that they're implemented in the reopening strategy of Navajo businesses here on the Navajo Nation, and continuously to provide support for those incoming small businesses through the new ARPA funds. Have some open discussions again with some of the agencies that oversee and provide support, technical support to small businesses, including Diné Chamber, and also maneuvering some more justifications for some of the intent for some of these projects moving forward, which is why the economist position is very important to us. It has been about 1.5 years in the works now, but I feel like we have come to a point where now it's going to be ready for advertisement pretty soon, so that we can retain a good individual for the position to be part of the evaluation of many of these projects coming before leadership, and to provide that support and continuous efforts in regard to economic development here on Navajo. Shania, Elmer Begay, the ARPA fund projects, we have evaluated an immediate list that has been provided from the regional offices. our Small Business Development Office, and our Project Development Office. A lot of those immediate projects, as soon as we, what I'm doing this week with the team is we're finalizing our rough draft so that we can provide a clean report for leadership. I'm hoping to have that done by Friday so that honorable members can start reviewing those. Of course, it's the very rough draft of what it's going to look like for our support for projects. In line with that will come individual meetings that we want to have so that we can hear what some of these chapters, and as you mentioned, Shania, District 7, call a meeting for review, and what can we do to support some of the local regional projects through our regional offices for development. I understand we do have a meeting set for this Friday with the Indian Wells project. I just notified Ms. Peggy Nakai of the meeting that we will be participating in to discuss the 5-year plan dollars for the Indian Wells project. That has been something you have been working on these past couple of years, and we want to support you with the financial backing for that project there. The Business Regulatory Department is a department under the Division of Economic Development. Under this particular unit, it oversees the Navajo business opportunity. It oversees the Priority 1 and Priority 2 status. As we are aware, the CARES funds had dollars allotted to various divisions who procured various institutions, enterprises, businesses. I do know and I do hear the concerns from leadership that come up regarding the procurement of non-Navajo businesses from those funds. This office is the agency that does implement the Priority 1 and Priority 2 status. One of the barriers that we did, I shouldn't say barrier, but one of the languages that was used in many of the contracts under the CARES funds was the emergency procurement, which eliminated going through the MBOA process. And of course, now we're going into the ARPA funds, and that's going to be a decision for leadership onto what those definitions would look like and how to implement the MBOA to its fullest extent for support for Priority 1 and Priority 2 businesses. Under this particular office, I did have a delegated supervisor in place temporarily to oversee the administration and leadership of this unit. However, I have selected a new individual who applied for the office for the program manager. His first day will be starting on Monday. So I'm looking forward to maneuvering this office's support as we move forward, and then add them to the collective dialogue with much of the conversations taking place for the ARPA funds, and how do we maneuver a lot of recommendations for the MBOA's amendments and changes. Delegate Freeland has been instrumental in reaching out to this office on how amendments can take place. So I'm looking forward to working with the new department manager who will be put in place starting Monday on recommendations of the MBOA process, and how can we look to leadership to guide us through the legislative changes by amendments to the MBOA for support for small businesses and Navajo business owners throughout the Navajo Nation, and also those located off the reservation as well. So that's our intent as we move forward, and we're looking to work collectively with leadership regarding the administration of funds through the various agencies, as well as those within the American Rescue Plan, but most importantly, the 5-year plan, the sales tax dollars, and other projects that we're looking to support here moving forward. So, Mr. Chair, very much.
Christina and Mr. Willie for that response. Committee members, any further questions or comments? Denari, I'll call for the question to accept the report. There was a lot of information that was given by Mr. Willie, and sure we'll be asking those questions again at Namkia when he comes before the committee on that side. So we do have other reports that we need to move forward to, plus a list of legislation that we need to get to. So,
I was going to ask, is there any email address that we could get from Rebecca Benali? I don't know if she's still on the line.
Agenda? Like, what do you mean?
The email address is it available?
Oh, Peggy. Peggy, are you still on the line? Ramona, are you on the line?
Yes, I am, Chairman. This is Ramona.
Okay. Delegate Elmer Begay is asking for email addresses. Are you asking for email address for Rebecca Benali? Shnada.
Oh,
Okay. Do you have the email contact for Ms. Rebecca Benali?
No, I'm sorry. I do not have the email address for Rebecca Benali, but I can email Peggy and request that information for Elmer Begay, and I can forward him that email for his requests.
Christina, yeah, please do that so we can have that on hand. Shnada,
Chair Henry,
Elmer Begay.
this is Chair Henry, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Hold on. Shnada, Delegate Elmer Begay. She had another engagement at 11 o'clock. That's why we moved her up on the agenda. So she's probably off the phone call right now. And so, but we'll get that email address to you.
Okay.
Yeah. So, Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Henry. And D&F committee members, Mr. J.T. Willie for your report. Those that are listening on board, my ears perked up when you said something about 40. I've been patiently waiting to get on the line to ask some questions and let all the other members complete their questions and get their answers. However, I-40 is a corridor that does have a lot of potential, and I'm hoping that you'll include Fort Courage exit out in Houck, Arizona, and also the Pinta exit towards Painted Desert, and Ortega turnoff. There's another exit there, and there's an exit here in Lupton at 357 and also 359 before you get into the state of New Mexico. I'm hoping that those will be studied, and we need businesses put in for jobs, sales, taxes, and things like that. And I'm hoping that can get that accomplished. The other one is there was supposed to be a Sandia oil going in. I know Tony Perry's well aware of this, and we got bashes put up and bashes is completed, but Sandia oil was also included in that project, and haven't heard anything from Sandia oil, and it's just sitting there. The space is still available, and they did set up tanks and things of that nature, but over time things start to deteriorate, things start to happen within that area. Just like when we were trying to get the bashes in there, a shopping center, we had to pay for a lot of back work to get it back up to it being put in as a business. So I don't know if you have any updates on that or what's going on with that or any information. And also Fort Courage is a area that people still stop by. I've seen families walking around the fort, looking around, and they were taking pictures, and I guess they're reminiscing about the time when it was open, but there was folks out there walking around, and I know that area would attract a lot of tours to provide business there. That also needs to be explored. And also the land there too is adjacent to that proposed area for Navajo Housing Authority. We had a meeting here with Navajo Housing Authority, and I asked about that blue stone, and they said, well, if the land can be purchased, then that's another factor in behalf of moving with that bluestone housing in NHA. But if NHA needs that access, I don't know why NHA doesn't purchase that land. But if Navajo Nation can get that land and get that property and build that area up, that'd be great. And then way down towards Pinta, that's thinking about economic development. I don't know if they touch base with you guys or if you guys have heard their plans, but that would be also something that we would like for the Division of Economic Development to help out to get development going. And that ARPA money, that would be an excellent time to use the money for those two areas that I'm talking about in Hauk and also in Natutsi. And there's another area up there towards Pine Springs too. It's called Carino Trading Post. Hauk is anticipating on getting that property, and they would like to set up a store up there and get that business going back for the Hauk community and the surrounding communities to utilize. So those are those things that we're looking forward to, and I don't know if that would be in the American Rescue Plan Act on behalf of your shop there to get jobs and get because it's supposed to be to rescue what COVID-19 has done. Now we're hearing other variants of this virus. It seems like it's just a domino effect, and it's something that UKV, California, and South America, and you hear about those variants that are coming on the Navajo Nation, and it's just, I don't know when that's going to, what's going to happen. We kind of understand what's happening with the COVID-19, but these new variants are different. So I don't know how that will impact the businesses and opening businesses and getting things going on that behalf. But those are some concerns that I know that the communities that I represent on I-40 would really like to get that going. And also Route 191 all the way up towards Wide Ruins and Klagetoh, there's potential for economic development. And that's the gateway to Canyon de Chelly and Hubble's Trading Post, and historic Klagetoh is going to be historically, the chapter is going to be the Annie Winnica Historic Building, our former leader from Wide Ruins and Klagetoh area. And so those are things that I would like to mention, and hopefully we can get some businesses going as soon as possible and using the ARPA money to facilitate that. And thank you, Chair Heniel. Mr. Willie, response?
Oh, yeah, Mr. Chair, Otto Shiche, Honorable Smith, regarding the I-40 corridor. Our Eastern Regional Business Development Office has advertised and sent out the request for proposal for the I-40 corridor study. And in this study, it does include regions along the I-40 corridor of the Navajo Nation. Speaking to what you brought up regarding Fort Courage, along the corridor there, Pinta Road, Sanders, Nahat Atzil, And as we move forward, the Fort Courage project has been a long dialogue that we have been having with you in local leadership. And what we plan to do is also have this one part of our proposals. It's either going to fall in line with our ARPA requests or also our 5-year planning. But in speaking to that, the corridor study will be part of the due diligences that we need to have in place for the study of this particular region, and also will be justification for us for support of these projects moving forward. We have a new EPA director in place, and since the Fort Courage project involved cleanup and discussion for site remediation, we have also going to be reaching out to her office on what those costs implications that we will see fit moving forward. Of course, with the land availability, going to have to do site clearances, work with the operators, and then of course the needed capital fund development that we are speaking about today regarding ARPA funds, regarding any other sort of resource that we can use to leverage these projects moving forward. I will get with Mr. Perry and provide you an update regarding Sandia Oil and the space availability there at Nahat Atzil. I do have Mr. Perry, who's out of the office today at the Shanto groundbreaking in my place, just due to being in the office today and setting my priorities up for providing reports to our oversight committees. Once he does come back, we will meet with him and get a report out to you in regards to where we are at with Sandia Oil and the current location located there at Nahat Atzil. I have been listening in on the Navajo Housing Authority conversation. Of course, the land purchase did come up, and of course that will fall back on the Navajo Nation on what we're going to do moving forward. In a conversation that we had with Department Manager Mr. Halona in regards to land, we had discussed some of the possibilities of procurement, but of course, those conversations need to be brought up again so that we can start discussing what maneuver we can work on moving forward. We will include those in some of our plans that we are finalizing this week for leadership to review and get a collaborative meeting again with Hawk chapter on what we need to do for some of the projects there for the region, particular to Fort Courage. It has been on my many of my project listings that I have been compiling and putting together. And of course, once we have some of those studies as well as those discussions to rediscuss land procurement as well as also land remediation, we can add that to the conversation now moving forward. I just now documented Route 191 and added that to the conversation. After we have next week's meeting, we will be reaching out to leaders so that we can get a collaborative meeting with your agencies and districts so that we can put together a more comprehensive review of what it looks like and what we are proposing and what will also be provided from leadership to our recommended plans. Some of these also include clearances for utility support within the buffer zoning of the Navajo Nation's economic development corridors within chapters. Of course, listening on the conversations, we want to make sure that we can collaborate some of these efforts for infrastructure support to not only bring support for housing development, but also have enough leverage for economic development projects within these corridors specific to regional growth and development here on Navajo. So as we move forward to this week, you'll be seeing some documentations from us as we prepare for our presentation next week to the committee. Yeah, Mr. Chair.
For that response, committee members, any further questions or comments?
Chairman Henny, this is Delegate Cardi.
Okay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. My last question, Director Willie, is on your listing for Navajo business owners, is there an entity that can assist the council with planning and expanding capacity? I am concerned as we scale up, we need to onboard additional individuals, and if there's an opportunity to hire Navajo businesses, I think that's the route we can go instead of just looking at building up the Navajo mother government. Could you give me some suggestions, or at least for this committee, or how we could support our districts? Thank you.
Appreciate that question, Mr. Willie.
Oh, yes, Chairman Aroshima, Delegate Crotty, I'll work with our Business Regulatory Department. We do have a huge demographic of lists of those listed on our priority status, which we're looking to support at the forefront. And then, of course, we do have some other Navajo-owned businesses that are not on the priority listing that we can work to get them listed on that listing there. Capacity development, planning, supporting. Just off the top of my head, I can think of Fourth World Development under Ms. Kimba Kanuho. There's also some developments for supporting agencies, our audit firms, Mr. Sean McCabe with McCabe and Associates for auditing purposes. What I can do is I'll work with our Business Regulatory Department to put that list together specific to what we have on the priority listing. And then also, again, other businesses that have become to be recognized as Navajo businesses through the CARES funds that also provide such capacity supports as we move forward. So I'll be sending that out as well throughout the day. Shema Arohia, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that response. Mr. Willie, any further questions or comments on committee members? Okay, Christina, and for all your questions and comments on budget and finance, and also Mr. Willie for providing responses to each question. With this, I'll call for the question to accept the report. Delegate Jimmy Yellen here. Delegate Jimmy Yellen here. Chantal, Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith.
Green.
Vice Chair Smith votes green. Chantal, Delegate Amber Kinospa-Crowdy.
Delegate Amber Kinospa-Crowdy votes green. Thank you.
Okay. For the record, Delegate Amber Kinospa-Crowdy votes green. Chantal, Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
For the record, Delegate Nathaniel Brown votes green. Chantal, Delegate Elmer T. Begay.
Should I vote green?
Okay, Chantal, Delegate Elmer T. Begay votes green. Chantal, Delegate Jimmy Yellen here.
I vote green. Thank you.
For the record, Delegate Jimmy Yellen here votes green. We do have 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Mr. Willie for that report, providing that to the committee.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee.
Christina, let's stay on the line for the rest of the report if you're able to, Mr. Willie.
Yeah.
And Christina, next item C, FY21 budget expenditure report for general funds and external funds presented by Mr. Cordell Shorty. Mr. Shorty and Mr. Dominic Bial, are you both still on the telephone call?
Mr. Chair, this is Dominic Bial.
Yes, sir, Mr. Bial. Thank you. Your presentation is up now, and I'll yield the floor to you to begin your presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, and the rest of the listening audience. Again, this is Dominic Bial, Executive Director, Office of Management and Budget. And I think helping with the presentation this afternoon will be Lisa Jim, who is the Acting Budget Officer, and also Cordell Shorty, the Contracting Officer. So I'll get right into it. I realize that actually you have a long agenda, so I'll be as brief as I can be. First of all, we did a brief cover memo, very short. It's dated today to the B&F committee from myself, OMB. The subject is the FY 2021 budget expenditure summary. And I reference attached here too, or is the following information. Number 1, attachment A, is the summary information for general funds, fiduciary funds, proprietary funds, special revenue funds for the period up to the end of the second quarter. Now, this category is what we call the Navajo funds. Number 2, which is attachment B, is the external funds. This particular report was run on March 9th, which would be 44% of the typical fiscal year. Now, a 32-page report was sent to B&F at your last meeting on March 16th. So what's in here is just a summary of that particular report. Number 3, attachment C, is the current CARES Act funding information. So with that, we'll go direct to the next page, attachment A. I hope you all have your copies. Is the general fund summary page. At the top of the page again, it says as of 3/31. Now, the way this report is organized, I think by now most of the committee members are familiar with it. We list a program name or the branches, divisions in the first column. The second would be the original budget amount. And then the revised budget amount, the actual expenditures. Then next is the encumbrances, which would result in the available budget amounts. And then finally, the percentage expensed of the total. So you notice as an example, the first one is legislative branch, followed by judicial branch. And then the rest of it is the executive branch, divisions, and so forth. Now, looking at the original budget, you notice it's $49.5 million, the total, at the bottom there. Now, the reason it only shows that amount, that is because of the continuing resolution. Now, remember, the continuing resolution required 25% of the fiscal year 20 levels for all of the general funds. So that's why it's that amount, $49.5 million. The revised budget jumps up quite a bit, $237,413,589. Okay, that's because this particular column, as revised, now includes the entire fiscal year 21 budget that was enacted and came into effect in December. Furthermore, there's been additional add-ons, as you know, by Resolution CF11, which allocated the monies that were line item vetoed. So all of that is now incorporated, as well as the IDC carryover, excess carryover. That's why that amount goes up quite a bit. Now, the actual expenditure so far as of this report date, $95.4 million. The encumbrances and obligations that have been incurred but not yet paid is $11.8 million, leaving the available budget $130,111.90. The last column shows the various percentages, starting at the top, 37.18%, judicial 35.9%, similarly all the way down. The overall total at the bottom of that column is 45.20%. Now again, the general rule of thumb might be at the midpoint of the year, we would be plus or minus 10% or so of 50%, because this particular report would be at the midpoint of the year. So you see a lot of 30%, and again, that's because of the CR and then all of the additional budget revisions that were made, which causes at this point not all of the expenditures to be incurred as yet. Nevertheless, we're close to it, 45.2%. So that's the information on the general fund page. The next page, page 204, is a similar report. This one is for the special revenue funds. Again, it shows the branch information, then it breaks it out by the various divisions. The original budget, in this case 9.3 million. The revised budget jumps up to 42.8 million. The actual expenditures, 22.5 million. Encumbrances, 444,200. The budget available, 19.8 million. So the percent has been spent so far, 53.71%. The next page, page 3 of 4, is the same schedule showing the fiduciary funds. Again, it's organized the same way. The original budget total, 26.1 million. The revised budget amount, 99.6 million. The actual expenditures so far, 46 million. Encumbrances, 3.9 million. The available budget balance, still there, 49.6 million. The percentages, overall, 50.14%. The next page, 4 of 4, is the same schedule for proprietary funds. The original budget amount was 21.2 million. The revised budget, 96 million. Actual expenditure so far, 32.6 million. The encumbrances, 5.7 million. The available budget, 57.6 million. The percentage spent so far is 40%. Now the next page, attachment B, this is the external funds. So at this point, I'm going to let Mr. Shorty present this information. Mr. Shorty.
Mr. Chairman, Budget and Finance Committee, members of the committee, and everybody on the call. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Oh, yeah. Okay. At the top of the report, you'll see a reference to that budget expenditure report. Externally restricted funds, and this is summary by branch and division. To the right-hand side of the page, it indicates this report is as of March 9th. So this report was originally prepared for the March 16 Budget and Finance Committee. And as Dominic indicated, the report that was sent to Peggy at the time was a 32-page report. And that the report that you see is a summary of the content of that report. Under column A is index number, reference the row numbers. B is the business unit, that indicates the number of budgets set up for the divisions and offices. C is company number, that's the number of contract. Legislative branch is the first one listed there. The amount originally awarded, 711 plus thousand, and changes since then. The amount shown under the revised budget column, the expenditure, open commitment, available balance, percent expended, and percent balance. Next is judicial branch, then executive offices, programs, and divisions start on row 3. Attorney General, OMB, Controller's Office, Community Development, then the Education, the EPA, General Services, Department of Health, Human Resources, Natural Resources, Public Safety, Social Services, Transportation, and the overall total is on row 6. Under column C, company number, 475 indicates that's the number of contracts or agreement. A number under row column B, 1,402. That's the number of budgets, number of business units. So the report as of March 9 shows under column F, the total award, $2.3 billion, 2.3 billion. Amount expended on column G, 1.4 billion. Open commitment, 114 million. Balance is 861 million, and expenditure at 64%. Now, this report consists of what's called active contracts, meaning the end date of the contract is sometimes into the future beyond the March 9th report that's shown at the top. So this is just a snapshot of everything. And the 32-page report that was emailed on March 16 has a breakdown of all the awards under each of the respective branch and divisions. A attachment B, the active grants down at the bottom of the page. That's what is shown. The next page, contracts and grants budget expenditure report on CARES Act funding. This is a summary that is written today. A description on the CARES Act funding that was the nation received in May 2020, almost a year ago, $714.1 million. The report, when I get to notice that it's sorted by funds allocated by the council resolution and delineated by color code. And then the heading of the report shows the content. And then there's also a column in there that shows the amount that were deobligated from respective K accounts, and those amounts were reallocated to the hardship assist account and shown on row 29. There are two summary reports to provide a comparison, basically. The first one, it's dated February 16. The total amount of the budget shown in column E, 714.1 million. In column F, expenditure of 640.6 million, open commitment of 5.7 million, and the amount available under column H is 67.7. That report shows that the amount in column H is all for hardship assistance. Okay, what that report shows is that the amounts that were obligated, amount under column available were all deobligated and put into hardship assistance account, and that's what that 67.7 million shows. The report that was generated yesterday is shown in column E. The same amount of award does not change. Expenditure is higher compared to the February 16th report. The open commitment is decreased, and the amount available is almost the same as what it was in February. And you look at the report, it shows that this time the balance shown is on 7 different K accounts. Previously, the amount was under hardship assistance. And what this report presents is the amounts that were returned by subrecipients in TUA and others, funds that were given to those entities, and they didn't expend it by the due date at December 30th at the time, and the monies were returned to the nation and put back into the accounts. So the breakdown on that I'll get to. Next page. This is as shown up on the upper right-hand corner. February 16th is the report date, and this is delineated by council resolution. Is referenced by the green cell at the top on the column C, and then the resolution that allocated the first group is on row 5, delineated by blue. As of this report date, everything was zeroed out as far as obligation and expenditure is concerned. Column E and F, 16.3 million, revised budget 16.3 expended, and over to the right under column I shows that 24 million was deobligated, and that went into CARES account, hardship account. The next group was allocated by council resolution, delineated by peach color, 15.9 million expended, column F, and that is the revised budget amount, column E. 5 million of that was deobligated. The next group is delineated by the green code, green color. Row 23 shows 326 million, budget 326 expended. There's open commitment in there of 34,000, and the amount deobligated 149 million. The next one is delineated by lavender purple. 59 million is the revised budget. 53 was expended. 5.7 encumbrance or open commitment. 67 million was deobligated. And the last part is the hardship assistance. Row 30, 29 and 30 shows the budget is revised budget 296 million, 228 million expended, a balance of 67. So 247 was reallocated from other K accounts into this account. So this is record of the deobligation and reallocation of February 16th. The next report is as of April 5th, as indicated on the upper right-hand page. The same order that the referenced by the council resolution. In this case, on row 5, it shows no change, 16.6 revised budget, and expenditure 16.3, 24 million deobligated. Row 11 shows 15.9 million revised budget, expenditure 15.9. Under column H, there's $6,000. This is amount that was returned from a subrecipient and put back into this respective K account. And then from row 12 to 23, under column H, notice there's balances in there. On row 13, 115 million, 15,000, excuse me. And then on row 14, it's 524,000. Row 16, 22.2 million. Row 18, 11 million. Row 19, 22.7 million. A total of 56 million that was returned by subrecipients and deposited back into this account. And under row 27, there's 5 million balance that was returned and put back into this account. So the total balance, available balance shown on this report as of yesterday, as shown on row 31, is $66.8 million still remaining in the CARES account. Now, what we've noticed happen is when these money were returned by the respective agency, Office of the Controller, through journal voucher, it appears put those amount back into these accounts and shown in column H. So usually when there's a change in funding amount, OMB contracts and grant would do entries, and those amount would be shown in column E. But in this case, since money will return by the subrecipient, those would put back into those accounts through journal voucher instead of through amendment through the budget, which is the usual process. So that's a summary of the report on external grants as of March 9th, and also a status of the CARES Act funding as of yesterday, and a comparison of that to the report as of February 16th. Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
Thank you for that report. Mr. Biel, does that complete the OMB report?
Yes, it does.
Kashin can for that. Committee members, is there a motion to accept the report?
Yellowhair motion.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Is there a second?
Delegate Brown will second.
Delegate Elmer P. Gay. Kashin. Motion by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, second by Delegate Elmer P. Gay. Budget and Finance Committee members, any questions for Mr. Bial or Mr. Shorty?
Me, Yellowhair, has questions.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, you have the floor.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, good afternoon again to the chair, vice chair, to my colleagues, not us in the committee. So it's enough, I don't go there, could be in a committee meeting by the Cargill. Say the never car not just $68 million. The harder cheat on Insladik. Nihe could all then not I thought this. Non addition. John, you did 13 cities in the 18 and above the Yahweh 300 of the cost, 500. We like to pay our people again the difference as much as we can. That is maybe I'd like to process the legislation. We're not going to give this money to control. We're going to use this money for the hidden NEPA. That is me. I think on this case of this. Not only once the voice started, I see that is thinking. Thank you very much. Go back and meet my brother. Thank you, Mr. Short, brother, for your report. And then I don't have my. I'm not looking at your worksheet. Only on there. I'll get that copy. Each cell phone now. So I'll open this in and I'll get my copy for your report. And Mr. Shorty, and thank to your staff to be on top of your job, your work. I'm glad you're not using your consultant. That's a way to go, brother. Mr. Shorty, thank you. So Vice Chair, I shall go back on mute now.
Chair Henry, Vice Chair Smith.
Yeah, Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Henio, and committee members of the Budget and Finance. Those that are listening, the Budget and Finance meeting. I don't know, Ordell and D. Dominic. I understand under the available balance under H, total CARES Act and interest income is at $68,207,616.50, which is a percentage of 90% spent. Is that what we're available? The reason why additionally hardship pinado zosh pohonetsa in digit kit Kharishina sos to Ahazunda Katishladon data chapter so to Ahazunda Edotan data Winter Rock HA Naidish kit then call Picado was a Lanan Sindano. It is a bone assumption and or do we have to make another legislation deed 58 million? It does it based on the hardship biggie. Asian ID kid Nanda call hey not out now addition. It net actually died kid. So that ko the hardship lana needs and so that ko Asian ID kid Shanada, thank you.
Thank you, Sheena. With that, any further questions or comments from the Budget Finance Committee? Back to Mr. Biel. Mr. Shorty, you would provide a short response.
Mr. Chair, this is Cordell. The amount that Vice Chair Smith referred to, $68,207,616.50. That's the amount shown on the report as of February 16. Yes, the report as of yesterday, a 67. Excuse me. It's a different amount. Let's see. Oh, yesterday's report 66,828, 749.36. That's the balance. Now the 465 interest income that's shown on the report of February 16th. We didn't carry that forward into the report as of yesterday. So the two combined of the 465,000 plus the 66, that is the total available as of today. Now the question about can that be used for further assistance hardship purposes? So actually, the council resolution that authorize and approve any balance remaining as of a certain date in these business unit shall be reallocated to hardship assist account. Then I would say that still stands. So the amount shown in there, which will return by subrecipients, we need to start be obligating that, put that in the hardship assistant account, and serve the purpose that the council had authorized. That would be my understanding, Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Smith, I believe that in order to, we talked about this before at a previous work session, and I believe the first round of hardship has already taken place through legislation, and that legislation has fulfilled its purpose. In order to reopen it, we would need to do another legislation. That's what my takeaway was on that conversation we had with the controller's office at one time. I remember that. And so with that, hopefully that kind of makes it clear for you, Vice Chair. Would that work for you?
Thank you, Shananta. Chair Henyo, Mr. Cordell's shorty. That's why I asked that question. Jota Ndaidiskit. Shidodan, call Beso Aholo. Kushin de Milzo, Stati Doba, Stradoba, 800,000. Yadhula. Okay. My question would be to Legislative Council and the interpretation of Joe Cordell mentioned that according to his interpretation it's still available for hardship, although apparently on the other interpretation is that we need another legislation. So the reason why I'm saying that is, Joe, if we need to do another legislation, we might as well drop another legislation to help those that didn't get help. But if it's still the same language, then why not just utilize that and apply that 66 million for those that had missing, lost applications or complications to their request that AGI, Shananda. So I'd like to have a legislative council, since they're the ones that drafted these legislation, and get an interpretation on this so that I can be on the same page as everybody else. And I'm sure people that are listening still these with yar khudlodo da hadit aji irota sanahuitai that nan bekedo nan ishinta fishma sa unbebohni ko shinanta hela da Chair Henyo. So this question goes to the Legislative Council. Thank you.
Okay, I don't know if they're online right now. They might be busy with the KT work session, but Mel Rodas, are you still on the line?
Mr. Chair, this is Mel. I'm on the line.
Okay, let's see if you can help us out with this question from Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Honorable Vice Chair Smith. I was off the line for a few minutes and just got back on, so please help me if I'm not answering the question correctly. But I somewhat agree with Chair Henyo in terms of new legislation being required, although I would just put a little twist on it. Under CS 7420, there was a deadline to expend funds by December 30th. And that December 30th deadline was in every expenditure plan for CARES Act funding. Then, as you know, under NABI D 6320, all funds that weren't expended by December 22nd and December 28th fell into the hardship expenditure plan. So my take is that even though the legislation under the hardship expenditure plan said that the funds shall be expended by December 30th, we've interpreted that to be that the cost should be incurred by December 20th, meaning that the hardship applications were submitted, processed, and approved by that deadline of December 30th, but it's okay that the checks were cut after December 30th. Now, there are some hardship applications that were received and processed on time, but that there were some exceptions to them. Like there might have been something wrong with the last 4 digits of the social, or the CIB number didn't match the spelling of the name, or things of that nature. And so OOC and the consultant have been working through those exceptions and steadily getting those numbers down. And so checks, as exceptions are processed and cleared, checks, have been continued to be cut. So my take is that with regard to those, it's okay to keep using the funds that are in the hardship expenditure pot of money, but expenditure plan pot of money. But in terms of reopening the application process, I think I agree with Chair Henry that would, in my opinion, that would require a new legislation. I don't know if OLC or OOC want to weigh in. They might see that differently, but that would be my take on it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that response. Mr. Valrodis, do we have anybody from the Office of Legislative Counsel on the line? Has anybody joined us yet?
Yes, Chair, this is Kristen. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. If you would
Yes,
help us out.
I've been on the line. I just had some connectivity issues this morning, unfortunately. I'm going to defer to Mel's interpretation, and yeah, I don't have anything else to add for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Kristen. Vice Chair Smith?
Thank you, Chair Henry, and also thank you, Mel, on the clarification on this. Since this is still got $66 million, and we're still using the hardship, and there's a balance in there, without going to a new legislation, those that were paid for the hardship. And I know the interpretation was folks will be paid anywhere up to $1,500 if they're 18 and over, and if they're under 18, then they would get up to $500. And a lot of folks, since there's 66 million, there's a lot of folks that were hoping to get at least $1,500. I'm kind of comparing this to the recent stimulus that the United States sent out. And they sent out a $600 check. And then on top of that, they sent out, I think it was $1,400. So it was a total of $2,000, I think it was. And my question is to Legislative Counsel, or either Mel, Department of Justice, with this amount of money, could that be supplemented so that those that were 18 and over would get an amount to make the balance of $1,500? Like, say if someone got $1,300 and they would need an extra $200 to make $1,500, if my math is right. Yeah, it is. Folks that are 18, let's say they got $450 or somewhere around that neighborhood, in order to make $500, would they, could they be getting a check for an additional $50? Well, the reason why I'm saying this is because the whole issue for this hardship was to help folks on behalf of COVID-19. And we wanted to expend this before the deadline, like Mel had said. But since the deadline has been extended, then that portion, could that be entertained with this current legislation? And then those that have lost or
missing applications and those that are saying, I never got anything. There might have been a problem with their information, or they weren't able to be contacted. We heard reports from OOC saying there's I think it was like about 1,500 people or something like that in that neighborhood. Don't quote me on that. That had issues with their application. Either they couldn't get a hold of them, or they tried to get in touch with them. And I'm sure they're waiting patiently. And then those folks that had submitted, and for some reason those applications were not found, or missing, or can't track them down. So that would require a new legislation. And in that new legislation, my question is, would it be specific to say these folks will be allowed $1,500 period, as long as they're 18 and over, and these folks that have missing, or on the second category to reopen it, would be granted $500? Like, that would be council's amendment to do that, to make sure that they are granted $1,500 and they are granted $500 period. And if we have to entertain this current one, could we bring it back to the Navajo Nation Council and amend it so that it would say those folks that were paid below $1,500 and those folks that were paid below $500 will be provided an additional dollars, like $300 or $200, to make $1,500 even. And then those folks that were under $500 would also be inclusive in that. I guess the question would go to Mel on the current one, because there's a lot of folks that said, I thought we were going to get $1,500. And yes, that's what the language says, but in there it was geared to up to $1,500. So that's where folks were like, shush honey, that's always the question right there. So that's my question, Chair Henio, and thank you. Ms. Lowe?
Chair, this is Kristen. Okay, I'm trying to understand Delegate Smith's question. I think what he's asking is if this would be combined into these were the CARES funds, and then there's the ARP funds, and legislation is going to be forthcoming for that. And if the CARES funds could be, if the expenditure plan for the hardship could be amended in the ARP plan legislation. Is that correct?
The CARES fund from last year that authorized the hardship payments. It says up to $1,500. So what his question is there an amendment that needs to be made? Because everybody, based on the amount that the controller had and the amount of applications that were received, it amounted to $1,350 per adult and $450 per child. Now, what Vice Chair is asking is there can then be an amendment made to make it $1,500, meaning $150 for the adult and $50 for the children, the child, to make it $1,500 and $500.
So, what I'm thinking is you could do in the legislation. I mean, I guess you could approach it a couple of different ways, or a number of different ways. I mean, I guess you could always amend the hardship expenditure plan. The other thing maybe you do is you have a priority funding So first consideration could go to people that didn't get the full amount. I don't know if everybody got the same amount or if there were differing amounts, but people who didn't receive the full amount, maybe they go into like a priority category along with people who maybe didn't receive any funding. So that's one approach. That could be done in this legislation. What I'm not sure about, though, the ARPA and the CARES, from what I understand, there's less restrictions in the new ARP funding, and the CARES funding did have more restrictions. So that's the only thing that we want to take into consideration. But you could conceivably delineate it so that you're acknowledging that you're using CARES fundings and you are careful that you have the parameters carry forward into the new legislation with the CARES funding. So I hope that's clear, but I'm happy to answer any follow-up questions. Thank you.
Chair, this is Controller. I'm on the line if I'm allowed to talk.
Vice Chair, that's what I was getting at. Maybe you could ask that same question. Controller's already aware of it. When we get to her section of the report, maybe we could hash it out and come to an understanding. Is that okay, Vice Chair Smith, when we get to the Controller's report?
Thank you, Chair Henio. Could I get the floor again, please?
Sure. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Henio. I'm just talking about the CARES Act. I'm not talking about the AR, American Relief Plan Act, ARPA. I'm just looking at the current balance of 66. What was the amount that? 66,828,749, and I'm just wanting to get an idea how can we adjust that with the current legislation. Some folks have been only paid out $1,350, like explained, and to give them that additional $150 so that they would get $1,500. So I understand that Legislative Council said to amend the hardship expenditure plan. Is that the avenue we need to go? I'm not talking about the ARPA. I'm leaving that out. I'm just talking about the CARES. And then the next one, the question that I posed was those that have missing, lost, unknown where their application is at, or problems with their information that were left out, to reopen that requirement. That would require a new legislation according to Mel's interpretation. So guide me with this, Chair Henio. Should we first address those folks that were paid under like $1,350 instead of $1,500, and then whatever the balance is left with that 66 million, then drop legislation and say those folks that were considered can now reapply and use the rest of the balance at whatever amount is available for folks that are still patiently waiting. I know they're patiently waiting. I told them, I said, I do the best I can when we get this report and trying to figure out how we can assist them. And that's what they're patiently waiting for, Chair Henio. I'm making myself clear. Thank you.
Yeah, Vice Chancellor, like I said earlier, if you're willing to wait until we get to the Controller's report, then we can get this question, because a lot of these questions are in the realm of the Controller's responsibility, and that way she could provide a better answer. And we just get past this report with the OMB first, and then we'll get to the Controller's report. Then we can get back to that question. And my making is that, and during this time while we're waiting to go through the reports, maybe the controller, if you would, crunch some numbers of how much money it would cost to pay out the thousands of Navajo adults that were given $1,350 checks, and to issue them $150 and $50 for the under 18, because I believe there will be no money left for what Vice Chair talked about in the second report is opening the door back up, because I think the 150 and the 50 will absorb the 66 million that's being reported right now. But you could crunch those numbers, and when we get to your report, you could give us those ballpark figures. Vice Chair Smith, would that work for you?
Yes, thank you, Chair Henyo. The reason why I was calling upon the Legislative Council, I know we're going to go to the OOC, that's where we can crunch numbers, but I was just trying to get the little understanding of how this could be worked with the current legislation. I know that we work directly with the Legislative Council on legislation and how to amend that and how to get that coordinated. But on the other hand, like you said, we can wait on OOC on the numbers and figure out how we're going to go. But I was hoping I could get an answer on the current legislation on behalf of how we can facilitate. Do we have to amend that or amend the language or thank you.
Let's try again. As a statement, it'll give Legislative Council some time to do a little bit of research on this legislation to authorize the hardship payments. And that way, when we get back to this subject during the controller's report, she might have a better understanding and guidance when it comes to the legality of the legislation and what needs to happen again. Would that work for you?
Chair, this is Controller.
Vice Chair Smith, will that work for you?
Okay, guess I'm not making clear. Hashitado, it's bash net either. Okay, that the neck at your bear this. The artisans are now with I don't get us so much a hardship. Peso pain don't know peso a artist and elegi. Okay, halate out of the not all nifty the.
Vice Chair Smith, if you could say in English, because our principal attorney does not understand Navajo, if you could state it in English, she'll have a better understanding.
Okay, Chair Henry, thank you. The existing legislation that was passed on behalf of the hardship, which was introduced by Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton, that's what we used to get all the hardship dollars into. That's the legislation I'm talking about. It became a resolution, or became I think it's CS 7420. I think that's what it is, and it's under the business unit number K201520, which is the hardship. That's the one I'm talking about, the current one. Now, that's where folks were paid $13.50 and $4.50. And the question is, that is current right now, that legislation. So how do we address that so that we can give the dollars to those folks that were less than $150? Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Kristen Lowe, is it clear now?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, this is Kristen. I do. I'm sorry for confusing the situation. I got confused about what Delegate Smith was referring to about current legislation. So there's two legislations that deal with hardship assistance. One is CS 7420, and then there's also another later one dealing with a reallocation, and that is, I think, the one that's referenced. Yes, that's the one that's referenced in the OMB report. The way that I am interpreting this is, yes, you can drop legislation to amend the hardship assistance plan. I guess that's one approach. There may be other approaches, but yes, that would work, and you could amend the hardship plan as it currently, expenditure plan as it currently exists. So I hope that answers Delegate Smith's question.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lowe, for that response. And now, since we are not moving forward, to wait till the controller. So somebody please mute your phone. Mr. Kirchma, if you would help us out with this subject here.
Can you hear me? This is controller.
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay, Aro Yaj, and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Aro Shiche Kui Benaitis Kids. So I just want to shed some light on this. Because our office is responsible for the hardship program, and we carry that through. So I just want to caution everyone on the numbers, please. I believe one of the schedules Mr. already presented is 2 months old. It's over a month old, and then I think he hasn't updated, but number in the hardship business unit, I really would caution you to not use those numbers, because the 66 million, if you recall, was the original amount that I think when we finally went from $1,000 that was in that business unit, then it went up to 66 million. So these numbers are fluid, meaning they change. And sometimes they're old because we haven't done journal entries in FMIS. So I just want to caution everybody, there's not 60 million available. So that's number one, I want to make clear. Number two, I think I've explained this before, but I will again. Initially, when we went to hardship, although the legislation says up to $1,500 for adults and up to $500 for minors, the reason why it says up to is because, if you all recall, we didn't know what the hardship pot was going to look like. So the hardship pot was dependent on things, not utilizing the dollars, and then they go to hardship. So the hardship pot, by the time we figured out, okay, I think it was in December, we finally said, okay, we think we're working with 322 million. So given all the applications that came in, and if you recall, initially, during the application period in November, we received 293,000 total applications. And then we have duplicates, and then right now we have exceptions. So using the numbers that we had in the applications, the number of applicants, and compare that to the 322 million that was available for hardship, we could only fund at 90% of the $1,500. So we could only fund $1,350. So that's how we came up with it. So these are not numbers we just picked out. There's actually a way that we're working with. So right now, As you guys are aware, there's money that got reverted from NTUA. There's only a little bit, I want to say, there's money from NTUA that's, I want to say it was 35 million, and then we had I want to say $500,000 from NTU. So those are the two reversions that came back. So all of this activity is not really reflected on those FMIS expenditure reports, because right now we are waiting for OMB to do budget transfers. So that's not going to be reflected. And then also we have two subrecipients that we are waiting to close out reports. We do not know anything about whether those two subrecipients will revert any funds. So these are all ongoing activities. So we don't have a final number. And then on the other hand, the other thing that has a role in all of this is the 293,000 applications. We're working through those exceptions. And so some people we can never get a hold of. There's exceptions. They have to meet the criteria. And so I think we have it down around, I had it with me, it's like 5,000 or 6,000. And so those are all budgeted for out of the 322 million. And so these numbers, whether we finally work out all of these things, we don't know. We don't know if we're going to get a hold of the people. We don't know if we're able to work out those exceptions, but we budgeted for them. So then we have reversions coming in. And then we also have a wait list. Our wait list has grown to 7,000. So that one, the 7,000 wait list is not budgeted for. It's not part of the 320 million. So, so that's how it works. All these numbers they change every day. Our wait list grows every day. Our exception goes down every day. And our checks are still being cut. And so I just want to caution everyone on these FMIS reports. And I think, can't remember when I gave a report, NABI or BNF, I can't remember, but I stated that where there's budget transfers that need to happen, these FMIS reports are not, they're not real-time reports as to the activity. So we don't have 66 million available. That's, I don't want you to think that way. So, but there is some money there that got reverted, and so we have to fund the wait list if that's what you guys decide, leadership decides. And then the other question, which Che is bringing up, do we disseminate some of these after we fund a wait list? Do we go back and cut checks again? I can tell you today, we cannot bring everybody up to $1,500. We've already sent out $1,350. At best, I think ballpark, we can give another $110. That's ballpark. And another $40 for minors. So these are all, the numbers always change, and that's why we have estimates. So I just want to explain that, but I believe as Mel and Kristen stated, there is new legislation that will probably be needed to fund a wait list. And then I believe the other part, I mean, I don't think we need it, but I think, I'm not sure, but to cover yourself, I think you might need a new legislation to fund the wait list and to do the additional 110, let's say, for adults, given the reversion, but that's the legal question that I think everybody's wondering. But there has to be something, especially for the wait list to be funded and to utilize the reverted dollars. So I just want to make that clear. I also want to bring two other things up. One is remember the income that all of the CARES money, we put it in a separate account. We kept track of it, and we have it. Mr. Shorty said something about 365,000. That's a budgeted amount. That's an estimate. That's not how much we actually earn. What we actually earn today is 330,000 in the money market. 324,000. So that's sitting out there. It's not allocated. And then the other thing, I think earlier, Mr. J.T. Willie mentioned, there is 500 million from the CARES that has been held essentially in escrow for litigation by Treasury. That one will get disseminated at some point in time. Treasury is still trying to do the formula on that. So that's sitting out there, but who knows when that will come in. So those are the few things I wanted to add and clarify. So Otto, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Controller, Ms. Kirk, for that feedback. Back to committee members, Vice Chair Smith.
Well, thank you, Chair Henio. Thank you, Sui, on the information you provided. I still like the idea of what Chair Henio said, crunch some numbers and get that ready for the upcoming C report, or E, under the CARES. I think that's what Chair Henio had recommended. So I'd like to hear that, the numbers. Did I understand that you said that we don't have the 66 million? It's not available? Is that what I heard? I see the numbers, and I see the numbers here saying available balance under the report that was provided. And yes, this is a liquid, but somewhere in the ballpark figure, it's probably, I don't know, it's got to be somewhere around the 60, maybe 58 million. But those are the numbers that are still there, and Chair Henio. So I like your idea about that, crunching the numbers and then looking at that as we go along. So that will be decisive on whether we should drop legislation on the additional 110 for adults and $40 for the minors, and make a new legislation on that. Thank you, Chair Henio.
Vice Chair Smith. We can get back to that during the controller's report again. Any further questions or comments for Office of Management and Budget? Then I'll call for the question to accept the report. Delegate Jimmy Yeller here. Delegate Jimmy Yeller here.
Vote green.
Okay. Delegate Yeller votes green. Vice Chair Smith.
Green.
Vice Chair Smith votes green. Delegate Amber Kinas-Bakari.
Delegate Amber Kinas-Bakari votes green. Thank you.
Very good. Delegate Amber Kinas-Bakari votes green. Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Yeah, Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown votes green. Delegate Elmer P. DeGay. Delegate Elmer P. DeGay.
Should I vote green?
Delegate Elmer P. DeGay votes green. For that, we have the vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, 10 not voting. We have accepted the report. Mr. Bial and Mr. Shorty for providing this support.
Thank you, committee.
Like you see there. Item D, CARES 2 strategy, ARP, presented by shareholders representatives, the Native Development Corporation, Austin Sosi, CEO, and Mr. Osencio,
Tom, Travel Liaison with the Native Development Corporation. This was scheduled for March 16th, but this report has been moved up to today. So, Mr. Sosi and Mr. Tom, are you both available on this call?
Yes, this is Austin Sosi. I am available, and Osencio Tom, he is also on this call.
Jote Chair, this is Osencio Tom with DDC. Thank you.
We have both presenters on the line here. And so our shareholder representatives, which is for Budget and Finance, is Vice Chair Smith, that is a shareholder representative for Native Development Corporation. And I represent Navajo as a shareholder representative on DDC. So with this as shareholders, and maybe Vice Chair, you would start off the presentation. Or would you rather have Mr. Sosi start the presentation, Vice Chair Smith?
Chair Henio, yes, go ahead and let Cecilia go ahead and start, Austin.
Okay.
Mr. Sosi, you have the floor. Present your presentation to the Budget and Finance Committee.
Okay, and thank you. Again, my name is Austin Sosi. I'm the CEO of the Native Development Corporation. I've been with the DDC for 10 years now as CEO for the last 4. And so what we have before you is a value proposition / proposal, okay? And this is regarding the ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. But first of all, I will give some background to DDC for those who are not familiar with DDC. And Mr. Osencio Tom, feel free to chime in at any time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So the vision of the DDC, it's leveraging our legacy to advance the future of the Navajo Nation and achieve sustainable community prosperity. Our mission to provide government agencies and commercial organizations with leading-edge IT solutions and high-quality environmental services that support our clients' missions of building upon the legacy of the Navajo Nation, elevate our people and the communities we serve. And so that in short is our vision and mission. And for those of you who don't know, DDC was formed in 2004. We are 100% owned by the Navajo Nation. We are a corporation. We have a holding company that supports our back office support services, our HR, accounting, contract, security, IT facilities, all this infrastructure that supports all the employees that we have around the world. Right now we have 8 subsidiaries. And we do business with the federal government. So we're part of the Navajo Nation's diversification of services. So we do business off the Navajo Nation primarily with the federal government, with the Air Force and the Army and DISA, that's Defense Information Systems Administration, with NASA, with the Army Corps of Engineers. So we have a long list of clients that we do business with. We have, as of this year, it's a banner year for us because we just reached over 500 employees. It's actually 503 as of this month. We do business several different ways through joint ventures, partnerships. We participate in the SBA 8A program, and our revenue and profits the profits go back in part to the Navajo Nation in form of dividends. So we submit dividends every 6 months, and part of our vision is also to create jobs. So since this organization has started, we've given over $6 million back to the Navajo Nation in various forms. So this past year, in 2020, when COVID hit everybody hard, we were able to get $500,000 back for the COVID relief funds, and we given back in scholarships, internships. We do where we can. We do business with Navajo and business entities, and other philanthropic efforts. And we've given back $2.1 million in dividends. And if you think about that, DDC was started with a mere investment of $300,000. And so to give back $2.1 million so far in dividends is definitely an achievement. So let me transition into the value proposition that I wanted to present the Budget and Finance Committee. And so we wanted to partner with the Controller's Office, the Navajo Nation Controller's Office, in offering a robust solution to administer the ARPA funds, the American Rescue Plan Act funds. So it's basically augmenting staff, combining business practices and technologies. So over 3 areas. One would be financial management, the other contract management, and the other program or project management. Our value proposition, there are 6 tenets of our value proposition. Number 1, we believe that we are a trusted partner. Being 100% owned by the Navajo Nation, we get audited every year, and then we are trusted by our customers, and we have our top secret clearance with the U.S. government. I mean, there's a lot of factors that are around our controls and our processes that really we feel like we're a trusted partner. And then the next value proposition is our political neutrality. It is part of our bylaws and our current operating practices that we cannot have political appointees or political or government employees as part of our board of directors. And that helps the US government feel a little bit more assured about the stability of the organization when they want to do business with us. But we always remain politically neutral. Our job is to grab as much money from the US government as possible and bring it home to the Navajo Nation. And then the next value proposition is our execution experience. So we've done many sorts of projects throughout the years. We have a very mature business development and project management life cycle with good controls, financial controls, contract controls, in-house reporting mechanisms that we execute on a daily basis. And the next value proposition is our transparent reporting. So part of the proposed solution is being able to take advantage of the financial systems and processes that we have in place. What I envision is being able to graphically report on any funds expended, areas and locations, and what type of projects are being done, and really pushing out a transparent reporting portals. And then the next value proposition is we are part of this Navajo economy. Us being owned by the Navajo Nation, we wanted to keep all the monies within the Navajo Nation. And then again, part of our profits go back as dividends. And the other areas where we could build up another subsidiary, I mean, we're really building a Navajo asset. And then the last one is to use this model for the future. So with this model, we would be able to it would be scalable, and we would be able to take care of other opportunities that arise with expending monies and tracking and reporting on. And we could build a scalable model that the Navajo Nation would own. Okay, and so basically, in short, the proposal here is to augment staff, which would include project and program managers, accounting and finance and contracts people, and to really help oversee the ARPA funds, and then also augment our business practices, our processes, policies, and procedures. We are used to taking scopes of work from the federal government and reporting back on completion and also milestones and deliverables. That is part of our business that we do. And then we have really state-of-the-art systems when it comes to accounting. We have a JAMA system, we have a HR and Humanic and ISIMS and contract management systems that we have built over these past years to really help us in our business practices and our effectivenesses and efficiencies. And so our back office support model is really around governance. We're as I mentioned before, we are audited, we have policies, we have operating agreements, we have a signatory authority matrix. So we know expenditure levels on every level of the organization. That really builds us a good core of a back office support model that's scalable. And we've been building this for quite some time to execute federal contracts, and we've become pretty well versed in that area. So in the three areas, the financial management, there's lots of areas that we can augment our experience and staff, from our internal controls to risk management to cutting paychecks to procurement management, accounts payable, accounts receivable. I mean, we deal with around $70 to $75 million a year right now, and we're on pace to grow to $100 million this year. And then in contract management, what I envision is a way to vet and to select the right contractors for these ARPA funds to make sure that Navajo Nation is getting full value for their monies. And then on the program and project management, which really that's at our core, is scope, schedule, resource management, stakeholder management. It's really the communication of the execution of these monies that translates into projects, that translates into deliverables, that can satisfy our stakeholders. So. And a little bit about our qualifications. We are compliance driven, not only from the IRS standpoint, but from GAP standards, FAR standards, which is federal acquisition requirements, the DCAA, DCMA. I mean, we are all about compliance, because that's what you have to do when you work with the federal government. We have certified professionals on board, from public accountants to payroll professionals to project management professionals. We have a good structure of our back office support that provides legal oversight. And we've gained multiple exceptional ratings from the U.S. government since 2004. And so that is, from a very high level. I purposely didn't go into the details, but that's a high level of what DDC can offer the Navajo Nation with these upcoming ARPA funds, is to augment staff, business practices, and systems. And Mr. O.C. Tom, did I miss any point? Would you like to add to my presentation?
Thank you, Mr. Sosi. Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to present to you all. It's definitely exciting times. All the acquisitions and expenditure plans, etc. So we're definitely thankful to be able to offer to be a part of it in this capacity. We look forward to having the opportunity to work closely with you all to make sure this plan works out. And we're merely lending a hand to the Office of the Controller to hopefully make sure that all these projects and get expedited in a manner that she sees fit and in a manner that's helpful to her. So with that, in that spirit, we definitely wanted to say thank you and let us know if you have any questions.
So, Mr. Associate, does that complete your presentation?
Yes, that does. And I failed to introduce myself properly. Austin Sosi, the Bethlehem Nishle, Tachi, Bashichin, Ashin, Dashiche, Nakaidene, Dashinala. And yeah, that concludes my presentation.
Okay, yeah, no, thank you for that. Committee members, is there a motion to accept this report?
Delegate Cardi will motion.
Delegate Hambrick, Councilor Cardi holds a motion to accept this report. Is there a second?
Delegate Brown will second.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown, a second. So there is a motion and second on the floor. The floor is open. Budget and Finance Committee members, are there any questions or comments for this presentation?
Chairman Hanyo, this is Delegate Cardi.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, committee members, and Mr. Sosido, Mr. Tom, for your presentation. I appreciate the background information on the enterprise. I think if you could provide a little bit more information in terms of when the offer, in terms of your capacity to assist in, I'm not exactly clear if it's just managing the funds or assisting with, what was that? Making sure either contracts or contractors who come on board have a very positive rate of return, not rate of return, but that we're just giving the optimal price. I think if you could give me a little bit more in terms of your experience in dealing with that type of work. I'm trying to understand, and in knowing that your background work has been more like these military type contracts, very IT focused contracts. Where do you see the lift here with Navajo Nation as we plan on planning out the ARPA funding? Thank you, Chair and committee members.
I guess Shane got enough of that question. Any other questions, committee members? Budget and Finance? But I'll defer back to Mr. Sosi. He would provide a response.
Yes, thank you. And I appreciate the question because the common language here is project and program management at its core. So, and it's also working with the federal government. So some of this may not translate exactly to the Navajo Nation needs, but the infrastructure is there, right? When you start talking about managing deliverables and reporting and developing scopes of work and doing the time management, right? We believe that we can work at I'm gonna call it a program level, okay? Where there needs to be a communication translation between the government and the executors of the work, right? And so we would still work with Navajo contractors and Navajo enterprises and everybody who do the work, but we would help report and to also make sure that the Navajo Nation get the full value of the money, and that is done by the project in portfolio or program management. On the contract management side, and I'm just offering assistance here is being able to vet the right contractors to be able to do the work. So whether it be by negotiation or a additional bid process, these are all services that we can offer. Okay, we've got a full list of services on the contract side, from compliance to reporting, that we can help out on. And again, I envision the DDC working hand in hand with the controller and augmenting those services so it can be more robust. So I hope that answers your question, Delegate Crotty. Did it answer it?
Yes, thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that response and also the follow-up. Committee members, Budget Finance Committee members, any further questions or comments for Mr. Sosi or Mr. Tom? I'll call for the question accepting the report. Delegate Jimmy out here. Delegate Jimmy out here. Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith. Delegate Ember Knaus-Balkrati. Delegate Amber Knaus-Balkrati. Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown votes green for the record. Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
I'll vote green.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay votes green. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Vice Chair Smith.
President.
Okay, we're accepting the report. How you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith votes green. Delegate Amber Knaus-Balkrati.
Delegate Amber Knaus-Balkrati votes green. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Delegate Amber Knaus-Balkrati votes green for the record. Back up. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Okay, with this we have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. I can't hand it on Mr. Sosi and Mr. Tom for providing some insight as far as what DDC is able to offer and help.
Chair, we definitely want to continue this conversation with you all, and we look forward to it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next item, Mr. Sosi.
Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt. I was just saying, I appreciate everybody's time.
I appreciate that. Next item on our agenda, Report E, report on ARP funding and CARES Fund Hazard and Special Duty Pay presented by Ms. Berlin Kirk, Controller, Office of the Controller. So, Shema, our nomination controller, Ms. Berlin Kirk, are you still on the line with us?
Yes, Shia, this is Controller Berlin Kirk.
You have the floor and we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, Chair, Otto, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Otto, talking about the ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act, and then also the question was the ability to recoup costs that we've incurred using other funds, etc. So we did send a few written reports, I believe this morning, that went out. So hopefully you're able to look at it and follow along. If not, then you have that in your email to look at later on. But the request that came in by Peggy Nankai, I just wanted to say it's hard for us to really put numbers to the paper because obviously, as everyone is aware, Treasury had 60 days from March 11 to not only distribute, have some sort of distribution of what we call the Fiscal Recovery Fund, which is a piece of the ARPA altogether, the ARPA. So that is the $20 billion that we're specifically talking about, the Fiscal Recovery Fund, FRF is what we call it. That is the one. We have certain legislation. That's all we have right now is the congressional legislation that got passed and signed. And then these guidance, FAQs, Federal Register, CFRs, all of those things that will further, guide us. Those are yet to be developed, or at least they're not. We don't have those yet. So it is by legislation that Treasury has to do that. But I will, so it's really hard to really say this was eligible, allowable, this is not. So it's hard for us to do that. So I just want to make that clear. Otto, in my memo, I can point out a few things about the actual legislative language. Again, there's no guidance yet. So within the body of the legislation, the ARPA, there is no mention of previously budget language. If you recall, under the CARES Act, there was a language of previously budget. So could you get ARPA Anita so it doesn't talk about previously budget. So there's a huge difference. Otto, right now, all we have is congressional intent, the intent of what these monies are for. If you have to compare it with CARES is about a year ago, pandemic your public health emergency that energy had to be necessary and there was, if you recall, some of those language, and then we had a time frame, a quick time frame. We had a lot of those that we had to deal with. So with the ARP funding, the ARPA funding, it's a little bit different. It's more emphasis is more on recovery measures to help, the economic situation that's left by COVID pandemic. So it gives a longer term. So it bounces the case. So then So that's all we can get from the congressional intent, as well as this time around, we don't have the previously budget. And I think, Hajoban Tizike, so with the CARES monies, we have an emergency, so you're not really looking at ongoing operating expenses and those types of things. You know, we were more looking at expenditures that pop up because of the pandemic. So auto ARPA, recovery, and then going forward. So just wanted to point those out. And then they will issue, I believe, in the legislation language, it does talk about them, Treasury, issuing those guidance. They did specifically mention Federal Register, which usually, if it's more than a year, it starts off as Federal Register, and then it gets codified in a CFRs on a yearly basis. So that's probably what we will see. If you recall, CARES, we had a Treasury guidance. It did get published on Treasury's website, and then we had frequently asked questions, the FAQs. So that was more, a fast-paced way of them giving guidance. So right now, we still don't have any authoritative guidance from Treasury as to ARPA. So it's really hard to say for certain, something will be allowable or not, and so forth. As everybody's aware also, Treasury is not only tasked with the tribal consultation regarding the leftover CARES dollar or the essentially this fiscal recovery fund, but they're also tasked with a few others, and so they're doing consultation. They have a lot of work on their hands right now, and so these consultations, if you've been on, you'll hear from other tribes across the nation. They're trying to push for flexibility in the guidance and the rules to go by, especially as compared to CARES, and then also a distribution formula and you'll hear all about some of those things in these consultations. So the question then becomes, some of the things that we've been doing, we've been using the UUFB, and so could those things be reimbursed using ARPA funding when the funding not only gets here, or if it fits into the guidance that's coming down the pipeline? So I believe there's a potential possibility, obviously, so long as right now, when we're utilizing the UUFB dollars, for instance, so long as we still treat it like as if we're using the federal funds. So I just wanted to point that out because, and I'll get to this a little bit later, but we had some examples in my memo. We just gave $15 million to gaming. In a form of a grant agreement. I will share that they weren't happy that we had to use the same template that we were using for CARES. But as I pointed to the legislation to say, look, it's in the best interest for the nation to recoup this from the future federal funding. And we can reimburse our UUFB, and so therefore you must do it. So we got it done though, and we literally used the same template that we were using for CARES, and the same what we call under the uniform guidance, which is federal rules that we have to utilize. We have to have provisions for what we call subrecipient monitoring, subrecipient cash management. So all of those things we have to put in there as well, and document everything. So I know my use of consultant, etc., has been criticized, but this is how I utilize them, because all of this is documented in a portal. So when the auditors come through, then we just open up the portal to our auditors. And when Treasury comes through, Treasury will come through. It's a matter of when. We do have another reporting, a required reporting by Treasury that's due on Monday on April 12th. Somebody's not muted. So we do have another Treasury reporting, our quarterly reporting, first quarter for this calendar year that's due. Last time we did a reporting, it was 400 pages. Treasury did have some questions. They asked for everything. They asked for any vendor payments, any payments to subrecipient over $50,000. So, wazo di beso banda etikidla akoho bishana del every quarter Treasury. So, so I just want to point that out. So, as far as some of the dollars that we use, including the recent gaming 15 million, we think that that potentially could be recouped from ARPA because that's what it's intended for. And then we're also working on the shopping center as well as the hospitality. We just had to meet the requirements of ARPA now that we kind of have an idea based on the legislation what that looks like. And then we just have to act like we're using federal funds. So we have to go through the motions of subrecipient monitoring, subrecipient cash management. We have to have a drawdown schedule. We have to have a subrecipient agreement and so forth. Just to point out, these are very important things that we have to do, the nation has to do. We are having problems with subrecipients right now from CARES because CARES went so fast, we couldn't really do cash management and so forth. So that's why it's important, because they will come back, believe me. So that's an example. So if we do everything right, then we should be able to, assuming there's no other issues, we should be able to reimburse that to ourselves. The other one is maybe a portion of hazard or special duty pay. Again, we have to have all of those things documented. ARPA does have specific language on what they call and define as premium pay. They do have a limitation on it. And so we're going to have to work with that. The problem with hazard pay or special duty pay, reimbursing the nation if we use other, let's say general funds, is documentation. And then also, if you recall, we closed the fiscal year financials, and then we closed the calendar year for IRS purposes. And so those are things that either we cannot do, or as an industry, the accounting world, we're going to have to work through some of these things collectively with work through some of these things, not only with Treasury and what their requirements are, or in the accounting industry world. So those are the potentials. And then the other one would be anything on infrastructure needs. If you recall recently that you guys approved for DCD and the chapters for all of the heavy equipment purchasing. Those can be recouped, we think, because the legislation, the ARPA legislation, does talk about infrastructure. It does mention specifically water, sewer, and broadband. So we think that is a potential reimbursement for the nation. However, like I said, we really have to follow, even though we're utilizing UUSB, we still have to act like we're using federal funds. I know, which basically means we have to follow procurement rules, and we have to do everything right by the book. So that's, those are just three examples of what we think we can use the ARPA funds to reimburse ourselves. Again, caveat, we still don't have specific guidance, and so we have to wait for those to see what they look like. I will mention procurement. Procurement is a huge area that I think we all tend to forget, and we shouldn't, because the federal government expects us to follow procurement. So the other thing a huge thing I just wanted to say about procurement is that if you recall, during CARES, I think on every legislation I remember we had emergency procurement rules attached to it. So we utilize programs, divisions, departments utilize, I think in all cases, what we call the emergency procurement. It's actually what we call sole source with a lot of justification. It usually winds up being a memo, and our office and DOJ reviews them and approves them. That's during an emergency, you can use an emergency procurement. So it was expedited. And so going forward with ARPA, I really do not think we will continue to use that in the long run, maybe past this year. So we really need to brush up on our procurement. Usually the federal, if we're using federal funds, the feds will encourage competition. So we have to make sure we're following the procurement rules. The other thing, ARPA is different from CARES is, of course, the time frame, especially as to the fiscal recovery fund, the $20 billion. And so there is no mention of a start date. If you recall, CARES had a beginning date. ARPA and the FRF, it does not have a beginning date in the legislation. So there is a presumption. We assume that everything will start from the beginning of the pandemic, which was about a year ago, March last year. So if that's the case, then again, as I mentioned a while ago, if we have to go back in time and look for expenditures that we could use the ARPA funds to to basically reimburse ourselves. Again, we're talking about crossing fiscal years, and in the case of payroll records, we're talking about calendar year. So we're gonna, as an industry, accounting, audit world, we're gonna have to see if we can do anything different on some of those things, on how to treat those things. So that's the reason why I mention it. So in the memo, we did have an excerpt. We do have the section 602, which talks about the fiscal recovery fund. So I just wanted to, for your information, just because I'm making references to those things, but midway down on page 2, it does talk about the 4 areas. The first one, I just want to highlight, it does talk about, costs must be incurred by December 31st, 2024 for the following purposes. Respond to the public health emergency with respect to the coronavirus disease, 2019, or its negative economic impacts. And then it goes on for some examples. That's one. Number two is, this is where they talk about premium pay to respond to workers performing essential work during COVID-19 public health emergency. And then they go on to talk about premium pay for eligible travel government, and then they talk about essential work, and so forth. So some of these, they do have the definition down below, so it's a good thing they did that, because then it's very specific. The next bullet is for the provision of government services to the extent of the reduction in revenue of tribes due to such emergency. So that's another one. And then the last one is where they mention to make necessary investments in water, sewer, or broadband infrastructure. So note that, again, they don't mention power, electricity. So it'll be interesting to see what Treasury guidance comes out with, what they look like in relation to the power and electricity. And that's something that is worth noting. If you're somebody still sending comments to Treasury to really advocate for your power and electricity, and the reason why it wasn't included specifically in the legislation. So those are the highlights that I wanted to mention regarding the ARPA, and to start thinking about what the nation, what kind of expenditures we've already incurred. We've used usually UUSB dollars, again, it's really hard to say here's a number and here's how much will be recouped, because we don't know what the final guidance, authoritative guidance look like. I believe we have another month to go to see what Treasury will do. So that's that part of the report. The other part of the report is the special duty pay and the hazard pay. And I want to change it up a little. My voice might be a fingers on a chalkboard, so I will give you guys a break. So I have Miss Loretta Largo here. She is the payroll manager, so she obviously works a lot with the hazard pay and the special duty pay. So we process those again on a biweekly basis with our payroll program whenever we run payroll, which is every 2 weeks. And we work with, we depend heavily on every program, divisions, departments to bring in their stuff, their paperwork. Their paperwork has to be complete. Their paperwork has to be accurate, and then we'll process them. We did have struggles with some of the stuff, special duty pay. That was about a year ago through the government's office closures, and special duty pay was more broader than the hazard pay. All you had to do was be essential, that there was a budget available, and you bring in your accurate and complete documentation. What has happened since is that we closed the fiscal year books, we closed the calendar year book for IRS reporting. So all we're trying to do is not make any records changes. We can't, because they're, part of that is being audited and so forth, and then we've already issued W-2s. So we're making lump sum payments, and that will go towards this calendar year W-2s. So that's how we're working through the special duty pay. Hazard pay is from November to the end of in February, I believe. And that government closure, hazard pay is not as broad as special duty pay. It's hazardous work. Not everybody does hazardous work. Sitting in your office in the back, taking phone calls is not hazardous as opposed to the police officer who's dealing with the public. That is hazardous. So we're working through all of those. The other thing I just wanted to mention was there's a lot of confusion between the two. And then the one last thing I want to say real quick before I turn it over to Ms. Largo is that the policies, the procedures that we have in place for special duty pay and hazard pay only applies to right now the executive branch, the legislative branch employees, those that follow the personal policies manual. And then I know we get questions on chapters, like your certified chapters. They run their own payroll, and if they wanted to do something, then they can put their own policies in place and then run with it. We also get the same question from enterprises. Same thing, we here, OOC does not process their payroll. And if they desire to do those things, they have their own payroll and their own policies and procedures they can set up. So I just want to make those clarifications as well. And here's Loretta on giving that report.
Thank you, Ms. Kirk, and thank you, Chair. The numbers portion will be fairly simple. We submitted the information to you this morning. The special duty pay, the report ends through March 31st, 2021. So basically the high level is between three divisions, judicial, legislative, and executive. So for the judicial amount was $9,000, and then the legislative amount is $137,602, and then the executive branch was $11.8 million. So for a total that we paid out to the Navajo Nation employees as a whole for special duty pay was $12,040,603. So that's the special duty. So if you look at the various divisions, we do have information attached as well. So of the $11.8 million, DPS is $5.4 million that we paid. DOH is $2.8 million. DSS is $1.1 million. And then DNR with $724 million. So those are some of the larger numbers that we have for the divisions that we paid special duty to. And then for hazard duty pay, that one also ends through, the report of the numbers ends through March 31st, 2021. We have only two divisions that are currently being paid out, which is legislative and executive. So we have legislative with $10,071, and then the executive branch was $714,316. For a total hazard duty pay payout to Navajo Nation employees through the March 31st is $724,388. So of the hazard duty pay, we do have DPS as Division of Public Safety with $628,000. Thus far, that's been paid through March 31st. We currently are waiting for documents from departments with the approval of CF 1121 legislation, which was approved 3/14/21. We have yet to receive a lot of the documents from departments, divisions for that approval that was made by council. So we're hoping that will be completed. We are currently being in the audit process. So the CRF funds are being audited as part of the Single Audit Act for federal awards under FY 2020. So just wanted to let you know as well that we are currently under audit, both for special duty and partially hazard duty funds. So so our records are being reviewed right now to ensure that we are complying with the Treasury guidelines as far as the Single Audit Act. So that, I'll turn it back to Ms. Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Loretta. Otto, within your packet, you do have the special duty report and then the hazard pay report by department. And then we also did attach the CARES expenditure report, which I think and earlier Mr. Shorty presented, and I apologize. I think I called his reports outdated, which I think he had a February report and an April report, so he does have the updated ones in his attachment. And I believe Chiche was asking about the $66 million that's sitting in the budget available. And I just want to point out that this is a report that comes out of FMIS, the one that we have. As I pointed earlier, it does not have the interest, the CARES interest amount in the one we have, which I think Mr. Shorty does. The budget available, the reason why I caution everyone to not look at that are because there's some budget transfers that need to happen. Some of these have been sitting there since December 30th, so those budgets need to be transferred to the hardship. So this is within FMIS. So as I mentioned earlier, there was 2 reversions. Initially, there was an NTUA reversion before December, the end of December. Auto Bicado, I believe the latest one was 35 million. So that needs to be transferred out of, there's 53.4 million that was expended under business unit K201510, and so that's that. And then NTU reverted some funds as well. I believe it might be the same business unit. So there's those are the 2 reversions. And then again, there's 2 we're waiting on. We just had a call with the Net College. They are reconciling their expenditures. This is where I was talking about. Subrecipient monitoring, reporting. We got to close those things out. And we have a subrecipient agreement we have to go by. So this is all compliance work that our office has to do. And so I cannot say whether there will be any reversions from the Net College. The other one is Tuolani Lake Enterprises out of the water projects. So those 2 subrecipient, we still haven't gotten through reconciliation, or they haven't, I should say, and then we're trying to get those reports. There will be some more activities on this sheet that I have, but a lot of these should be transferred to the business unit for the hardship. I know judicial branch, the 11,000, there was some receiving records that didn't reconcile, so they're working on that with the receipt of goods. Those are things that need to be worked out, transferred, and so forth. Just want to point those out. And again, our initial budget for hardship was 322 million. That's what we based with the then number of applicants. Then we determined we could fund at 90% with the 1350 for adults. So all of these things have to kind of get fleshed out. And unfortunately, I can't snap my fingers and say this is what the numbers look like. I did confirm, and I believe Delegate Eugene So and Eugenia Charles Newton as co-sponsor. I believe we do have a draft legislation to utilize those, to basically fund the wait list utilizing the reverted funds. I believe that's in progress. I can't say if it's done or et cetera, but we did, cooperate with some of the information for that. I wasn't sure where that was at, but as I understand, that's been drafted, et cetera. So that's in progress. So I will give a quick update if you allow me to. So out of the 293 applications, we have, let me see, looking at the right one. We have checks that have been cut, and they're valued at $303,437,122. So in essence, remember that 322 million, 303 million, a little over 303 million has been sent out as checks. Our wait list is approximately 7,159 individuals, which is approximately valued at 6.8 million. We have to date issued 274,864 checks. And so we have, currently we have about 15,000 of a batch that needs to go out. We didn't do that on Sunday because of Easter, so we have I would describe that as a bigger batch that will be mailed out. So we're working through those exceptions, and our queue, our phone queue, I know that has been the complaint. Our phone queue has gone down to getting a return calls on the same day. I know last time I reported, we had a 24-hour turnaround on emails. So I believe that's what I have on the hardship. So we're pretty much getting down to the remaining exceptions. We have we have about 6,000 exceptions. I think earlier I said 5,000 to 6,000 exceptions that we're trying to work on. We're doing the best we can on those exceptions and reaching out to those individuals. And so we're down to the wire, and we're hoping to close it out, assuming going forward we get a legislation passed. So I believe we covered what's needed, so that would conclude my report.
Okay, with that presentation, Budget Finance Committee members, is there a motion to accept this report? Delegate Elmer.
Motion.
Okay. Okay, Delegate Brown. Okay, Delegate Elmer, he gave a motion to accept the report. A second by Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Okay, we do have a motion and a second on the floor to accept the report. Budget Finance Committee, the questions for our controller, Ms. Curling Curtin. Sure. Delegate Elmer Begay.
I had to the other the members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Other Shamato controller I had report in the other staff in the middle. Yeah, come the holders. Nache, da besser. Wenn die nicht von ja do, aber nie hallo, da chito ist so da. Annan agit do sie hot ende, hot ende. Kommt da holders. Basta nache, da die hot die nicht. Ja wenn ich dann will das Lego, ich habe schon mal also dann das ist doch na ich nicht sehen das go. Also this in I just get this my question is to get the consultation ban al tehico. We try to get on my question I was going to go to Rebecca Benali too. Since the space on the other none of the hagi click the consultation by a tico. On this kid or this guy, so I think that the rescue funds, the rescue plan, ADG, who's the main person that does consultation for us. And also so advantage now this legal quite get bad what's and so about this case go he quite get the when he now the question then is the although the based on the but nothing they by had those little bit it was little along the lead about and or the burial systems we are that 1000 then I was also that we can that la hol siko ho ide hot hagila benina yo lenki ya he kacha border towns you can't meet any they cut it down one so the whole broke those packaged years ago. You're the illegal. Quite lucky. Not so is a thing. Hayastiko. So either a swing on the age of tradition asking someone to kiss it. And that visit as it came out in the low holiday. I had in Hotel. I keep that. I thought they had been at this kid or this. I did easy, but not this kid or the car. And so this chair. Okay, I can answer that. Question, any other questions, Budget and Finance Committee? Back to our navigation controller, Ms. Perlinkert.
Chiaj, Chair, Otto, members of the committee, Otto, Chiaj, Nana, Delegate Elmer Begay. I believe your question is who is the main person for the tribal consultation or on the tribal consultation. As I understand, specifically for Treasury or any of the other consultation, in general, I should say in general, the federal agencies usually defer to the elected officials first before they would defer to tribal administrators. So that's usually what they do. But at least as to the Treasury tribal consultation, it has been our president who has been on those, and he did speak last week last week, Dashina, he did speak twice, and the week before, Dashina, towards the end of March, there was, the first consultation was what to do with the leftover CARES dollars, the 500 million Dashin, jadi the litigation de energy binina tragical setla setadini qui setla on the jato les ado de litigation de energy hajo be atahozno ado bikedo at the asenelo sheya con benata il nito danoshin 500 million cares at the asenel the giba nahat in that the first tribal consultation. So our president was on that call. Ado bikedo last week dashina Treasury broke it out by regions. Our president was on that one as well. Although they do ask for written comments, last week they it was on the ARPA formula how do we divvy up the money out of the 20 billion 1 billion it would be across the board equitable auto 19 distribute that these needs and they wanted a formula so so most of the tribes are advocating for self-certifying enrollment numbers. I know that other tribes tried to say, kohot certified for us, our numbers are up because we did the hardship. So those things are all important. It could mean hundreds of millions of dollars for the nation. So I really feel that an updated self-certified enrollment number is the way to go for us to maximize whatever the formula is going to be. Although there's other components to it, such as land base or number of employees. CARES, they asked us for enrollment numbers, they asked us for employee numbers, they asked us for expenditures. Treasury, they didn't go with the enrollment numbers. They went with the housing numbers, the census numbers. So that's what those tribal consultations are for. So in terms of Heshin Hayashi, I think that's that's at least the ones I've listened to, the president has been talking on those consultations. So I will stress that there are written comments that can be made, and so Anita Treasury, the initial Friday and the deadline that they moved it up to this Friday, the 9th. So there is still time to put in written comments. I know that OPVP and Washington office, they're compiling that information. So and there is still time to make written comments. So I don't know if there was any other question in that, but I think that was your main question.
Katrina came up in that response. Any other further questions or comments, committee members?
Chair, this is Delegate Brown.
Shinada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Shinala Controller, for your report. A lot of good information. I know that I tried listening into the tribal consultation but as you're aware, that council is usually we're in our meetings as well. So with that, I if we could, I think I don't know if you sent it out. I'm trying to look through my email here, and I'm walking into, or I'm here at a chapter house and getting ready for another meeting. But if you can send us some of the estimated balance amount of the CARES Act funding, and I know we're waiting for the guidelines for the ARPA, and I know that there is a deadline, for December 31st, 2024, and I know that's gonna, even though that's a little bit longer, it is a lot longer than the CARES Act funding, but right now I'm really looking at our state of the nation and really looking in the long run, 20 years from now, and it almost seems like when we listen to the World Health Organization and everywhere, to the experts, that this is almost going to be our new normal, the way we do business, the way we go about, and really looking at the Navajo economy and the Navajo dollar, our investments, how is that going to impact? And I'm looking at the workforce of Navajo also. So with some of these fundings with ARPA, it's going to be, I know as delegates and speaking for myself, we dream out a lot of stuff, but putting them into action, there is a lot of work that has to go into it. So I do appreciate the energy that's put into this. So one of and these are recommendations coming from our people, and our people were requesting of me to speak about the Navajo Nation employees who are, or our Navajo people, to reemploy them and have them help out with some of these initiatives. For instance, if we wanted to build housing, to hire some of our Navajo people, and then also our Navajo business owners. What is that going to really look like? And I know that your office, doing a really good job in hiring a consultant, and you had to, and I support that. That's a really good initiative. So I'll continue to support those initiatives in hiring consultants to help us spend some of these fundings, ultimately for our people. So ADA, and some of the plans going forward, I know that those have to be developed. So what we're working on with my chapters and with other organizations, Navajo organizations, I guess we would have to just we would have to wait on the guidelines. Actually, let me take that back. We're not going to wait. We're just going to continue to do the work. So once a guideline goes in, and what I'm hearing from the Navajo or from Washington leadership is they're listening to the tribal nations a lot more with this administration. So it sounds like some of these projects, we would have to make them really shovel ready. And the other question that I had that I asked Cecilia, Mr. Willie this morning was our Navajo businesses who suffered a huge loss this past year, and some of them are still reaching out to us. And I asked them if we can open up the registering the Navajo companies early, so we can have a huge amount of space for our Navajo businesses to register with them. And then I guess it would be us, as far as leadership, we have to make that decision on once we open back up to help the companies who have suffered this loss. What will that look like from the controller's perspective? So I want to work on that to continue supporting our Navajo companies and organizations. So what would that look like? And then I guess it's really up to us again on where we're going to, who's going to lead the way? Like, is there a Navajo department? Would that be community development, or is there, and I guess this is my internal, and that wouldn't be really a question for him. Just so that's where I'm looking at. I don't know if it would be another consultant that we would have to hire to help us in that. So we want to do this right. I mean, this is in hindsight, what we have learned also. So again, back to Navajo owned companies, businesses, I support them. And again, it's their money. It's because of them that some of the fundings we're receiving is their money. So that's where I'm at. I want to continue to support that. So with your office, I just want to put you on kind of like an alert on that's something that we'll be working on. And then the other part is, I know earlier some of my colleagues mentioned, you know, the hardship assistance. So I support but I think this next round would be not to the whole nation. I think it would be to individuals who did not apply or who missed out. Again, I did send out an email to you and your staff about the Kayenta. I'm actually part here of the Kayenta chapter. And I want to circle back to the veterans. It was really the veterans secretary. Sounds like, I don't know, she lost the application. The worst thing that I hate to think is that there's some sort of deliberate, I guess, action on behalf of that person to not deliver these applications, the hardship application. So I know that with the chapters, they did go through training, but with the veterans, I think this is, I'm going to follow up with that also. So we still have some of our veterans in Kayenta who did not, their applications did not make it to Window Rock. And I know there's no way for you to research, find those. It would be basically on a person's word, unless if they kept their own records, which I know they did not. It did not happen. So that's where we're at. And if you can forward me in so whatever the information from the ARPA funding, the balances, and then the CARES Act balances, I would really appreciate that, so we can start planning and so we can use that. And then I know that you did speak about the CARES Act funding on some of the possible ideas. If you could just email that to me, and then we can go from there also. So thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Any further questions or comments from the Budget and Finance Committee members?
Chairman Tenyo, this is Delegate Crotty.
Okay, Delegate Amber Kinosa Crotty, and then after that, Delegate Jimmy O'Hare. So Shanada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Controller, thank you for your report with your staff. I think there's still a challenge, and we may have to follow up with division directors on when those employees should expect that $1,500. I think also, Chair, in terms of the tribal consultations, if there's a way as Chair of Budget and Finance to have the Washington office provide us updates. What we receive as delegates is after the fact information. If you read like their Washington Weekly, it says like President Nez last week attended 8 tribal consultations, but what is not clear is what is being provided on behalf of the Navajo Nation and her people. When we had the 3-branch chief meeting, I did ask Holden and Knight, how could we be strategic as a nation to maximize the amount that we could receive. And so I think too, being strategic is understanding the political atmosphere and knowing the current court cases. And so that puts a challenge on Navajo Nation when the president states that we should have rely on a certain set of data that is being disputed in court right now. I think we have a strong, if not stronger, enrollment numbers. And so, Chair, if you could help this committee stay updated on these tribal consultations. The other tribal consultation that would fall under this oversight was the federal OMB tribal consultation. And so I wanted to ask the controller if there's any recommendations, if this committee needs to either submit a letter or add to the written comments that are due by the end of either this week or next week. Thank you, Chair.
I will work with our chief of staff to get the listing on the consultation schedule and then share it with Peggy, and then Peggy gets sent it out to the committee members. Delegate Jamil here.
Yeah, Chair, still to Vice Chair, for being a committee. Yeah. Thank you very much. Talk about things here. You care to cross the Perlin Kurtz. I follow up with the Schlief and something. The last meeting we had, we came before us. I thought it's done how long change. Now we get the committee meeting at down. It Stige, yeah. It's gonna be my fault. Bring a year-to-date expenditure report in me. It's going to be business unit number and also legislation number. Combines them on the AK. Of course, today not is this is it. But Nania, not all Yagi plan, not all we could have just case again. I think your report was, if I remember right, 7,000, something 500. In the year, I say, no, by reporting. Could all base of transfer in the back to hardship. I think that's what you said. Could all base of I started cheat or your hand out after the day what's 80 crore to which in the ACI also asking the way you have in that your list. Could all a quick open question none that is the consultant. I thought the transaction transfer that money was still left with other legislations because it's transfer that even say you could all about on that is yes about on years maybe because now up to 1,800 clay 700 up to another or 550 those 18 years and honored aim is not certainly as soon as you bring this up to date you could transfer that you know how 8 or this never caught not each. We don't want to do the last minute. We don't want to do that. Even not easy was associated fairly controller. I want to to the chair. Thank you very much for shutting out in Aniki. But here in the door is enough shouldn't they are not in there. There's enough here on the Thank you.
Here. Back to our nomination controller, Berlin Kirk Shema, if you could provide some responses.
Triage Chair, Otto, members of the committee. I believe Otto Shinale, Delegate Nathaniel Brown, Otto Iskeha. Aro kudo kid to higo eya bahinzi. So I believe your questions, and let me know if I miss any of them. I think first you were talking about the Navajo-owned businesses, whether they can do some of the work, etc. I believe under Navajo law, there is Navajo preference. And then also, the only thing that I can say on some of this would be that in terms of CARES and ARPA monies, we still have to follow procurement. And earlier I was talking about that we have to follow procurement rules. Now the nation does have procurement rules, and then at the very least, the minimum, if you're using federal dollars, you have to follow the federal procurement rules. But usually the nation's procurement rules are more stringent. So, and then earlier I was talking about the federal or the emergency procurement. So throughout the CARES, we've been using emergency procurement. So the only thing I would say is as the emergency, let's say, and let's pray that the emergency lifts a year from now, 2 years from now, but we still have ARPA money. My point being that we cannot always use the emergency procurement. At some point in time, we're going to have to get out of that. So regular procurement, you have to have competition. So you have to put up your RFP, you have to go through the bidding process and all of those things. And even at that, that's not to say you can still follow regular procurement at this point in time. The reason why you have emergency procurement is when you have an emergency, you don't have time to do a bid and an RFP. So it's just so that you're thinking about this. Despite all of that, then we have Navajo preference in while we do the procurement. And so the only other thing I would like to caution, just because I know, I get criticism all the time. Why aren't you hiring Navajo CPA, let's say, or why aren't you hiring a Navajo company? Well, a lot of times, in some cases, a Navajo company may not have the resources to do things. For example, Baker Tilly, they do have the resources at a moment's notice to provide things. And then also, one of the reasons why, when I did a RFP, I was looking for was when they do know people in Washington, D.C., they do know people in the accounting world on how to treat certain things, even we may not have any guidance, so that when Moss Adams or Treasury comes through, we are good. The nation's in good, audit situation. So those are a lot of the reasons why a Navajo vendor may not have the capacity or the resources. That's not to say that there's no Navajo CPAs. When I did go sole source with Newman Associates was the only priority one at the time, and it just so happened they already worked for me. So those are the ways in which priority one Navajo preference comes into play. So I just want to point that out. As much as we want, sometimes a Navajo CPA firm may not have the capacity to do this large-scale work. The same thing goes with our Navajo Nation audits. The audit is so huge, it requires a lot of hours on an annual basis. And so, so we will be doing an RFP possibly in the next year or two. And so those are in the ways in which the procurement rules have to play with the Navajo law of Navajo preference. So I just wanted to point that out. And I think you asked for ways in which we could encourage usage of Navajo. There are a number of things, but in terms of, for instance, programs, divisions, departments, they need help. They need help because they're the ones that's supposed to initiate a lot of this work. we're the ones sitting here waiting for the paperwork to come in. And the other thing I just want to point out is we can't really do their work because there's a thing called internal controls. So we have to have, if we're going to make a payment and we're going to do compliance monitoring, we can't initiate the source documents. So sometimes people don't understand that, so we can't be holding everybody's hand and doing their job, because ultimately, for example, I just explained subrecipient monitoring. We'll just monitor ourselves. So that's internal control, and we can't do that. So especially with federal funds, we do a lot of documentation so that when the nation gets audited, we don't have findings. So with the amount of money, there's a lot of money, and it may not all come in at one time. The feds, when you think about this through, this is federal dollars. The feds have to answer to the American taxpayer. So they are not going to give us money without any rules. They are still going to give us rules, and we have to follow them. And so everything takes documentation so that there are no audit findings. And so that's usually the general rules out there, the way to think about it. So somebody's not
Delegate,
okay.
hold on. Delegate Yellowhair, Shananda, can you mute your phone, please? All right, go ahead.
Okay. Oh, yeah. So that's, I just wanted to make sure that you're aware that we have to follow procurement at the minimum federal procurement, although I think Navajo is pretty stringent, that there are Navajo preference rules. There are essentially business decisions that go into these things. There are emergency procurement rules, which a point of emphasis is we may not be able to use that through the next 3 years. So we will have to think about, doing RFPs and do all this other stuff. So I just wanted to say those things. Veterans, I think your question on that scenario, where some of these paper application is where we have these instances where applications we believe got lost. I just want to say that when we did the paper application to those participating chapters or locations, we had bins, these plastic bins. They had padlock, they had a slot, and the whole point was so that applications won't get lost and those types of things. So, and we kept track of those bins. We numbered them, we logged them in, we logged them out. We have runners that came through. So it was quite elaborate, and to try to have those controls in place. That's not to say that, we shouldn't have applications that have gotten lost. Obviously, we did in certain places. We did have, probably, I would assume, aside from the chapters, we had other departments, divisions that also assisted. If you remember those days, we were in a time crunch. We were running around. I know right off the bat, we didn't have a lot of applications. We later got more applications, so we were, it was kind of a blur if I remember thinking about it, but the people were trying to get applications in, so I don't doubt that there's some that got lost, and so it's very unfortunate, but we do, at this point in time, if you are aware of those that don't know what's going on, to call the 1-833-282-7248 number. We have the same day callbacks right now. We don't have a large queue, or email. And then also we are taking applications over the phone. That's the wait list. So, encourage people to call the number so that we literally can take information that's on the application over the phone, and then they can get added into the wait list. So they still have time to get the assistance that they need. So I would just encourage that. And again, we do have the reverted funds. So if the legislation gets passed and we move forward to close out this program, we can fund individuals in that way. So just wanted to say that to my Shananda. Otto Shadeja, Delegate Amber Kanavbat Karate. I just want to say regarding the consultation, I know there was an OMB consultation. I believe that happened yesterday. I want to say it was yesterday. I don't know if the written comments, if the deadline has passed. If it hasn't, essentially OMB, obviously at the federal level, they deal with the budgets. They also deal with a lot of the audit guidance that we follow, the Single Audit Act and so forth. We deal with procurement rules. And so we deal with a lot of the single audit related type subject matter. So to the extent we want to push or have written comments, if it's still available, if the deadline hasn't passed, then I would still encourage that as well. Otto Shazeda, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. I'm trying to understand what you're asking, but I think we're talking about the same thing. Or the report that I gave, the expenditure report, it is as of yesterday and within the FMIS system. And earlier I pointed out a lot of these balances, they show a balance as budget available, and so we just need OMB to make those budget transfers. There is a few reversions, but the reversions they're already being reflected as expended. So, but the balances that show in the budget available balance, those should all be transferred to the hardship. Again, we initially started with essentially what we call a budget of $322 million based on the November pool of applicants. And the reason why it's not an exact science right now, down to the details, which I think you're wanting, is because these numbers are always changing. Every day we work through exceptions. So that $322 million was based on a number of applications, and those applications are on a daily basis. We're working through, we're either paying them, sending them a check, waiting for the check to clear, or we're trying to get those exceptions worked out so that we then can cut a check. So those exceptions we are working through, and I think we have about 6,000, again, those numbers change depending on the call center activity. It's about 6,000. But we have all of those budgeted within the $322 million budget, which is, is not reconciling with the FMIS report because of those business units there needs to be budget transfers between the various business units, which is in the report. And then, of course, there's two subrecipient reversions possible reversion that needs to happen. And earlier I mentioned that is, we're trying to work with two entities to see if they will revert or not. And so our office will do a separate status report on the subrecipient activity. I just want to let the committee know that. Some of them closed out no problem. For example, Native Broadcasting, NTU, they reverted some funds, but they otherwise closed out. Obviously, NTUA will close them out. NNGE, they were a beneficiary, recipient of CARES dollars. We had to work with them on reporting and so forth, and so we closed out the CARES funds that they received. We did also subsequently work through the $15 million they requested from the UUFB. So that's my response. Otto, if you have.
Okay, I'm back online. Lost connection here for. Does that complete your response, Ms. Kirk?
Oh, that completes my response. Yeah.
All right, Katrina. Committee members, any further questions or comments?
Chair Henio, Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair Henio, and thank you, Sui, on the report. I know members of the Budget and Finance Committee, and those that are listening in. The last time that this concern came up, it was brought forth saying, send me an email of all the folks that are missing or needing help or on the hardship, Iggy. And I emailed that directly to Madam Controller, and I haven't received anything. So I guess maybe that got lost too. Don't know what happened, but folks are still asking Valetza, and it was made known that if they're in need of finding out any information, that that email would be taken care of like that. So I don't know what took place or what happened. I haven't heard anything. So that's my question, Chair. Thank you.
Ms. Washina, any further questions or comments, committee members? Denoya, back to you, Ms. Perlin Kirk. Respond to Vice Chair Smith's inquiry.
Okay, Chair, Otto, members of the committee. So regarding last time, and hopefully, and I don't remember, but I also said to CC NN Cares Help at NN OOC. But I did see your email. I forwarded it, and I have 33,000 emails unread. So just to get an idea of my emails. A lot of it is donation receipts, and a lot of it is CARES info. NN Cares all go to my my emails, but I do have the information, so we'll look it up real quick. It shouldn't take that long, and I'll get back to you on that. So just, you know, if you're emailing me, CC somebody else, even if it's Mr. Robert Woolley, on some of these things, so they don't fall to the wayside on my end. But again, I receive donation receipts, and I also receive every email from the NN Cares Act, the NN Cares Grants, NN Cares Clear, and the info at NNOOC. So I do receive a lot of emails. So I apologize if I didn't get back, but we'll look it up real quick and have the team reach out. I think you have phone numbers here, you do. So we'll reach out to those individuals, and if we don't have them, if we have no copies of paper applications, if we don't have no trace of them in our portal, we usually can do a callback. And as I mentioned earlier, callbacks are, we can call back within a day. And then if we need to put them on the wait list, we'll do that. So, yeah.
Thank you for that response. Any further questions or comments on committee members? There's no further questions or comments, so I'll call for the roll call vote to accept the report. Delegate Jimmy O'Hare. Delegate Jimmy O'Hare.
Okay. How about Green, Senator?
Katrina. Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith. Delegate Amber Kanasakari. Delegate Amber Kanasakari.
Press star 6.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Vice Chair's online. Thank you.
Delegate can you hear me? Can anybody hear me out there?
Yes, can hear you loud and clear, Mr. Vice.
I was trying to call for a vote. Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Accept the report.
I'll vote green.
Okay, Vice Chair. Delegate Elmer P. Begay votes green. Vice Chair Smith.
Yes, Chair Henio, my phone dropped, so I'm back online. I vote green.
Delegate Amber Kanasakari. Delegate Amber Kanasakari. With that, we have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. Motion carries to accept the report. With that, let's hear for your vote, and also Shimomis Perminkert for the report and spending time with us this afternoon out of your busy schedule. With that, we have next item is we are done with the reports. So now we move on to next item on our agenda is old business. There's none. Item 7, new business legislation 0036-21. The next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 legislations are sponsored by myself. So, Vice Chair Smith, if you would take the gavel.
This is new business. I will chair the meeting for the next legislations regarding you as being sponsor.
Vice Chair.
Under new business, go ahead.
Vice Chair. Can you last one that you did? Oh, you allow you to. Just
Did I hear motion to adjourn? Did you say motion to adjourn? Ashwaditsa.
I can hear you. I thought I heard motion to adjourn.
Did I hear someone say motion to adjourn? Thank you, Chair Henyo. I don't think anybody was speaking. New business legislation number letter A, legislation number 0036-21. Could I have that read into the Shada?
Can you hold on a second? I need to find that legislation.
That would be legislation 0036-21. Well, our advisor is looking for that. We will momentarily wait.
Okay, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, these legislations were sent out to you on the 16th of March. And at 10:19 in the morning. So if you're going to be looking at the documents, that's when they were sent to you. Although, let's see. I don't know if okay, let me look at this other one here. Okay, legislation number 0036-21 is assigned to the Budget and Finance Committee, and it's a proposed standing committee resolution. 24th Navajo Nation Council, third year 2021, introduced by Jamie Hinio. Tracking number 0036-21, an act relating to Budget and Finance Committee ratifying amendments to the fee schedules of the retirement plan and master trust investment manager agreements. And this has the exhibits. Exhibit A is the Navajo Nation Investment Committee resolution. And then it is a 57-page document altogether. The Internet Public Review doesn't have any comments on it as far as I know. And that concludes the reading of the legislation.
I need a motion for legislation 036-21.
Yellow hair, motion.
Motion by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Second. Second by Da Elmer Begay. You have the floor there, Chair Henyo.
I guess you can answer Vice Chair Smith, the Commissioner of the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. This legislation is coming out of the Navajo Nation Investment Committee, where they work directly with our money managers. And for the Navajo Nation's master trust portfolio and also the retirement plan portfolio as far as investment of the funds is concerned. And then there are fee schedules that has to be ratified with the investment managers per agreements that are made with the Navajo Nation. So with this, I do have my agent, either Brent Wanika or controller, Ms. Perlin Kirk, on the line. And so what I'll do is I'll defer this explanation of the agreement and the fee schedule either to Mr. Wanika or Ms. Kirk, Vice Chair Smith. So, Ms. Controller Perlin Kirk, are you on the line?
Hi, Chair. This is Brent Wanika from the Controller's Office. I'll answer if you'll have me.
Yes, Brent. If you would explain this legislation regarding the fee schedules of the retirement plan and master trust and investment manager agreements to the committee, and then that way we can move on from there.
Thank you, Chair. Will do. So hi again. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Brent Wanika with the Controller's Office. Going over legislation 36-21. This is for Navajo Nation Investment Committee for the Master Trust and Defined Benefit. What we're talking about here is just the Capital Guardian Investment Manager. They're one of the nation's managers for international equity, and they have two accounts. Obviously, one for the Master Trust and one B. The Defined Benefit. The Master Trust and Defined Benefit. The Master Trust, as of February 28th, has about 149 million, and on the DB has about 40 million. For the total pot for the Capital Guardian Manager of 189.5 million as of February 28th, 2021. This is just a fee reduction. So what they'll do is essentially drops it approximately about 5 basis points lower. What they'll do is they'll kind of consolidate both accounts, and then they'll break the fees out like that, rather than separating one-on-one. So this is all it is, straightforward fee reduction. Again, Capital Guardian, International Equity Manager, currently holding about 149 million in the Master Trust and 40 million in the DB. The current effective rate is about 46 basis points right now is what we're paying. So this will roughly bring it down to about 41 basis points per year. That's it. Thank you.
So, Budget and Finance, we are the final approval, and so therefore it's just a reduction in their fee schedule based on the agreements that we have made. So, according to Mr. Wanika, it's a straightforward resolution just to bring down their fee schedule. Vice Chair Smith, I yield the floor back to you.
Wishes and that, Chair Henio and your agent, regarding legislation 0036-21. Committee members of Budget and Finance, is there any questions on this legislation? Any comments or questions on this legislation 0036-21? We have a motion by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, second by Honorable Elmer Begay. Hakushi? Well, there's no question, so I'll call for the question. Ramona? Shanella? Do roll call vote.
Chair, another roll call vote for legislation number 0036-21. Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
No.
Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you, Chairman. Amber Kenneth Carty, how do you vote? Amber Kennisbot-Crotty, how do you vote? Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you, Chief. Vice Chairman, we have 3 members voting
I
affirmative.
vote green too. This is Delegate McKay.
Sorry, Vice Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative for legislation number 0036-21. 0 opposed. Amber Kennisbot not voting, and Vice Chair not voting. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Shanella, for the vote count around the horn. We have 4 favored, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting, also with Honorable Crotty. Moving on to new business, letter B, legislation number 0037-21. Could you please read that into the record?
Thank you. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is a proposed standing committee resolution assigned to Budget and Finance Committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year 2021, introduced by Jamie Henry, primary sponsor, tracking number 0037-21, an act relating to Budget and Finance Committee approving an amendment to the allocation of assets section in the sub-policy of the Navajo Nation Workers' Compensation Fund. And I don't believe we have any comments from the Internet Public Review, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair. That concludes the reading.
Need a motion for legislation number 0037-21. Motion for the legislation on 037-21. Going once. Going twice.
Delegate McKay, motion.
Delegate Yellowhead.
I hear motioning for legislation 037-21 by Elmer Begay. And second, Jimmy O'Hare. Okay, Naaj Agushi, Shananda, Rajasandagi, Chair Henyo, you have the floor.
Agushi, Shananda, Vice Chair Smith, and Shananda Budget and Finance Committee members. DA legislation 37-21 is also another request from the Navajo Nation Investment Committee to the Budget and Finance to approve a sub-policy of the Navajo Nation Workers' Compensation Fund. It's Mr. Wanika is still on the line. I believe he could explain it in a high-level explanation. Mr. Wanika?
Good afternoon, Chair. Yes, I will. Again, this is the workers' compensation. As of February 28th, the market value was about $15.4 million. And this is just a sub-policy update. As you'll recall, the Budget and Finance has been approving these sub-policy updates, and these just determine how much money is going into what strategy. So fixed income, equity, and alternative assets, and so forth. So this is what this does. So we have 4 today, and right now we're on workers' comp. Again, as of February 28, 2021, the balance is about $15.4 million. And so we're moving, if you look on the legislation on RVK's report, you'll see page 20 on RVK. And you'll see that where the workers' compensation asset class is at on the far left. And the investment committee chose the moderate allocation, which is the yellow in the center. And you can see that simply before we had a lower expected return for a higher risk, and essentially the investment committee just chose to update to a higher return with a lower risk. So pretty straightforward. So you can see there on the bottom of the chart, it says expected yield. And again, that says 2.6%. That says how much the portfolio is aiming to earn in income. That's all I have for now.
Thank you for that explanation, Mr. Winika. So with that, Budget and Finance Committee, this is an update on to the amendments with the sub-policy for the Workers' Compensation Fund. And so, Vice Chair Smith, I give the floor back to you.
Chair Henio and your agent, thank you for the presentation. Committee members of Budget and Finance Committee, Naida Kirishola, or comments? Committee members of the Budget Finance Committee, any questions on legislation 0037-21 related to the Navajo Nation Workers' Compensation Fund? BNF is the final authority. With that, I don't hear anybody. So, Shanella, would you do around the horn?
Sure, Shanella. Roll call vote for legislation number 0037-21. Jimmy Yellow Hair, how do you vote? Jimmy Yellow Hair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yellow Hair. Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you, Shana. Elmer P. Begay votes green. Amber Kenneth-Bott-Carty, how do you vote?
Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bott-Carty votes green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Jamie Henyo, how do you vote?
You got another one.
Vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Vice Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, and Vice Chairman not voting. Vice Chair.
Hagushi, the head not, Shanella, count is 5-0. Motion carries. BNF is the final authority on Navajo Nation Workers' Compensation Fund. Letter C, legislation number 038-21.
This is a proposed standing committee resolution, 24th Navigation Council, 3rd year, 2021, and it's assigned to Budget and Finance Committee, introduced by Jamie Henyard. Tracking number 0038-21, an act relating to Budget and Finance Committee approving the adoption of the sub-policy on the Navajo Nation General Fund. And I don't think we have any internet public review comments. That concludes the reading.
Okay, now, Shada. On legislation number 0038-21, need a motion. Motion is Khairan.
That's Elmer. Elmer said that.
Shada, Nishna, motion.
Oh,
okay. Elmer Begay, motions on legislation. Need a second.
Hello? I'll second. I'll second.
Pushing. Motion say.
Okay. This is Doug Yellowhead.
Motion by Elmer Begay, second by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Chair Henio, you have the floor.
Vice Chair Smith, Budget and Finance Committee. This legislation 38-21, what it is again, it's from the Investment Committee through their recommendation and working with the investment manager, RBK. Is the adoption of the sub-policy, which is amending the sub-policy of the Navajo Nation General Fund. And what we're doing here again is the same as the Workers' Compensation Fund, which is the asset allocation to give AD and determining what's the best course to take. And so, but with this, I'll have Mr. Brent Winika explain a little further. Mr. Winika?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, pretty straightforward. Again, this is for the general fund sub-policy. Again, just updating on how much funds go into which strategy. That determines our expected return and our standard deviation, our risk. And so again, just updating for the general fund, just going from essentially low duration fixed income and spreading it between more, essentially more riskier income for fixed income and short-term fixed income, essentially. So this is a general fund. So, you know, a lot of this stuff's meant to be drawn down and stuff and so forth. So again, as of February 28, the balance is about 69.6 million for the general fund. And again, let's see here. So we're going from 2.5 to a 2.8 expected return. And we increased the risk by essentially 10 basis points. So from 3% to 3.1%. However, if you see the expected yield, again, this is page 14 under RVK report, a part of the attachment of the legislation. The expected yield, we're going to go from about 1.7 to 3.1% ideally. So that should help out a lot with the program. That is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Monica, for helping me with this explanation. So with this, Budget and Finance Committee and Vice Chair Smith, yield the floor back to you.
Well, thank you, Chair Henio. Committee members, what are we doing? Is there any questions, comments regarding this legislation? BNF is final authority on this. Shanella, would you do a round open?
Sure, Shanella. Sure. Final vote on legislation number 0038-21. Jeremy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy Yellowhair. Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you, Shana. Amber Kenneth-Bach-Crotty, how do you vote?
I'll get Amber Kenneth-Bach-Crotty, green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Delegate Henio votes green. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you, Shache. Vice Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, none opposing, Vice Chair not voting. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Shanella. We got the count on behalf of the votes here. Legislation passes. BNF is the final authority on this sub-policy of the Navajo Nation General Fund, the adoption and improving. Moving on to letter D, according to the agenda, legislation number 0039-21. Please read that in record.
Okay, legislation number 0039 is assigned to Budget and Finance Committee. It's a proposed standing committee resolution, 24th Navajo Council, 3rd year 2021, introduced by Jamie Henio, tracking number 0039-21, an act relating to Budget and Finance Committee approving an amendment to the allocation of assets section in the sub-policy of the Navajo Nation Trust Fund for Handicap Services. That concludes the reading of the legislation.
Thank you very much. On reading the legislation into record 00321. Motion.
This is Delegate Brown, I'll motion.
Jimmy Yellowhair, second or first motion, which way it goes.
I'll recognize Honorable Brown for the motion. I'll recognize Jimmy Yellowhair as a second. We have a motion and a second on legislation 0039-21. You have the floor, Chair Henio. Sponsor, Chair Henio, you have the floor on legislation number 0039-21.
Chair Henio, are you still on the call? I think we lost you.
If you're muted, press *6.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith, I'm back. I got kicked off the phone call here. And you have to wait for that lady to go through the whole thing, so you unmute yourself, the operator. So, I guess, again, Budget and Finance Committee members, DA could, again, same as the Investment Committee, pass a resolution to update the sub-policy, working with RVK, our money and the money managers on this trust account to give for handicap services. And again, it's the same as the past two the resolutions where the committee decided to go with the moderate. If you have the PowerPoint, and the yields are the same, 2.6%, and the return is at 4.9%. And so it's a moderate yield that we moderate investment that we decided to go with. But maybe I'll give the floor back to Mr. Winika.
Hi, Chair. Thank you. Yes, pretty straightforward. Same thing, sub-policy update for the Handicap Trust. As of February 28, 2021, the Handicap Trust had a market value of about $16.7 million. Again, just updating to the moderate selection there. Again, as Chair Henio stated, looking at expected return from 4.3 to 4.9, and expected risk of 7.8 to 7.6, and an expected yield of 2.1 to 2.6. So pretty straightforward, higher return, lower risk. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Winika, for helping me. With that, Mr. Nanda, Vice Chair Smith, I yield the floor back to the Budget and Finance Committee.
Okay, thank you, Chair Henio. Committee members, what are we doing? Any questions, comments, on the legislation? I don't hear any. Shanella, could you do round the horn?
Chair Shanella, final vote for legislation number 0039-21. Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you, Mr. Yellow Hair. Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Amber Kennisbot Crotty, how do you vote? Amber Kennisbot Crotty, how do you vote?
Delegate Amber Catersball Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Jamie Henyo, how do you vote?
Henyo votes green. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Vice Chairman, we have 3 members voting.
I vote green.
Okay, thank you, Shana.
Oh.
Vice Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposed, Vice Chairman not voting, and Nathaniel Brown not voting, Vice Chairman.
Thank you for that tally of the vote. This legislation passes. The last legislation, it's budget and finance final. Moving on to letter E under new business. 0040-21. Shada, you have the floor.
All right, thank you. This is a proposed standing committee resolution assigned to Budget and Finance Committee. 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year 2021, introduced by Jamie Henyo, primary sponsor, tracking number 0040-21. An act relating to Budget and Finance Committee approving an amendment to the allocation of assets section in the sub-policy of the Navajo Nation Trust Fund for Senior Citizen Services. That concludes the reading of legislation 0040-21.
Thank you, Shada. Motion? Motion for legislation 0040-21. Motion for legislation 0040-21. Going once. Going twice.
I'll motion. This is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Amber Crotty will motion. Second.
Second, Delegate Begay.
Second by Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Chair Henyo, you have the floor.
Vice Chair Smith, Vice Budget and Finance Committee. As we move along through the legislation as approving the subcommittee, this is coming out of the investment committee after working with the money manager consultant, RVK. And this one pertains to the trust funds for the senior citizen services. And so with this, again, it's the same where the investment committee decided to take the money and invest it in the risk assessment. So with this, I'll give the floor back to Mr. Wanika for the further explanation.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Budget and Finance. Britt Wanika here. Again, Senior Citizen Trust Fund Asset Allocation Update, Sub-Policy Update. The Investment Committee did choose to go from to a moderate asset class or asset allocation class. Just so you know, as of February 28th, the senior citizen balance was about 13.7 million for the trust. And again, the IC chose to go moderate on the asset allocation, and we're essentially going from an expected return of 4.3 to a 4.9%, and expected risk of 7.8 to down to a 7.6%, and an expected yield of 2.1 to a 2.6%. Again, the investment committee chose to update the portfolio by lowering the risk while increasing returns. That's based off how much money goes in each strategy. So pretty straightforward. Thank you.
Okay, with that, thank you, Mr. Winnicott, for helping me out. And with this, Budget and Finance Committee, I yield the floor back to you. Through Vice Chair Smith.
Well, thank you, Chair Hanyo, for this legislation, 0040-21. We have a motion and a second. Committee members, any questions, comments, concerns on legislation? No questions, no comments on behalf of this legislation. Shanella, to the horn, please.
Sure, Shanella. Final vote for legislation number 0040-21. Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yellowhair. Elmer Pivigay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you, Shana. Amber Kenneth Boncardi, how do you vote?
Delegate Amber Kenneth Boncardi votes green, thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Jamie Henyo, how do you vote?
Henyo votes green, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Vice Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative. Vice Chair not voting. Also, Nathaniel Brown not voting. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Shanella. This legislation is final authority by Budget and Finance Committee. Moving on down the legislation to letter F, legislation number 0041-21. Shada, may you please read that into the record?
Thank you. Legislation number 0041-21 is a proposed standing committee resolution assigned to Budget and Finance Committee 24th Navajo Council 3rd year 2021, introduced by Jamie Henio, tracking number 0041-21, an act relating to Budget and Finance Committee approving the adoption and addition of Appendix H to the Navajo Nation Master Investment Policy entitled, quote, Non-Core Real Estate Statement of Investment Objectives, Guidelines, and Procedures, end quote. That concludes the reading of the legislation 0041-21. A friendly reminder to the Budget and Finance Committee, any committee member can make a motion and a second to legislation or a report. That's according to your standing committee rules.
Thank you, Shada. Committee members, motion?
Yellowhair motion.
Well, thank you, Honorable Yellowhair. I'll recognize your motion. Second? Second by Henyo. I'll recognize Chair Hanyo as second on this legislation. Chair Hanyo, you have the floor for legislation 0041-21.
Vice Chair Smith, other production of the Budget and Finance Committee. This resolution again, is coming from the Navajo Nation Investment Committee with a recommendation to the Budget and Finance Committee. Which is Appendix H to the Navajo Nation Master Investment Policy, which adds the title Non-Core Real Estate Statement of Investment Objectives, Guidelines, and Procedures. And it's found on Appendix H, and which is towards the end of your the legislation. If you have your legislation open, Appendix H is two pages. And so with this, I'll yield the floor to Mr. Winika, who's more familiar with this addition to the Master Investment Policy. Mr. Winika.
Hi, Chair. Thank you. Good afternoon again. This is Brent Wanika with the Controller's Office. Yes, we have here is an update to the Master Investment Policy, more specifically Appendix H. This is new, so there's going to be no red line. The nation hasn't done the non-core real estate strategy. We do have essentially core real estate. Essentially, non-core real estate is further diversifying the nation's portfolio by including a little, obviously another asset class and a little more leverage and return and a little more risk. So this is just adding it to the Master Investment Policy. This will be Appendix H. So there are other appendixes to the Master Investment Policy. Those are all, again, A through G. Going down the list is large cap equity. Appendix B is international equity. Appendix C is SMID, which is your middle, the lower classes of the equity tranche, the smaller, sorry. And then the comprehensive core fixed income, core plus, the low duration fixed income. And then Appendix F is core real estate, and Appendix G is absolute return GTAA guidelines. And again, this will be Appendix H, adding it to the Master Investment Policy. This is the nation needs to know, some sort of benchmark or performance indicator we're going to be comparing. And so what this does is it sets the benchmark for the nation in terms of non-core real estate strategy. So as you can see that the non-core real estate on the second page, in order to perform, we would expect the NSCREIF Odyssey Index plus 1% or 100 basis points. So again, this is just a formality to close the Master Investment Policy guidelines and expectations. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Winika for helping me with this presentation. And therefore, Shinanta Budget and Finance Committee, again, this is an addition to the Master Investment Policy to add more strategies to our investment. So with this, I yield back the floor to Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair Henio. Also your agent, Mr. Winika, for the explanation on this legislation. This is final authority through the Budget and Finance Committee. We have a motion and a second. Committee members of the Budget and Finance Committee, any questions, concerns, comments?
This is Delegate Crotty with a question and a concern.
I'll recognize you as committee member of the Budget and Finance. Honorable Crotty, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair. So, in terms of all of these recommendations and now this new section in the Master Investment Policy, I just need to know or help me recall. I'm trying to remember when we had a meeting with the Investment Committee, was this discussed? And I need to know I hear the benefits, but if it's a higher risk, then what amount or what percentage should we anticipate that would be funded or invested through this next section? Thank you.
Okay, committee members, Budget and Finance. Any other questions pertaining to this legislation? I don't hear anybody else on the questions or concerns on the legislation. Sponsor, Chair Henyo, you have the floor.
And for that good question. I mean, it's really good to hear that because of the fact that we are adding another strategy to our portfolio, which is real estate. And I believe we touched upon it during our meeting in annual investment meeting up in New York. And so as far as the risk is concerned on real estate and what percentage we are investing in this part of the portfolio, I believe Mr. Wanika is best to answer that, but I yield the floor to Mr. Wanika, if you would, please.
Oh, hi, good afternoon. Brent Wanika back again. So part of this, it can get a little complex. So I'll try to speak, I guess, on a more aggregate level. So what we're looking at is the investment committee did talk about this non-core real estate for quite some time. I want to say about a good maybe 3 years ago they started discussions, and it took about 1.5 to 2 years to actually get the actual strategy going. Right now, we barely have one of 2 non-core real estate managers, and the one that we do have on is Westport Capital. And this other one we're getting on is another manager that we're still working with the contracts through. But essentially, the mandate is to increase alternatives, obviously, and there is a concern. I see what you're saying, higher risk and so forth. But now we need to look at it as subcategories for each strategy. So you have equity, fixed income, and alternatives. So right now, we're only looking at alternatives. Right now, the alternatives for the master trust is only allocated at most is supposed to be about 15%. So, and then within that 15%, now we're breaking up between all the managers. So effectively, for the non-core, I know that there's a mandate to fulfill about 200 million. So if we just kind of ballpark it now at let's see here, at a 4.188 billion, it's essentially about almost 5% of the whole master trust. So it is I understand the amount, but relatively speaking, it's a small amount overall for the master trust. But that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for that response, Ms. Winter. Also, what's the risk factor on this this non-core real estate?
Hi, Chair. I don't have that offhand. I apologize, but you've seen some of these reports. It's kind of a matter of what you're asking too. So you know, at times we have to kind of calculate and stuff. But overall, just to compare, we'll just compare it to a regular real estate or a REIT. Essentially, it's going to be a little more riskier than those. So I guess as a baseline, we could look at it as the core real estate, and it should be somewhat more returning and much more risky than the core real estate. That's just generally speaking. The one thing that makes the non-core real estate a little riskier is they essentially take on a little more leverage, and they try to find opportunity in markets. Where the core is, they're more focused on good, generally speaking, just good quality assets. Where the non-core, it's a little more riskier, where they can work with. And now I understand the risk again, but the managers were vetted. So these managers are picking the best things that they can. So that kind of reduces the risk in terms of these portfolio managers managing these funds. So that compensates as well. Again, I'm trying not to get too complex, but I hope I answered your question. Thank you.
Mr. Wadika for that. So with this response, Vice Chair Smith, we hope that we answered the question. Yield the floor back to you.
Thank you, Chair Henio, and your agent on behalf of this legislation. Back to Honorable Crotty. Any follow-up questions?
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. If I could just, I heard Mr. Wanika mention the percentage of the investment portfolio. Could you just restate the actual amount of dollars that will be invested? Thank you. In this new section.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. Committee members, any other questions on this legislation? I don't hear anybody requesting to speak. Back to the sponsor, Chair Henio, and your agent. You have the floor.
Okay, now Vice Chair Smith, for the question again. Mr. Winica, what are we talking about when it's about money-wise on the investment?
Oh, thank you, Chair. So again, the mandate for the non-core is to reach 200 million. These things are not funded all at once. They happen over years. So it'll vary up and down, but the limit is of 200 essentially between two managers. And roughly today, if we count about the 200 million to the 4.188 billion for the February end, again, these are unaudited and these are just ballpark numbers. We're looking about no more than 5% of the master trust.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So, Vice Chair Smith and Budget and Finance Committee, it'd be no more than 5% of the total portfolio at 4.18 billion, and it'd be up to 200 million between two money managers that will be doing their work for the Navajo Nation. I yield the floor back to you, Vice Chair Smith. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Henio, and your agent in regards to the question that was posed. And committee members, any other questions regarding this legislation?
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, I'll recognize you. You have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair, Sponsor Chair Henio, and your agent. If you could clarify, I think I missed, are we going to pull funding from other investment funds to slowly help me understand how then we reach this goal of 200 million? I think that would be helpful, and we would then understand the changes in our portfolio. Thank you. That'll be helpful for me. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that question, Honorable Crotty. Committee members, any questions concerning this legislation? I don't hear anybody, therefore I'll turn the floor back over to sponsor, Chair Henio, and your agent. You guys have the floor.
And for that question, it is a good question as far as every time we do investment, we always say, where do we get the money from? And so with this, as far as our investment committee is concerned, and Mr. Wanika working closely with the committee, I believe he has he'll have a response for that. So, Mr. Wanika.
Thank you, Chair. Delegate Crotty, yes, the money, it's not new money. The money will come within the portfolio. So what we'll do is we'll essentially, once, if this gets approved and the managers that get approved, we'll just rebalance the entire portfolio and just allocate. So it's essentially just shuffling funds within the parameters. That's it.
So, Mr. Wanika, so there's no definite answer. It'll come from this pot, it'll come from this pot. And so what's the process that we would leave it up to the money managers to decide to rebalance the portfolio for us?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, yes, that's correct. We're not going to know until we actually make that movement to rebalance. So again, just like we went over the sub-policies, there are parameters, you know, a max amount and minimum amount. And so collectively with all those together, with RVK and us is we'll make sure every month that we're within those parameters. And if we're over or underweighted, as in not enough money in the account or not enough money in the account or over too much money in the account, we'll just rebalance those monies and we'll put them into strategies that are essentially that need to be brought up or brought down accordingly. So again, we won't know until we were actually going to make that rebalance. And a lot of it depends on the market value too as well, something that we can't gauge. All these strategies are moving every day. Some go up, some go down, and so forth.
Thank you, Brent, Monica, for that explanation. Be able to go back to Vice Chair Smith. I hope this response helps with the reasoning and also the vote for the Budget and Finance Committee. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair Henio and your agent. Thank you for clarifying that. Honorable Crotty, any other follow-up questions on behalf of this legislation?
Thank you, Vice Chair. I do have one more question.
I'm sure I'll recognize you. You have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So I believe at this time my final question is, I would just ask respectfully again that the investment committee send agendas and notices of meetings to the oversight office and to our advisor and reporter so that we are properly notified when an investment committee is called. I believe I've made that request a few times, and so I'm not exactly sure. And in looking in my documents, it doesn't look like we received if there was any meetings within the past 2 months. And the second part of my request is at the annual investment committee in 2019, we were made aware that in our investment portfolio, I believe the nation has an investment in the Coors Company, if that's the right liquor company. And so I did ask if there could be a discussion and dialogue about divestment in areas that we know right now are hurting our people. And so if I could get some idea if that has been brought up before the investment committee and how we can strategically look at not putting our Navajo Nation's people's funding in those types of industries since we see such social impact here on the Navajo Nation. And the third part of my question for the investment committee was in terms of investments just in the markets or in individual companies that invest, like let's say in realty, in urban areas. I think we should still have a conversation about how we invest either in the Southwest or Navajo Nation beyond gaming. I think so far that's the only direct investment we've seen. And there certainly needs to be additional support that can help levy or help with some of this future funding. I know we're talking about ARPA, but if that's set to expire in 3 years, I still would ask that there's a high-level discussion on how we can invest in our own people and in our own communities, because it just doesn't sit well that we're investing in Nashville, Tennessee, New York, Los Angeles. Although we make a profit, we're not it's hard to tell how that profit is being distributed here on Navigation. I understand that we use the interest to supplement the government, and I mean, I'm just thinking about public safety. There's so much more that needs to be done. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Crotty. There's 3 questions posed to the sponsor and the agent of the legislation. You have the floor there, Chair Henio.
Vice Chair Smith, for the questions that he posed. First, I believe the last meeting that the investment committee had was during the annual meeting back in November. And since thereafter, we have not convened an investment committee meeting yet. It's on a quarterly basis, so there will be one coming up shortly after the first quarter. I'm sorry, the quarter that ends in March is closed out. And so therefore, agendas and invitations will be sent out to the Budget and Finance Committee for their participation. The last 2 items, what we can do is make those, since we have RDK available at the investment committee meetings, we'll put those 2 items on the agenda for discussion. And therefore, they will have input from our money managers and from both sides, the Navajo Nation and the money managers, on the 2 subjects that was mentioned. So I'll work with Chair Perlington to get this item on the agenda as a discussion item. Back to you, Vice Chair Smith.
Hakushin, Chair Henio. Committee members, any other questions regarding the legislation? I don't hear anybody else. Thank you, committee members. Shanella, round the horn on the question. Shanella? Are you there?
Ramona, are you there?
Sharon Dishar, will you do the roll call?
Sure, I will. Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? This is roll call. This is the vote for legislation number 0041-21.
I'll vote green.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Amber Canespa Crotty, how do you vote?
Delegate Amber Canespa Crotty will vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Delegate Henio votes green. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you. And then going back to Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote, Shaja? With no response, we have 4 members voting in favor of the legislation. Vice Chair Satsila.
Thank you, Shada. We have 4 in favor, no opposed, 2 not voting.
on legislation 0041-21. Budget and Finance is the final authority. Thank you, committee members. I will turn the gavel back over to our chair. Chair Henio, you have the gavel.
Vice Chair, before I'd like to clarify my vote. My vote was a red, an opposition vote. Thank you.
I'll recognize your clarification on that. I didn't hear your vote. Was kind of, we'll go ahead and put your vote as 1 nay, 1 red, and 3 yays, and a vote of 4 altogether. 3 yays and 1 nay. Did you get that, Shetta?
Yes, I did, Vice Chair. Hold on. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We got that clarified, Honorable Crotty. Therefore, I'll turn the floor back over to Honorable Chair Henio. You have the gavel.
Vice Chair, for taking over the chairing the meeting on these legislations. Let's move forward on our agenda. Legislation number 0049-21. Peggy, if you read that into the record for us.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Legislation number 0049-21 was assigned to Resources and Development Committee, Finance, Budget and Finance Committee. It's a proposed standing committee resolution, 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year 2021, introduced by Raymond Smith Jr., primary sponsor, tracking number 0049-21, an action relating to Resources and Development and Budget and Finance Committees, approving a change in resolution number CAP 3518 for Lupton chapter by deleting the cemetery pre-design project number D-143 and adding a cemetery quote plan, design, construct, and equipment end quote project for Lupton chapter. The attachments that are referenced in the legislation are there, the exhibits 1, 2, and 3. And then the Internet Public Review document has one comment that was made in favor, and then the committee report from Resources and Development Committee has to do pass with no amendments, and the vote tally sheet is attached. Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Reading committee members, Budget and Finance Committee. Is there a motion for this legislation 0049-21?
This is Delegate
I'll
Brown.
motion Delegate Yell here.
I believe I heard Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Was that you that spoke up first?
Yeah.
Okay, Delegate Nathaniel Brown motions. And then second by Delegate Jimmy O'Hare. Is that right?
Who? Pila.
Pushing now. We do have a motion and second on the floor for legislation 0049-21. With this, Peggy, this is that CAP 3518 resolution. Do we have, is everything in order, like the change order forms, the signatures, and everything? Peggy, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, and they are in order.
Okay, with this, Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Henio. Regards to the legislation 0049-21, Honorable Nathaniel Brown for motioning, and second, Honorable Jimmy O'Hare, and committee members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is the final authority. As you well know, CAP 35-18 was a Navajo Nation Council 23rd beat down at Beso when they lump and don't nish. I hit Nanta Dandana, Ajita 23rd Council, Elata Asli. Under this project, it's within the CAP 35-18, which is D-143. It's a cemetery. In that language, it was just plan design. And within that, Lupton chapter has passed a resolution back in April 16th of 2019. And that's TSA 2019-04-020. And they wanted to ensure that this project will continue under the CAP 35-18, Exhibit D. That would include construction, the language, and land planning, pre-design work for the cemetery project. And that is attached to this resolution or this legislation here as Exhibit 3. And the amount of the dollars that is set aside for the cemetery is at $100,000. So with that language allowing the construction to be included in here, the land can be cleared and the land can be constructed for a cemetery that is needed within the Tessa-Ana area. Tessa-Ana doesn't have a cemetery, never has had a cemetery.
Chair, I think we lost the sponsor of the legislation.
Vice Chair Smith, are you still there? We'll give him a few minutes to see if we could log back on.
The Zoom was set up for up to 4 o'clock. Why it's starting to cut out on certain people.
Oh boy, I wasn't aware of that. I think that's why I lose connection too when I'm on this side.
Yeah.
After 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
So Vice Chair Smith back on board. Okay, Vice Chair Smith, you still have the floor. Yes. My phone call dropped. It must be the wind or something's going on. But at any rate, Finnegan went through RDC at their regular called duly meeting, and they did approve on behalf of this change of amendment regarding the language. So therefore, I highly request BNF's full support so that we can have a cemetery within Tessa-Ana for our folks that will be utilizing the cemetery in the Lupton community, Tessa-Ana. I don't know if my agent is on board, Yvonne Murphy. If Yvonne Murphy is on board, she's the chapter president of the Tessa-Ana chapter. They're going to be having a meeting here shortly too. That's Ajabananish Ile call. They said they were going to be having a meeting this afternoon, and I don't know if she's on board. If she's not, committee members, this is the gist of the presentation on behalf of the legislation. Shananda, Yvonne Murphy, are you on board?
Yes, I am, Shananda.
Hakushi, Asasoshi, Haditsato, introduce yourself and give a brief synopsis of the CAP 35-18 and where this is headed to. Thank you.
Thank you, Shananda. Honorable Delegate Smith, honorable members of the BNF committee, I appreciate your time and providing and allotting us this opportunity to present our legislation before the BNF committee for our Tessa-Ana cemetery development project that we have going. As Mr. Smith has stated, Sesana is in need of a cemetery. We've not had a cemetery at all. And we know that a cemetery is one project that the nation is promoting and encouraging chapters to pursue. So we've undertaken this community development, cemetery development project through utilizing the citizen dollars. And this legislation requesting for the amendment in the language is something that we really need to happen for our community, because the previous legislation pretty much limits our ability to complete the project. So we're asking the honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee to support our efforts to complete this project for our community members. And this would enable us to complete from beginning to the end. And I appreciate your time, Shenandoah Arnoldson. My name is Yvonne Murphy. I am the Tsesana chapter president. Adonan Shlinigi Ayaha, the Bethlehem Inshle. Kintlachini Dashaje, Wanagani Dashache, Nakai Dashanala E with A Sananshle. And this is my second term. And I appreciate the audience and I appreciate the support.
Hagoshinke Lashadeja, Lajitasundaigi Tsesana chapter president. That will conclude our presentation for legislation number 0049-21. Should I turn the floor back over to the Honorable Chair Henyo. Okay, can you hear me, Peggy? Okay, committee members, Budget and Finance. I believe we're starting to cut out. As Ms. Nakai stated, Zoom is only set up to 4 o'clock. It's now almost 5, or past 5, and I'm starting to hear Vice Chair Smith cut out here and there. So this, if you can hear me, committee members, is there any questions or comments?
Yeah, I believe that we're okay as long as when your phone drops, just go ahead and call back in, and I think we're okay. We can still get the work done.
We can't hear you. Hello. Chair. Chair Henio.
Vice Chair, are you there? Or maybe we need a pro tem if Chair Henio is not able to be on the call.
This is Vice Chair Smith. I'm still on the call. Shenandoah.
Since you're the sponsor, do you want to designate someone to just lead the meeting while we're waiting for him to call back in?
Ashibi Hoto, Shenandoah and Finigi. Hey, little late. Chiche, Mr. Honorable Yellow Hair, Ashbinga.
Abiga, John, let's go on and let's take care of the business now. For the people.
Okay, I'm back online.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
we can hear you. Oops. Okay, yeah, it's cutting out real bad. I didn't hear any comments or questions, so calling for the vote.
roll call vote. Ramona, are you there?
Yes, I am, Chairman.
Yeah, if you would lead us in the roll call vote, I'm still cutting out, I think. So if you would do the vote.
Sure, Chairman. Roll call vote, final roll call vote for legislation number 0049-21. Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you, Mr. Yellowhair. Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you, Tashina. Elmer P. Begay votes green. Amber Kines-Boccardi, how do you vote?
Delegate Amber Kines-Boccardi votes green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Amber Kines-Boccardi votes green. Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Shanella. Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you, Shache. Nathaniel Brown votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposed. Chairman not voting. Chairman?
With that roll call vote, I think I'm back on good signal line here. I can hear everything. So with that, moving forward with due pass for legislation 49-21. Next item on our agenda is legislation 0045-21, sponsored by myself. So Vice Chair Smith, if you would take over the gavel again.
Thank you, Chair Henio. I shall take over the gavel for legislation number 0045-21. I just want to say ahead to all the Budget and Finance Committee members for passing legislation 0049-21, and the same goes through the Lupton chapter and the Lupton community of Sesana, Arizona. Okay, moving on to new business. Letter H, legislation number 0045-21. Shada, could you please read that into the record? We have a sponsor.
Okay, thank you. This is a proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution. Goes to Budget and Finance Committee, thence Navigatia Committee, thence Navajo Nation Council, 24th Navajo Nation Council, third year 2021. Introduced by Jamie Henio, co-sponsored by Edison J. Wanika, tracking number 0045-21, an action relating to Budget and Finance Committee and Navigatia Committees and Navajo Nation Council approving the Navajo Nation Permanent Fund Income 5-year expenditure plan for fiscal years 2022 through 2026, waiving 12 NSC section 1162B for a limited time period. This has gone through the internet public review and there were no comments received. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you for that reading, Shada, on legislation 0045-21. We have the sponsor by Chair Henio and co-sponsored by Honorable Edison Wanika. Motion?
Delegate Yellowhair.
Second by Delegate Brown.
I'll recognize Honorable Yellowhair as motion, second by Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Chair Henio, you have the floor. We have a motion and a second for legislation 0045-21.
Vice Chair Smith, Budget and Finance Committee members. The legislation, it is a legislation that will utilize the income from the permanent fund as it is being invested. And therefore, the intent of this permanent fund back when it was first created was that it will somewhere down the line, when all of our natural resources and any investment, any resource income that we depend on, if it should go down, then this is where
investing this money will come back to help support the Navajo Nation general funds as it provides direct support to the Navajo people through the Navajo Nation government. So it's looking at fiscal year 2022 to 2026. And where our declining resources will have start to have an impact on the Navajo Nation budget. So this is where this income again will come into play to assist the Navajo Nation. But as we all know right now, though, we are in the midst of a pandemic. At the same time, there has been assistance from the United States government, especially with this new law that's coming down. And so we're still waiting for the amount to be determined for Navajo Nation, which is the American Rescue Plan Act. So this will also have an impact on the Navajo Nation budget when we use federal money instead of our own general fund budget. But this will still be utilized though when it comes to working on the funding for the general funds again, and working closely with the controller. I had sponsored similar legislation last year, and I withdrew because there were some concerns from the controller's office, and through a series of meetings, I believe Budget and Finance Committee members were also part of that meeting on discussing this the development of this legislation. And so as we need to move forward and move this towards the Navajo Nation Council spring session. And as mentioned by Mr. Dominic Bial and a meeting back in March, he is also waiting for an enactment of this legislation so they could use this permanent fund income again to supplement the Navajo Nation general fund budget. So with this, I am asking the Budget and Finance Committee to support this legislation and move it forward to Navikia. And of those that wish to stand on and co-sponsor, I really would appreciate your support in that area too, as we can all move forward with a legislation like this. Vice Chair Smith.
Hagoshid, Chair Henio, that is your presentation for this legislation. Do you have any agents?
Right now, I'm my own agent for now.
Hagoshi, we'll recognize that. Just make sure we don't exclude any agents on behalf of this Permanent Trust Fund for the next 5 years. Committee members, we have a motion and a second. Any questions on the legislation?
This is Delegate Yellowhair.
Honorable Yellowhair, I'll recognize you. You have the floor.
Thank you, brother, being a sponsor of this legislation number 0045-21 relates to a approving Navajo Nation Permanent Fund income for a 5-year expenditure plan for fiscal year 22 to 26. I support this. I don't have any answer, but we should just vote on it. All of us as a committee. We need a lot of things needs to be done. I think this relates to also capitalized expenditures like roads and water. I want to know this kid. I don't want to yet it all by Jason Seve. Go sponsor in light on co-sponsor of Edison J. Wanika. Thank you. Unless somebody have comments too. Thank you. Pro Tem too.
Che, recognize that you're in support of this legislation. Committee members, any questions, comments, concerns regarding this legislation?
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty. I do have a question.
Honorable Crotty, I'll recognize you. You have the floor for your question.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Sponsor Chairman Henyo. In terms of the legislation, could you provide exactly in terms with the exhibit, what amount is going to be put aside from the interest that would go directly to the general funds for this year and the subsequent 4 years? That's my first question. The second question is actually the impact of ARPA. Is there any language in this legislation that we can look to that would help or identify funding if it's reimbursable? Through the CARES Fund, we were able to maximize some of our dollars and get reimbursed for payroll. Could you give me an insight in terms of where we're at when it comes to this legislation? Since it is a 5-year plan and we're setting the tone for the upcoming budget process, I just need to know if, again, because when we compare to the last 5-year plan, that did give opportunities for delegates and Navajo Nation leadership to make direct investments into the communities. And that's something that I think should still be on the table. If you could provide some insight, I want to thank you for the work session and the prior meetings regarding this legislation. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you for those 2 questions on behalf of the legislation on the 5-year plan on the Permanent Trust Fund. Committee members, questions, concerns, comments regarding this legislation?
I have a question.
Shita, I think that was you. Do you have a question, Shita?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Augustina Shita, although the members of the BNF, although the Hindu delegate not something salty though. The Krila, the total amount, I think, is a decrease or this. Is about this although when you think you're anticipating to start using this funds, the credit are in the credit. So the credit has used to credit down other the I trade the credit you now have started. Hada about some case and then in addition it's going to be I don't know how many amount of funds from the rescue plan. I don't need to net or this called Christoph now or this. So I did about some case on in that. Called I just do this. To cut out
my phone's really gotten died. Kagushita. Tosh. Sorry, I didn't realize my phone was off mute.
Committee members, any other questions for this legislation? If not, go ahead and turn the floor back over to Chair Henio. Chair Henio, you have the floor.
Vice Chair Smith, and I believe that will be the common question as we move this legislation forward. Kodona de Kidigi from Shinanta Delegate Amber Knusbach Kari and Shinanta Delegate Elmer P. Gay. It's two similar questions: as how much are we looking at? What's the anticipation to be put into the general fund from the permanent income as far as the proceeds are realized? And so AD, that's the problem that we had last year. When I sponsored the legislation was that the market, as we all know, from Budget and Finance Committee members for the past over 2 years, that our permanent fund is invested in a market on the with the New York Stock Exchange accounts, and therefore, when it comes to market conditions, we are in a good season, so to speak. But then there are always people talking about a bubble. There's always a bubble at the end of a good season. As you experienced, that bubble burst last year in March when the pandemic first hit. Our portfolio took a nosedive. All portfolios did. And it went down in the month of April and barely started stabilizing in May. Although back in June and July started slowly coming back up. But what, as has always been reported by our controller and Mr. Wanika, is that our portfolio is diversified to a point where even after that market nosedive, we did not lose a lot of money because of the diversity in our portfolios and how they're strategized. So but ever since then, watching the market conditions and following it on a daily basis, I've noticed that it's slowly been a steady climb back up. And therefore, at the end of every year when the auditing takes place with the controller's office, working with the money managers, during around this time, when we start with our budget preparation and the past reports, budget committee members, you've all heard the reports from the controller on projections, budget projections. And this is what is realized from the permanent fund income. And it's usually around $30 to $35 million. Since I've been on the budget and finance, that's what's been reported on a yearly basis. So after they close their books and they, so right now, with the market on the upswing, the projection right now would be, in my opinion, over $30 million to the general fund. But on the one of the exhibits, it has 40 million. But that's a projection, though. That's a projection. So there's really no definite number when it comes to utilizing the permanent funding, and it's based on the market conditions and how good the markets do. And so even that's where there's really no definite ideal number. Ideally, we're looking at 40 million. That's what we're looking at on a yearly basis after all the audits have been completed. And right now, the last legislation I sponsored, the concern was that once the permanent fund income was realized, it was going to be taken out right away and put into the general fund account. And so that's where, working with the controller's office, there was a compromise saying that, okay, we'll just do a drawdown schedule. Like we'll still keep that money in the permanent income as so where it's still making money for us, being invested until that need, when we actually need the money
Akonda Aya will be doing the drawdown as we move along through the budget year. And so that seems fair enough to keep that money and the permanent income portfolio and still making us money. So that's how this legislation is, to where it'll still be invested as we move along through the budget year, and even until the time we need that money, then we'll do the drawdown. So to answer the first question again, if you look at the historical figures that has always been presented to the Budget and Finance for the past 2 years, the income from the personal non-permanent fund has always been over $30 million. And so Kadeya, with the market conditions being so good and high, and just keeping my fingers crossed on a daily basis, when I look at my phone app, I believe that $40 million is a good projected number for now. But as like I said, though, this is a benchmark that we're looking at. Is $40 million. Any excess beyond that will be put into a separate account, not meaning account, but be utilized for separate projects that leadership decides to go with. As far as what we've done with the first 5-year plan, to give a projects I'd identified for direct services. But then again, being part of the permanent fund committee, listening in, many of these projects have yet to get off the ground. They are still sitting in there after 2016, 2021, 5 years ago. A big chunk of the money is just sitting there, still waiting to be utilized. Same thing with the Citizen Fund. The money that was allocated by the 23rd Council, a large amount of that money is still sitting in Citizen, waiting for the projects to get off the ground. So aside from projects, my thinking was that we should use this for its intended purpose, which is to assist in helping fund the general fund with the Navajo Nation. Although the second part of the question was ARPA. Now that ARPA has been realized as government assistance, and amount has yet to be determined, the final amount, because there's still questions regarding the formula. But estimation was that if we use the same formula as CARES Fund, we're looking at $1.8 billion. So an amendment, where amendment should be made, is that as we move along and we could have at Nabikiatia language inserted into this bill to say that any money realized from the American Relief Plan Act, ADGA, will be utilized first before any money from the general funds is utilized. And it might even push, if we use the money from ARPA to supplement the general funds, if we're allowed to do that, it might push the years back on this legislation to 2023 and then so forth. So, but at least when we as council take action on it, and hopefully the president signs off on it, then it'll still be here for us as something to fall back on in case ARPA doesn't allow us to do what we wanted to do. So I'm hoping I answered your question, Shananta. And yes, I do realize the biggest question is how much, but that's I think the best answer I could give you. And if you could, as Budget and Finance Committee members, we've always seen the reports from the Controller's Office and as far as how much money the permanent fund has generated. If we can go back through our notes and look at that, that'll kind of give you an idea of what we're looking at right now. Shananta, Vice Chair Smith. Hagoshi, Chair Henio, on behalf of your response to the questions on the legislation 004521. Committee members, any other questions regarding this legislation?
I have another question. Don't do it
again. You'll have the floor. Go ahead. I'll recognize you.
Kasi ano sa talagang Henio. I know that
yard and then get up any funding now for projects. That's what we're looking forward to finish some projects. But right now there's going to be more funding to let's see some funds. So permanent trust funds out there for use this matter. No, not this funding that will be coming available again. 8% non-do the other non-do the thing that's I think if we can really do that, I think it needs a very good comprehensive plan. I see the nasty cut. So that, for example, these you call C-stars, it didn't happen. It's still not happening. The nasty cut. Even the casino hasn't just keep it. So another thing that what kind of resource that we need to tap into based on that could only just like we have some natural resources, coal in that and as the door attention I say what about Sahaki what Asha or even has the economy projects that what I about this case here what's there, what kind of resource do we have that can sustain the Navajo Nation for the next 50 more years? Because the coal, we have solar, we're going to have that now for the I mean, I think if we want to maximize some of these dollars right now, we should go for something that's going to be there for the next 50 more years for us. I think I don't think it's going to be one person to do that. I don't know who. Maybe we can talk to. Maybe something that we should. If we can really do this, we should, step back and think about it, and as a navigator. I don't that involve the investment committee, and then also invite the controller's office. I speak about Bansuck case, but no. So and send the Bansuck case here. So also you're doing it on your own. I guess that's how the government. But what other Bansuck case and things if you're going to run the government, if you're going to be part of the government, what action? So the other Bansuck case yes, but you. If other about this hands called Halita, either Bansuck case or you see a lot of Bansuck case. What's your ultimate goal that you want to get out of this? And this is going to get on this kid.
Committee members, any other questions regarding the legislation?
Delegate Yellowhead.
I hear Delegate Yellowhead, and I heard, I think, Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Is that how I heard?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll give the floor to Delegate Yellowhead, and I'll go back to you, Honorable Brown. Yellowhair, Honorable, you have the floor. Going once, going twice. Honorable Yellowhair, 3 times.
Okay, I'm back on the line.
Agushi, go ahead. You have the, and then I'll turn the floor over to Honorable Brown.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the protest and also to the Chair Henio. Koro yan has no peso. Hanel la e yapayan chipito ni. You know explain la. These are the marketing. Ebe all polni. Koro it is karo ajba hol zijo. Hanel la sunil to let chokotoni. Jata yan has not clear la. Ara koro peso na no taki American Rescue Plan Act funds is coming in. But the thing to understand is we don't know what expenditure will be taken care under this plan, American Rescue Plan Act. But ishe ya ye lana ishe chon idolin je kwedo ni joni spalozunda. Nana sa kuche peso direct anigi permanent fund income for 5 years plan share $1,000 jeda fortune underfunded level trust revenue fund if it's underfunded. Because it all as a recapitalized recurring funds and recurring as a hint. It about could peso ARP money to $1,000 to a Hatit Ipichidon is cut Niziota Nizineta Edotan hit to me. Put $8,000 the low to the American Dick care explana Hutza Dina La Bint in the Nil Talent Bisas and the heavy equipment machine bit I don't know. A year which it on in the association funny saved all this needed. Aroda job and been 60 peso. Shana Latedo, dog his touch in a Lebanese singy. She quite yoba on Sanabinina, a yob Lajna long case. Shadow Nina. He did never Bistahuil Delia, net disappoint Delia at Nisa. Ain't that what peso hot arch on in that Nili did American plan, American Rescue Plan ye, I could bantus kisha. Koho kunde. But ye could obey light, Legoshe, and night only. As a 40 million near that center. Other but center only. Last and now she's to yat it owns on that scare can lend off to his husband. Open this case, so therefore I vote for the screen. Legislation 0045-21. Thank you. I'm ready to vote. God bless. Protect.
We'll go ahead and recognize that. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, you have the floor.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Vice Chair. Budget and Finance Committee. Craigie Shana, Chair, thank you for this legislation 0045-21. So this is a really important legislation, the 5-year expenditure, the permanent fund income 5-year expenditure plan for fiscal year 2022 to 2026. So I wanted to make sure that all the work that has been done for the past 5 years, that some of those are moving slow. And of course, this past year, the pandemic has really slowed a lot of these projects down. We're all well aware of that. So I wanted to just make sure that some of our projects, our chapter projects, they're still in the process, that they will not be cut off. And this actually goes to a legislation. Shema Peggy, I don't know if you can check into this. I did have a legislation that was supposed to be on this agenda. However, I don't see it on here. I've been looking. It's actually for the it's for the, let me see, 0034-21. I did present this legislation at the Resource and Development Committee about 3 weeks ago. So I know that, and then it would go to our committee of budget and finance. I don't see it on here. However, sorry, I had to go on that little tangent. It reminded me. So on this legislation, I just wanted to make sure that we're not gonna just cut off these projects, and that we'll continue to move forward. And then with the 2022, just emphasizing, really shovel construction ready project. I know we talk about equity on the Navajo Nation Council, but I want to add something to that today. When we say equity, I think one of the big important things that we also talk about on the Navajo Nation Council is when we talk about equity, I want to make sure that the work is done by our chapters and also by the Navajo Nation departments, which would move these projects more to a shovel construction ready. And I think this committee, we need to endorse a language on what we mean by shovel construction ready. I understand it from the previous meetings. That to me, it means that all the land surveys are done, FONSI, pretty much everything as far as the land status is ready, including the infrastructure is ready. And I think when we talk about this moving forward, this committee needs to stand together and say, well, this is shovel construction ready, meaning here's a list that these are all checked off. And I think that sometimes, and I think of course, we all mean well and we are advocating for our communities, first of all. But I think besides the word equity, there has to be, we got to ensure that they are shovel construction ready, that we do have. So Vice Chair and Chair, again, I believe there was a listing that was developed. So Shema, Ms. Nakai, if you could respond to that also. What is that? Before with this legislation, if we can also attach the language on what we mean by that, so there's a clear, concise language, so we can also say, instead of trying to do a lot of the work on the last minute or adding these projects, which actually will impact some of my own projects when I make the statement. But I think a lot of our people have already put a lot of work into some of these projects. Like today, again, I was in Shanto at the grand opening, or the groundbreaking. It was really good. I want to see more of that throughout the whole Navajo Nation. I supported any initiative where our chapters put in a lot of work into these projects. So ADA, I really want to, so again, Shema, do we have that list of shovel construction ready, a checkoff list and the definition of that? Well, what do we mean? And I think it's a part of that would be economic development if it's using some of these funding. And it's up to this body and this, the Budget and Finance Committee. So we have to make sure that we stand together on where that moves. I will certainly support any project on the Navajo Nation once they are really complete. So ADA, I really, so again, if someone can forward me, I'm trying to look right here, going back and forth through my email, looking for that language. And then my second comment would be, I know that we were talking about this in the presentation, Chair Henio, but what are the next steps and who would all be involved in comprising the list for the 22 to 26 projects? Which projects will go on here? And again, I'll repeat what my other colleagues said, and I'll repeat it because it's so important. We want to save, like Delegate Crotty mentioned, we want to maximize these dollars, and we want to make sure that if we can use ARPA fundings, that would be so much better. And my big question to that, and I know other leadership who are listening and who've been texting outside the Navajo Nation, they were asking me which department within Navajo Nation is capable of really taking these projects, especially with ARPA funds. And then now with Navajo, we are very fortunate that we have other fundings, UFB, as well as the CARES Act fund that's there. And there's other fundings within the Navajo Nation also. So the bigger picture is who can handle, would it be economic development, or would it be community development? Or how do we work together, and where do we hire? And I really want to, Chair Henio, I want to understand, in this process, okay, this is, and I guess we're still waiting for the guideline, right? So once we get that, and I think that's where we can move some of these 5-year plan under ARPA, or using under CARES Act funding for whichever the guidelines will allow us to do that. And I believe, Shananta, just from watching all the movement in DC and at the state level, that we do have support. And we are Washington and everywhere, including other tribes. I know that they listen in our meetings. I know they're very well aware of every moving dollar on the Navajo Nation, because they're watching on how we are involved, how much we understand and comprehend, and especially with dollars and these federal dollars. So important that I think as chair, thank you for this legislation, but I would really encourage for you to be on all these other calls, like the consultations, like yesterday. There was no one on the Navajo Nation that is elected that was on there. and people are, like I said, people are watching, and they're texting us and saying, okay, are you really going to use these funds? So we need to get ready. So it's really important that this committee and chair and vice chair, I'm going to lean on you guys to educate me. You're in that position. So I'm expecting so much more time for you to give me this information as well, and to call upon, like Delegate Crotty's been asking, on having Navajo Washington. I think of all the time now, our work is even doubling because of the dollars. And this committee, probably we are the biggest tribal nation, and the Budget and Finance Committee, the amount of money, the sheer amount of money that we deal with is tremendous. So just the gravity of thinking about that is a lot. So ADIA in this legislation has a big part of that. So I know that the chapters are going to be advocating for their projects also. So ADIA and Kinshkid, chair and vice chair, I'm going to be expecting a lot of these emails. And even chair, if you can develop all of a spreadsheet of, okay, this is ARPA, this is CARES, this is, and we can't just depend on some of these verbal reports that we get. I want to look at a spreadsheet so I can click on this and I can put it into my folder and look at this, because there's a lot going on. And I'm going to really expect a lot from this committee as chair and vice chair. So as Budget and Finance Committee. So my expectations on chair is really going to be high. And I'm going to expect to lean. Of course, I'm doing my part. I need help in this also. We do have our wonderful staff. I thank you, Shema, Peggy, for always keeping us. So Adia, if you can help me with that while I'm trying to read all of this. Again, I don't want to end this meeting without that language of shovel construction ready. I don't know if it was Kirsten Lowe from our legal counsel who developed that language.
So if I can get a copy of that. Thank you. Yeah.
Hakushi, Honorable Brown, thank you for referring to that and the questions and also the leadership behalf of our responsibilities to communicate. Chair Henio, I'll turn the floor back over to you. You have the floor.
Vice Chair Smith, Budget and Finance Committee members. Listening to the conversation and the comments and expectations are good. I mean, we as a committee all need to be apprised of a lot of things that happen around us, especially the investment portfolio. As far as our permanent fund, that's the first thing we came into when we became committee members to educate ourselves as far as what is a PTF and how our investments strategized and how are they working for us. The other one was the citizen funding, Nana Ada. So we needed to educate ourselves in that area. And then the other part is the retirement fund, Nana. Though, of course, our general fund budget, and then, of course, our federal contract funds. As we all know, our budget for the Navajo Nation with all sources add up to over $1 billion. And it is true that when it comes to moving the budget forward, that is all taken into consideration. So with this, now with the new money coming in with ARPA, that's going to be a historical amount of money there given to the nation. And so with that, there's a lot of use to be made out of it, depending on the guidelines that we're still waiting for from either from the government, either through the Treasury or somewhere else. But that's what we're waiting on to see what the do's and don'ts are. And we're just hoping it's a lot less restrictive than what CARES fundings were, how it was crafted by the powers to be in Washington, D.C. So going back on the questions as far as projects, if you look at the legislation and the exhibit that's attached, there's really no mention of projects. It's a straightforward legislation only looking at using the permanent fund income again to subsidize the general fund of our Navajo Nation, which in turn provides direct services to the chapters and to the people through various programs and departments that we have. So that's how this legislation was developed, as taking only into consideration the using the permanent fund income to subsidize the general fund on an annual basis. That's what the intent of this permanent fund was for, as I stated at the opening. So as far as any current projects that we have through using Citizen and the permanent fund of the first 5 years that was passed by the Navajo Nation 23rd Council, that's still intact. And they have their own lifeline through their legislations. So this legislation would not impact those projects at all. But it's just a matter, the question was asked here is, what department is really able to, is capable, and put it that way, is capable of moving these projects forward? And that's where we still have that question. And we try to do it as standalone programs, try to do it on their own, but I think it takes collaboration. Just like listening to J.T. Willie with giving his report, I was sitting here thinking that, well, if he's trying to say economic development will work with the chapters. But then again, in order to work with the chapters, you have to partner up with ASC and Division of Community Development, and also at the local level with the officials to actually be effective. So those collaborations is what we need to
actually as leadership encourage. That way we can get some projects completed, even having to outsource to project managers because of the limited capacity, meaning that we do have employees that are capable of monitoring their projects, but there's only few. And as the amount of projects that we've had, I believe there was like over $300 and something million worth of projects that's sitting here. I believe we have to look at outsourcing some of these to project managers to get them done. And so that's just recommendation that I've been thinking about. It's always been a topic too. So going backwards, hopefully, Delegate Brown, I answered your question regarding our concerns you had. And of course, yes, as Chair and Vice Chair, this is what we need to start moving on is being in those consultations. But again, as we are individually, we're stretched so thin that we are on multiple calls on a daily basis. Today, I had to just skip Navi all 100%. I never tuned in because I wanted to focus in on BNF, and therefore, so my focus was here all day long. But I don't know I missed out on what the discussion was at Navikia at their work session. But as far as the definition of shovel-ready, there's a lot of definitions I've been hearing as we moved along. What is shovel-ready? That's the biggest question that we haven't had yet to be fully answered yet. Everybody seems to have differing versions of it, but you requested from Ms. Lowell to see what her version is, and hopefully she'll have that available. And there's shovel-ready, project-ready, ready for funding, all sorts of terms that I've heard floating around. So going back to Delegate Elmer Begay, as far as what do I want to see out of this legislation? The main thing is the intended purpose of the permanent fund. Back when Peterson was chairman of the Navajo Nation and Bobby White was the controller, and yet there were many players involved in the creation of the permanent fund. And the intent of the permanent fund was that somewhere when our natural resources have declined, and then that's where this money, after being invested for 20 years, there was a 20-year moratorium on any using this money for any purpose. And so Navajo Nation leadership decided to keep it, invest it, and not take it out. And the income and that's the intended purpose of this legislation, is to realize what our past leadership had envisioned. And that's my intent here too, is just to move this forward and to utilize the permanent fund for what's its intended purpose was for, is to come back and help the Navajo Nation with the declining revenues. But as far as any future money, revenue generating initiatives, there are small ones popping up on the nation, like the Shanto Hotel. There was groundbreaking today, and Ehegi with the small businesses moving and generating tax money on the Navajo Nation, because that's what all government entities and municipalities and state rely on, is the tax collection. And right now, the only resource that we do have that's still with Navajo Nation is oil and gas. And as we all seen driving by the gas pump, gas has risen up to close to $3 a gallon again. And the market for oil, crude oil, is at $60 a barrel. I believe it was around $6.59 to $61 a barrel on a daily basis for the past month and a half now. And so that's where it's hard on our pocketbook as a consumer. Buying a gallon of gas, in the long run, it does help the nation when it comes to revenue projections. And same way with the states too also. So that are into oil and gas. And so that's one. The other one is the natural resources that we still have available to the nation that could still be utilized, like helium. Helium, that's been on the topic of many discussions as far as utilizing our natural resources. People have been talking about the use of helium and how it could be projected to make some revenues for the Navajo Nation's economy. Although, of course, we still have to realize our permanent fund here, to be utilized by the Navajo Nation, the people's money that they need. And so that's what we're trying to do, is give this money back to the people through the government for direct services. So and I hope that I answered your questions, Budget and Finance Committee, and Jimmy Yellow Hair, for offering your support to the legislation. So with that, Vice Chair Smith, yield the floor back to you.
Thank you, Chair Henio. Committee members, any other questions regarding this legislation? It moves on to the next level regarding the Permit Trust Fund. It'll be heard next with the Navajo Committee, and then also Navajo Nation Council as the final authority. And this is the 5-year permit income regarding the expenditure plan for the next 5 years. Committee members. I don't hear anybody. So Ramona, can you do around the horn, please, for the question?
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty. I did have a question. I was on mute.
Honorable Crotty, you have the floor, and I'll call the question after Honorable Henry says answer. Honorable Begay will be after Honorable Crotty. Go ahead, you have the floor, Honorable Crotty.
Thank you, Vice Chair. We did mention an amendment to add language that if eligible, that ARPA funding would reimburse this account. Can I get an update if that's possible, or what type of language? I know Chairman had mentioned where to put it in the legislation. I'd like to get a little bit more guidance on adding that verbiage. I think that's helpful in the discussion. I wanted to ask, when this funding is made available for the general, or for the budget, for the general budget, are there set-asides that are taken out of this funding? And I think then we need to have a conversation if we're going to use the maximum amount of the permanent trust fund interest, the $40 million projected for the next 5 years. So that is $200 million. We do have a mandate to set aside 12% of our revenues into this fund. And so it's not clear then if there's been any calculation, if that is still the optimal way of funding the permanent trust fund as we move forward, since we're withdrawing the maximum amount of the possible, at this time, possible maximum amount of the income interest. I could rephrase that last part. Vice Chair Smith, thank you.
Well, thank you, Honorable Crotty. We'll turn the floor over to Shda. You have the floor. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Going once.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, can hear you now. Go ahead. You have the floor, staff. You have the floor, staff. Honorable Elmer Begay, going once, going twice, going 3 times. I'll turn the floor over to the sponsor on this legislation regarding Honorable Crotty's question. I think there's a question for an amendment. Honorable Chair Henio, you have the floor.
Vice Chair Smith, with the Budget and Finance Committee, I'm open to this amendment, and I'm looking at the legislation here, and I'm thinking either in Section 3, which begins on page 3, line 18, expenditure plan. Maybe it would be an item E, or looking at Section 6, which is on page 4 of 4, beginning with line 15. It would be line 23, item C, where language would be inserted to state that with the United States government, American Rescue Plan Act, that funding expended from this legislation shall be reimbursed by the ARPA funding, or it could say that it could be used as a first priority before the general funds budget is before the permanent fund income is utilized. So that's what I'm looking at, Shinanta, as language. But maybe Kristen, I believe she's still on the line, would be able to help us. And if you wish to do it here, or if you wish to wait and craft it and introduce it at Nabikia, I'm open to both ideas, Shinanta Akudo, as far as this legislation is concerned. And making that amendment, because I do believe that amendment should be a part of this legislation, because this legislation was crafted before ARPA came about. So now that ARPA is here, we could certainly entertain that amendment and into this legislation. And then also with the set-asides, again, it's already taken off at the beginning. The 12% set-aside is already taken off, and it doesn't. What's left over is what we're working with. If that helps with the question. Ashananta, back to you, Vice Chair Smith.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Do we have Honorable Begay back on with us? I think he had a question too. Honorable Begay.
Can you hear me now?
Can hear you clear. Go ahead. You have the floor.
I'm just now. Yeah, I get mute. What ended down? Now, I just keep the Henio. You're saying that there's a deficit called Sinedo in the place of the screen. Sinedo is what I know I know that
co audit for Hakita that was there. We can be in deficit of 30 to $45 million. So I mean that how the which is I think that. So next other data. So my first question is going to be well, how much deficit are we looking at this year? The question is non-spot data. I had with this CARES fund. Every year in the based on not I think we need to look at it is we don't sound it. I don't think that or just or the house under. They're saying that no matter who goes into the office, no matter who becomes a delegate, I don't know how the just I don't know and they car you don't at the time. Number one is a team. There's like for example, ever in the wells. We haven't even used one part of it. On his we're going in deep into another fund. About this case, although I know that the issue the declining of our resources and revenues and no that by and don't like now office on the next done now. It's really not. So we're oversight of this whole funds of the Navajo Nation, internal and external, although to ensure that these funds are being spent to the where it was appropriate or where it was approved for these projects. That's our being an oversight committee. When are we going to do that? When are we going to get to these the issues of spending money and getting some projects done? How do we do that? About this case, so what kind of plans do we have on that? Besides this, because based on the Hanan, as it is non-clean. So I would say that if controller is on the line, out on the OMB, if they're still on the line, what do they think about this? Do they have any recommendation that we could work with? You see, based on the next on the so just keep on it. Thank you.
We have one request for an amendment, and I think the amendment is requesting that language be put into this amendment, to this legislation. Also, there was a question pertaining to controller by staff with the concerns regarding the 5-year permanent trust fund. But I'll go ahead and
turn the floor over to Legislative Council, see if the amendment is drafted. Legislative Council, are you on board?
Vice Chair, this is Kristen. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay, great. So I have drafted an amendment per Delegate Crotty's request, and I emailed it to, I hope I got all the committee members and the advisors. I just sent it at 6:13, so literally 1 minute ago. And one thing that I wanted to mention on this is this legislation is basically giving the instructions to create a 5-year plan for use of the funds, and that's required from the permanent fund legislation. And you'll note from the body of the legislation that, and you can even look at the exhibit also, but the first $40 million in income is to go to the funding of the Navajo Nation government. So what we know of as our general funds, and then the money, the so-called excess, that money is going to be available for projects, and I'm using projects in quotation marks because we don't know what those projects are at this juncture. Also, if you look at the legislation, you'll note that the mechanism for funding those projects is going to be through the UUFB. So it won't be through this legislation. I feel like there might be some confusion as to how those projects are going to be funded. They wouldn't be funded in this particular legislation. They would be funded out of the UUFB, and that would be separate legislation, the kind that you're used to seeing for the UUFB, and so it would follow those rules that are set forth in the Appropriations Act and also the Budget Instruction Manual. So now I told you all that so that I could tell you this. Even though I do have this reimbursement provision for this legislation, and I included language up to the full amount approved in this resolution. However, I would still recommend in the project legislation that you also have a similar provision. So the projects, if we get other funding from the federal government, we can also have that in the project legislation, and that is also going to reimburse the permanent fund. So I'm happy to answer any other questions. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Well, thank you, Legislative Council, for drafting that amendment on legislation 0045-21 and explaining exactly what is taking place with this legislation and the language that's going to be utilized for the amendment, and also the projects on behalf of the ARPA funding. Turn the floor back over to Honorable Crotty. You were asking about this amendment. Honorable Crotty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and I appreciate the drafting of the amendment. So Budget and Finance Committee members, I would like to offer this amendment on page 4, line 15. If our staff can read it into the record, Vice Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. Shada, would you please read this into as Amendment 1 for legislation 0045-21? You have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. I'm trying to figure out where this language is going to go because section 6 starts at line 15. Oh, okay, I understand now. Page 4, line 15, insert new section 6 as indicated below. Section 6, reimbursement to the Navajo Nation Permanent Fund. New language, the Navajo Nation Council approves any future funding to the Navajo Nation from the United States Treasury, whether through congressional appropriation or other designation, including the American Rescue Plan Act for the purpose of COVID-19 relief and recovery to reimburse the Navajo Nation Permanent Fund up to the full amount approved in this resolution to the extent allowed by federal and Navajo Nation law. The Navajo Nation Council shall authorize and approve reimbursement to the Navajo Nation Permanent Fund as the initial priority in any future expenditure plan resolutions for COVID-19 relief and recovery. And then 2, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits accordingly if necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes.
Thank you for that reading. Under the page 4 of line 15, Amendment 1. We have a motion. Do we have a second on this Amendment 1?
Yellowhair, second.
I'll recognize Honorable Yellowhair as second. We have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments regarding Amendment 1, committee members?
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, I'll recognize you. Go ahead and have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I just need clarification if the controller is on the line. I'm just looking at the language. And so it says to reimburse the Navajo Nation Permanent Fund. I just need to make sure if that's the correct language, or is there another account that's set up that's the Navajo Nation Permanent Trust Fund interest? I just need to clarify if this is the correct language. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Honorable Crotty, since you're the motioning party on behalf of Amendment 1, Office of Controller, are you available for the question based off of Amendment 1 by Honorable Crotty? The controller on the line?
This is Controller. Can you hear me?
Can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead. There was a question on amendment.
Okay. So we have a couple of problems. So in the legislation, there's a contradictory statement. So, and I think this is because Ms. Lowell was talking about UUFB. So, I'll spell it out. The money is usually still in the permanent fund. We calculate the income. We get that audited, and currently we're going through the audit. I think there were earlier questions on what those numbers will look like. We're working on them. So they stay within the permanent fund. In the past, with the first 5-year plan, around this time, it was the other way around. We had the 5-year plan with projects, and those had a number. And then we calculate the excess income, and that one is used for the budget. So that's how it works. What we're doing today and what you guys are deciding on is we're switching it around. Our office calculates, we get the income audit, and then we calculate, or we start with that audited income figure. It's a gross figure. And then we have, according to the fund plan, we have to split it 95 and 5%. 5% is reinvested, and the 95% we have to net out our fees. So and part of the budgeting process as well. So we have to subtract that. And then once we do our necessary subtractions, then we come out with a figure. And that's the one I think everybody's asking for today. So because we switch it around, the goal was to supplement the budget first before we go to projects. So we're switching it up. So I believe the legislation says 40 million will supplement the budget, right? So that should go to general funds because that's the nation's operating budget. Now, the excess that is set up for projects, that one, as I understand, it should stay in the permanent fund, because earlier Chair Henyo was saying that, and that was our office's recommendation, was to say leave it in the permanent fund account, because some of these projects take a long time, and in order to get the max return on the income, then we're still invested in the long-term strategy. So that was our advice, and I'm assuming that is reflected in the drafting. However, Mr. Robert Woolley and I were looking at this draft legislation. There's language in there on the UUSB. So when we go to supplement the budget, it does not need to go to the UUSB. It needs to just go to the general fund. So that's a problem. So I don't know if somebody else can make an amendment to that effect, but to answer Shadeja Amber Kinazkradi's question, it should be in the permanent fund, and I think that's what it says. At least the amendment says permanent fund, so I think that should stay the same. So hopefully you understand it. If you need for me to clarify, let me know, because I know this is a lot and it can get confusing. But when we go to supplement the budget, we should say it should go to general funds for the operating budget. And then when we go to fund the project, everything should stay in perm fund. And then there would be another mechanism in place to address the projects and all of those things. So that's what I have. I hope I answered the question. We looked at the amendment language, and it should be fine the way it is, but the actual draft legislation, I do have a problem with that UUSD reference. Do you know what section?
That's in section 3.
Section 3.
D.
Section 3D is where it mentions if we go to fund the operating budget, it should just say general fund. It shouldn't say UUSB. So that's the other thing that if we can get corrected, that would be great. Yeah.
Agushi, thank you, Sitsui, for that explanation. On behalf of that, I'd like to call upon the Legislative Council, for those ones that produced this 004-045-21. Legislative Council?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yeah, so I just want to clarify that I was given and to draft this, I was given a document that had Plan A, B, and C, and the one that this was drafted to reflect was the plan. I don't know if anybody remembers those documents that were passed around, but there were some options, and I can't remember all the options right this second, but one of the options was that the funds that are not going into the general fund would go into the UUFB and be available for project construction or other project availability. So I just want to stress that that was the mechanism that I followed in drafting this legislation. And I'm just going to go through the expenditure plan point by point because I want to make sure that we're all singing from the same sheet. And right now, I don't think that we are. So the expenditure plan, the actual mechanism that is to get this legislation approved, that is the 5-year plan. So in order to use the interest, also known as the income from the permanent fund, we need to have a plan that covers the use of the income for at least 5 years. So we have that paragraph A, section 3, we can check that box because we've got a plan that covers the use of funds from fiscal years 2022 to 2026. There's also an illustration in Exhibit A. The next paragraph B reads, the Navajo Nation Controller shall include $40 million for each fiscal year from 2022 through 2026 in the annual revenue projections required in 12 NNC 830C. And then the following is, if we don't have it at least 40,000, then it'll be up to 40,000. Okay, so that, if you look at the exhibit, you'll see Exhibit A, year 1 through 5, annual general fund revenue projection, 40 million from permanent fund income. So it's very clear, at least the way I'm reading it, that that money is going to go into the general fund. The next component of it, which is not an error, it's the model that I followed, is that any income that's available over 40 million, that is supposed to flow into the UUFB. If that is not what was intended in the discussions, that I wasn't a part of all of the discussions. So if there were discussions that were had amongst leadership and other members of the executive branch, then perhaps we could get a proposal of some language for how it would work the way the discussions amongst leadership and other interested parties had. This is going to go to NABI and then council. So we do have time to craft that language and get that together. But again, the model that I followed was one that was listed on the options that were provided to me when the legislation was requested. So if the UUFB is not going to work for whatever reason, then we can certainly craft amendments as needed. Vice Chair Smith.
So Vice Chair, this is Controller. I just wanted to clarify why it...
Hold on just a second here. Let me catch up with all this regarding the year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the way I understand it is that 40 million will be from the permit fund, and any excess would be that next box below there. So the excess from the 40 million, it doesn't say anything regarding the UUFB, but it just has excess additional needs. I'm presuming that would be projects on behalf of that. So what this amendment here that was drafted is basically talking about year 1 to year 5 and how we're going to possibly put in ARPA money if we do get ARPA money for that. That's the way I understand it. Go ahead, Controller. I'll let you have the floor.
Oh, yeah, Chiche. I just wanted to explain, I believe you're referring to an OMB document that had options. And I'm not sure, whoever drafted that did not understand how the UUFB works, or at least governmental accounting regarding those options. So if, I believe two of the options, in a sense, is the same, because UUFB is not a separate fund. It actually is what we call the undesignated unreserved fund balance, which is a balance sheet account if you're looking at financial statements for the nation. So it's actually the general fund's fund balance on the balance sheet. So, so it would not make any sense if we keep this language from an accounting and a GASB governmental accounting standpoint. So that's why I'm sitting here explaining it. I know it was discussed. We did have I want to say, a leadership type meeting, kind of a work session. I believe speaker was there, president was there, and we were asked about our recommendation, and we explained that the one option was everything in general fund, and then the option to which you're referring to, Ms. Lowell, on the UUFB, that those are the same. In essence, we're talking about the general fund. So, so we had the same explanation on that day, and then I think at the same meeting, we gave a recommendation and explained that if we leave the excess income in the permanent fund, because permanent fund is a different governmental fund, it's permanent fund, it's not general fund. So if we leave it in the perm fund, then earlier, as Chair Henyo explained, some of these projects, they may take longer than a year. If they do, then at least they're invested in the long-term strategy, and we can maximize those returns, even though they are earmarked, restricted to these projects, future projects. So therefore, that was our recommended. I don't know if that was ultimately chosen, but when we were asked about it, we recommended the excess stay in the perm fund. And we did that with the previous 5-year plan, although it was switched around. We restricted the projects every year of those 5 years. We left it in the perm fund. We account for every project out of the perm fund. And then the excess, we transfer that to the general fund during the budget process, as part of the budget process. So, so we're going to switch it around. We're going to say, okay, 40 million, as I'm understanding, will go to the general fund for the budget process, and the excess will stay in perm fund for projects to be determined. That's how I understood it. And I just wanted to explain what the UUFB means. What it means is anything that falls from the income statement on the general fund, it falls through on the balance sheet. So it's not a static number. So we can't just say we can't just put it in there and then restrict it. There's a lot of calculations that go into it before we come out with a number. So I just want to caution on that. That is the reason why I just want to clarify. So thank you, Shahab.
Committee members, we have...
Vice Chair, this is Kristen Law.
Legislative Council, go ahead, recognize you. Go ahead and take, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So this legislation, okay, two things. One is this legislation has been posted since March 17th. So if there is suggested language, I would like to be provided that. The other is there's no requirement that, at least not that I am aware of. Again, I wasn't privy to every discussion on the permanent trust fund plan with leadership, but the excess additional needs on Exhibit A that you referenced was designed to be loose, so there's no requirement that it be for projects or capital projects. It's literally for excess needs. So what I was thinking when I drafted the legislation, as I understood the request, was that it was to be used the same way Council currently uses the UUFB. Okay, again, if that language is not going to work, then I do request that I be given language that will work. Hopefully, the Department of Justice and the Controller can work together on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Legislative Council. Back to Honorable Karate on your amendment. There is some language that may need to be drafted in this Amendment 1, but we have a motion in the second right now. Honorable Karate, you hold a motion.
Vice Chair Smith, I would prefer to fix the language at the committee level. Could we, if Mr. Rodas is on the line, can we get a time estimate on how much time they need to provide that language? Thank you, Vice Chair.
I'll recognize your request on that. DOJ, Mel Rodas, are you on line with us?
Mr. Vice Chair, this is Mel. I'm on the line.
Yes, sir. Thank you for being on the line. There's an amendment on Amendment 1 regarding language for the Permanent Trust Fund. Honorable Karate holds the motion on Amendment 1 and is asking how long would it take for language to be drafted up, and the amendment is she's wanting to have the amendment be fixed here at the committee level and then possibly pass if the committee members vote on it. Therefore, turn the floor over to you, Mel.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and Honorable Karate and members of the committee. I think if I understood Controller correctly, in reference to Exhibit A, and Controller, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that she's saying in the third box down where it says excess for additional needs, maybe it needs to say to remain in the permanent fund. Oh, excess to remain in the permanent fund for additional needs to be funded from the general fund on a drawdown schedule. Would that language work?
This is Vice Chair Smith. Are you asking the Budget and Finance Committee, or who are you asking on this, Mel? Could you be a little more clear?
I'm sorry, Mr. Vice Chair. I meant to direct that to the Controller. My apologies.
Okay, we got that clear now. I'll call upon the Controller on behalf of this question from DOJ. Mel, Satsui, there is a question. You have the floor. Satsui, Controller, are you still on board with this?
Okay, I was talking to myself, should say. So to answer Mr. Rodis's question, we were looking at the language, we're looking at section 3, part D. If that, I believe that references UUFB. So I believe if we change that to say that it should remain in the permanent fund, and then I'm not sure if there's language that Ms. Lowell mentioned about the excess use or something to that effect. So I'm not sure if it's in there. Is it in there? Yeah. So I think we just need to change that from UUFB to permanent fund. So that way the excess remains in permanent fund, and then I'm assuming the project mechanism and something that is also new, because remember it was switched around. Now if we know that it's going to be 40 million, because I know earlier Ms. Lowell said it may be less than 40, but if it is 40, then 40 drops into the general fund for the budget, and then any excess remains in perm fund, and then we'll go through the exercise of the projects or whatever uses there are. So that way, if it's a project that takes more than a year, then it makes sense to leave in perm fund, because we'll have the long-term strategy and the money will earn the maximum, return. So that is the reason why it just makes sense to do it this way. Keep in mind the different strategies between short-term and long-term, because if we throw it into general funds, then we have a different strategy as well. Especially right now, our short-term rates are very low, so it makes sense to do it this way. So I don't know, Mel, if you got the gist of what I'm saying, but section 3D, where it says UUFB, because I think there's an earlier reference to the perm fund, and it doesn't say UUFB, right? So just, if that helps, let me know if I need to clarify. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Controller. Mel, back to you on this amendment. What's your recommendation on that? We have an amendment, Amendment 1, and the language reflected here is a concern. Mel?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is Mel. So in section 3D on page 3 of 4, I think what we could do is strike the line, strike what says, comma, and the controller shall include excess income in the calculation of available funds for the unreserved undesignated fund balance in accordance with 12 NNC section 820K. And then we could replace it with shall remain in the permanent fund. And then we could strike this excess income and replace it with and shall be available for additional needs as determined by Navajo Nation leadership. And then put a period and strike in accordance with, and then the rest of that sentence. That would be my suggestion. Madam Controller, would that work for you?
Yes, that works perfect.
Back to the motioning party. Are you on board with this recommendation? Because we do have an Amendment 1, and Amendment 1 was sent out to the Budget and Finance Committee members, and now we're talking a different amendment here. Motioning party, I'm going to turn the floor over to you, Honorable Crotty.
Point of order, Vice Chair.
Point of order, I'll recognize that. Honorable Chair Henio, you have the floor.
Vice Chair Smith,
Budget and Finance Committee, when Mel just went over, is totally different from what we're talking about. As I listened to the conversation, our controller was referencing that the language UUSB should not be in there, and the language general funds should be in there, replacing UUSB. So that's where my point is, is that I think there should still be reference to general funds in this what Mel was trying to put together.
Thank you for that, Chair Henio. Back to Chair Henio, exactly are you wanting Mel to amend the language on Amendment 1 to reflect what is being discussed here? Because I know that we're talking about another amendment possibly, and that was between Mel and Office of Controllers. So, Shenandoah, Chair Henio.
Okay, again, I'll restate my point of order. Let's handle Amendment 1 first, and then let's do Amendment 2. And I believe Kadoshin and Dr. American and Bug Karate was sort of, if I pick up right, thinking of a recess. Well, DOJ and the controller and legislative council come together to craft language for the second amendment, which will be coming regarding this UUSB language. Okay, listener, Dr. Smith.
Thank you, Chair Henio. I'll recognize your point of order. Committee members, we have Amendment 1, and in there that language is drafted. We have a motion and a second. Therefore, there's additional language that Controller and Mel is requesting. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and have Mel and Controller work on that language to get that going. But for now, let's stick with Amendment 1. Back to Honorable Karate. I know you had a question on Amendment 1 pertains to that language. Are you still wanting to change that language, or do you want to just go ahead and vote on Amendment 1 as it is for now? Honorable Karate.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. In trying to follow the verbiage that was provided by DOJ, I'm not sure if we need a recess, if we need additional time. What I just would want is if this amendment needs other clarifying language, I'm open to that. I just want this legislation to be in good standing and a solid piece of legislation. I cannot determine that, Vice Chair Smith. I don't know if you have any guidance for me. If DOJ has language, if he could send that amendment language, and if it relates to the initial Amendment 1, that's my intent, Vice Chair Smith and the sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Karate, for clarifying that. Mel and Office of Controller, back to Amendment 1. I don't know if you have a copy of Amendment 1 in front of you, but according to Honorable Karate, she's wanting to ensure that this language does not infringe upon the legislation 004521 and would like that to have it be concise for this amendment if there's any need to change this language accordingly. I'll turn the floor over to you, Mel.
Vice Chair Smith, this is Controller.
I'll recognize you after I hear from Mel, Controller. Mel?
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Smith and Honorable Karate, members of the committee. I think that Amendment 1, as it stands now, is independent of this other amendment that was being suggested. But I defer to the wisdom of the committee as to what, and to and to Honorable Crotty as to whether you want to proceed just with Amendment 1 as it is, or if you want to add this new language into Amendment 1. But to me, they're separate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mel, on behalf of that clarification. Before I recognize Officer Controller, back to you on the motioning party. Honorable Crotty, the question is still on behalf of, are you satisfied with the Amendment 1 as the language is? And then the language could be changed on a second amendment if that's all needed. But I'll turn the floor back over to you, Honorable Crotty.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I think if we could move forward with this amendment as is, and if that second part be provided, because I would also have to look at the legislation. So if we could move forward with this amendment, I'd appreciate it. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you. On the recommendation for Amendment 1, we have Amendment 1 in front of us, committee members. According to the draft language, and motioning party is fine with that, and we can entertain additional language as recommended by Mel. And at this point in time, I will call for the question on Amendment 1. Round the horn, please. Shanella.
Sure, Shanella. Amendment vote for legislation 0051-21. Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you, Shana. Elmer P. Begay votes green. Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote?
Delegate Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Yeah, Shadeja Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes green. Jamie Henyo, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you, Chairman Henyo votes green. Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Nathaniel Brown votes green. Vice Chairman, we have 5 members voting for the affirmative, 0 opposed. Vice Chair not voting. Vice Chair?
Hello, yeah, it is a Delegate Yellowhair. I'll vote green.
I'm sorry, let me make that clarification. Jimmy Yellowhair was not voting, and he announced that he was voting green, so the vote changes to 5 for the affirmative, none opposing, Vice Chairman not voting. Vice Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Nala, for the roll call vote. 5 in favor on Amendment 1. Vice Chair not voting. This amendment does carry on behalf of the legislation 0045-21. Committee members, any other questions on behalf of this, on the main motion?
This is Delegate Yellowhair, Pro Temp.
I'll recognize you, Shache, on the main motion.
I have a question of privilege. I'd like to hear from a Controller Clerk. Can she give her the floor that she wanted to say on behalf of this legislation? Pro Temp?
On this legislation, on the main motion, will be granted on behalf of your request, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Officer Controller, you have the floor on the main motion.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, loud and clear.
Okay. Yes, The reason why I brought up the language in 3D, which references UUSB, is because the amendment that you just passed references permanent fund. Not once, but I think twice. So there's contradictory language, especially
Controller, this is on the main motion. We've already passed the one. So on the main motion.
I understand it, and I'm saying that this goes overall to the whole legislation, because now we have contradictory things. So we reference permanent fund with this ARPA language, but there's language in 3D that references UUFB. So those are contradictory, as well as other references in perm fund. So
Vice Chair, this is Kristen Lowell. Can you call on me, please?
Okay, this is on the main motion. Legislative Council on the main motion.
Vice Chair, members of the committee, I just want to stress that I very clearly said at the outset when I was discussing the amendment that that amendment would also need to go into the funding mechanism. At that time, I thought it was going to be the UUFB. That reimbursement provision would also need to go into the quote funding the project legislation. Whether it's excess, whether it's a project, it doesn't matter. Ultimately, whatever legislation is used to fund the project, the unmet need, whatever it happens to be, that also needs to go in that legislation. So that is something that can be done independently. So permanent fund, and we can also put something in that whether it's the UUFB, if you want to change it, it can be something else. It can be the UUFB. We can change it to another fund. One thing that I want to call to the committee's attention is that if the funding stays in the permanent fund, then the issue is I don't have a legislative vehicle to get it out of the permanent fund because the permanent fund doesn't have an independent expenditure plan. So I'm just trying to think of how this could happen. But if this excess funding were in the UUFB, it doesn't matter whether it's the general fund or the UUFB. For accounting purposes, I understand it all goes in as general funds. But for our purposes, for my purposes as a legislative drafter, and for your purposes as delegates voting on legislation, they are in fact different things. And we get an update as to how much is in the CSN fund, how much is in the UUFB. So there's very clear ways that as a drafter, I know if money is in the UUFB, I draft it this way. If it's in the CSN fund, I draft it this way. If it's general funds, if we're amending budgets, I'm going to draft it this other way. If it's in the permanent fund, we don't have an easy vehicle to do that. This legislation is that vehicle. So I'm not necessarily recommending that you change the language, even though it would provide a better return on the investment. I'm open to discussing it further, but I don't think this is something that the committee should just make a decision quickly without fully thinking of the ramifications. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Legislative Council. Back to the committee members. Any concerns and questions on behalf of this? Thank you for clarifying that, Legislative Council. If not, I'll turn the floor back over to Chair Henio. Chair Henio, you have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, can hear you.
So, would you go ahead, Chair Henio?
Pro Temp, Delegate Yellow here.
Chairman Henio, did we lose you? I think we lost him on the drop call. He's probably trying to call back in. Chiche. Jimmy Yellowhair, did you say something?
Yeah, please, Pro Temp Chair. I think we kind of lost. We need to correct the problems. Is Mel going to correct the language recorded to UUFB? That's my questions. We need to clarify and correct these problems. I wasn't too sure to vote on the screen, but I will just vote green, but correctly. But that's my request. If Mel going to correct the language to record to UUFB, I think we need to understand both Mel and also Controller Kirk too. Thank you, Pro Temp Chair. Yeah.
I will turn the floor over to Mel. There's a question posed by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, and you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. I just emailed out some language to Controller Mr. Willie, Ms. Lowell, Honorable Crotty, and Honorable Chair Henio for their review. So I'm just wondering if this language is sufficient and if this is what Controller had in mind. Thank you.
Vice Chair, can you hear me?
Chair Henry, I can hear you now. Thank you, Mel. I don't think I've received the amendment that you're talking about, but I'll turn the floor over to Chair Henry. Chair Henry.
Okay, thank you, guys. The meet and unmute Jim here. I was listening to everything clearly, but I just couldn't talk. I guess you can hear me, but right now, as far as legislation, the amendment number 1 passed, which is good. Now I'm trying to talk about amendment number 2 as far as making it a good legislation. And I do agree that if we could send it to Navajo in good fashion, then we should fix it here as far as what the control is bringing up. As far as land referencing to the general fund and not UUFB. At the same time, listening to an argument made by the legislative council where she's stating her point. So, I mean, if somehow we can come to a compromise and appease both sides of this, then we can move forward and get it ready for Navajo. That's my input, Vice Chair Smith.
You're the sponsor of this legislation, so at this point in time, I haven't seen the language that Mel is talking about. And committee members, any questions and concerns on the main motion?
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, I'll recognize you. You have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'm going to forward this proposed amendment to the committee, and I'd like to just see if this is in order. I believe Legislative Council has a copy, if they could provide some guidance. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. I haven't seen the amendment. There it is. Okay. Committee members, look at the amendment. This is a proposed amendment 2. There's a motion. I'll recognize the motion on amendment 2. And I think the motioning party would like to have this reviewed. Before we go any further, I need a second on amendment 2.
Lavinia, I support the amendment. Second.
I'll recognize Chair Henio as second for amendment 2. Amendment 2 is here for the BNF to review on behalf of the amendment. Any questions on amendment? We got a motion and a second. Committee members, on amendment 2, questions, concerns, comments?
Vice Chair, this is Peggy. I have a question.
Peggy, on amendment 2.
Yes.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Cecilia. Now, is this for the deletion of some of the language on page 3 of 4 at line 26, or where does this? I guess it's line 26. I'm just trying to see where it would fit because I need to put that information on the committee report. Thank you.
Thank you, Shutta, for bringing that forth because this has to be read into the record. Mel, could you do a little more clarification on which page and what line and what section you're doing? I see section 3D. What line is actually this on and what page? Mel?
Mr. Vice Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You have the floor.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Yes, that's correct. It would be line 26 on page 3 of 4. And Mr. Vice Chair, if I may, I think that Ms. Lowell raised a good point about, not what the funding mechanism is and in terms of getting it out of the permanent fund. And I'm wondering if it would be more appropriate to say shall remain in permanent fund income instead of shall remain in the permanent fund. And I'm hoping that Ms. Lowell could provide some feedback on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt, for the amendment on proposed amendment 2. I will turn the floor over to Legislative Council on the request from Mel for the clarification on this. You have the floor, Legislative Council.
Vice Chair, this is Kristen Lowell. I'm still kind of tossing this around in my head as to how this is going to work. I obviously don't know the accounting. I don't know how the controller reflects permanent fund income versus permanent fund principal. So that's one issue. Okay, so I don't know the answer to that. If we call it permanent fund income, I don't know what accounting issues that creates. And if we don't get it divvied up by the end of the fiscal year, if it goes back into principal, I'm a bit disconcerted that I'm just hearing about this now, Vice Chair. So I don't know the answer.
Well, thank you, Legislative Council. At this point in time, we have Amendment 2. We have a motion and a second. Shutta, could you read this into the record regarding this before we call for the question?
Yes, I can read it into the record, and if the attorneys can let me know if this is acceptable. What I did is to read it, it says on page 3 of 4, line 26, delete/insert new language in section 3D. The permanent fund income over $40 million shall be designated as excess income for the purpose of this expenditure plan. And then overstricken languages, and the controller shall include the excess income in the calculation of available funds for the unreserved undesignated fund balance in accordance with 12 NNC section 820K. The excess income, all of that is overstricken. New language shall remain in the permanent fund and then existing language shall be available, and then new language to fund additional needs. Existing language by Navajo Nation leadership, overstricken language in accordance with 12 NNC section 820L of the Appropriations Act, which governs supplemental appropriations.
Well, thank you, Shudder, for reading that into the record. On a proposed amendment 2, we have a motion by Honorable Crotty and second by Honorable Henyo. Committee members, before I call the question, any questions on behalf of Amendment 2? Amendment 2. I don't hear anybody on the request. Shudder, Shanella, could you please do a round of horn?
Put a question of privilege, Pro Temp Chair. This is Doug Yellow here.
Question of privilege, Honorable Yellow Hairs. Jay, go ahead.
I'd like to, we should go back to controls. Everything satisfied with this language to understand. We don't want to confuse our colleagues. With this, I'd like to request the controller to everything, make sure everything's okay. Even not just to Pro Temp Chair. I'd like to hear from the controller. Pro Temp Chair. Yeah.
Jay. We'll go ahead and turn the floor over to Controller on Amendment 2. Controller requested from Honorable Yellow Hair. You have the floor.
Vice Chair, regarding how this works, for the past 5 years, we've been running projects out of the permanent fund. So we do, and we anticipate to still do the same thing. The way it would work, granted, we switch, we're going to supplement the budget, and then we'll have an amount to be determined in excess of 40 million. So out of the perm fund, then we will, if the projects are not, if they're not determined by that time, then we will restrict the excess amount within the fund balance of the permanent fund until such time those projects are defined. But we should know what that excess is going to be. So there is a mechanism to keep track of this out of the perm fund. So I just want to make that clear. But I do believe that the amendment that's being contemplated, that should suffice. It cleans up everything, so it works. It will work from our standpoint. So we're okay with it.
Thank you, Controller. Shanella, round the horn.
Sure, Vice Chair Janelle. Amendment number 2, vote. Roll call vote. Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you, Shana. Elmer P. Begay votes green. Amber Kenneth-Bott Carty, how do you vote?
Amber Kenneth-Bott Carty will vote green.
Thank you, Shadeja. Amber Kenneth-Bott Carty votes green. Jamie Henyo, how do you vote? Jamie Henyo, how do you vote? Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Nathaniel Brown, how do you
Yeah.
vote?
Yeah, Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you, Chair. Nathaniel Brown votes green. Back up the list. Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I was lost on the last remarks by Perlene Kirk, and I don't know what she said, but can she repeat what her last remarks? Pro Temp Chair? I didn't hear everything.
Chair, this is Vice Chair Smith. Controller said Abiga. It's good.
Yeah. Okay, good then. All right, I'll vote green. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yep, Controller Parkinson.
Chairman Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Jamie Hino, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you, Chairman Hino votes green. Vice Chair, 5 members are voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Vice Chair not voting. Vice Chair?
Thank you, Shanella, for the roll call on the vote. 5-0. It moves forward with the amendment on the amendment 2. Committee members, any questions on the main motion? On the main motion. If not, I'll call for the question. But before I call for the question, Shada, could you make that the second reading before I call for the question? Shada, are you still with us?
I'm sorry. I was sitting there reading everything to myself. All right. This is the second reading for legislation number 0045-21. Can you hear me all right?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Amendment 1, page 4, line 15, insert new section 6 as indicated below. Section 6, reimbursement to the Navajo Nation Permanent Fund. New language. The Navajo Nation Council approves any future funding to the Navajo Nation from the United States. The Navajo Nation Council approves any future funding to the Navajo Nation from the United States Treasury, whether through congressional appropriation or other designation, including the American Rescue Plan Act, for the purpose of COVID-19 relief and recovery, to reimburse the Navajo Nation Permanent Fund up to the full amount approved in this resolution, to the extent allowed by federal and Navajo Nation law. The Navajo Nation Council shall authorize and approve reimbursement to the Navajo Nation Permanent Fund as the initial priority in any future expenditure plan resolutions for COVID-19 relief and recovery. Renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits accordingly if necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. So then Amendment 2 on page 3 of 4, line 26, delete/insert new language in section 3D. The permanent fund income over $40 million shall be designated as excess income for the purpose of this expenditure plan. Overstricken language, and the controller shall include the excess income in the calculation of available funds for the unreserved undesignated fund balance in accordance with 12 NNC section 820K, the excess income. And then new language shall remain in the permanent fund and shall be available to fund additional needs by Navajo Nation leadership. Overstricken in accordance with 12 NNC section 820L of the Appropriations Act, which governs supplemental appropriations. That concludes the second reading of this legislation.
Okay, Shada. Shanella, round the horn on legislation 0045-21.
Okay, Chanela, final vote for legislation number 0045-121. Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Yellowhair votes green. Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you, Shana. Elmer P. Begay votes green. Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty, how do you vote?
Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Thank you, Dazer. Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty votes green. Jamie Henyo, how do you vote?
I vote green. Kayla.
Thank you, Chairman Henyo votes green. Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Nathaniel Brown votes green. Vice Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposed. Vice Chairman not voting. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Shanella, and thank you, Budget and Finance Committee members and sponsor on this permit trust fund. And we pass this with 2 amendments, and it goes next to Nabikiatia and on to Navajo Nation Council, final authority. At this point in time, I will turn the gavel over to our chair. Chair Henyo, you have the gavel.
Kayla, Vice Chair Smith for taking over this legislation. And Shananta, Budget and Finance Committee, Kayla, for a good discussion. And again, invitation still open for co-sponsorship. Let's move on. Next item on the list is legislation 0058-21. Peggy, if you could read that into the record.
This is the reading for legislation 0058-21. It's a proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution assigned to Law and Order Committee, Budget and Finance Committee, Nabikiatia Committee, and Navajo Nation Council, 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year 2021. Introduced by Autoso, co-sponsored by Eugene Charles Newton and Seth Damon, tracking number 0058-21. An act relating to resources and development, budget and finance, Navigatia committees, and the Navajo Nation Council, approving supplemental funding from the unreserved undesignated fund balance in the amount of $1,244,913 for the Navajo Department of Criminal Investigations to continue providing effective services for the Navajo Nation well, waiving 12 NNC Section 820E, F, and J. We have the Exhibit A, B, and C, and those are all attached. Then we have a law and order. Oh, we have one comment from the public review for the internet public review, Tyson Yazzie, and then the law and order committee has a due pass with one amendment as follows. Page 1, line 12, relating to the overstrike resources and development _ law and order, and so forth. And so it's referred to Budget and Finance Committee. Mr. Vice Chair.
This is Chair. Okay. With that reading, with that, Shananta, Chair, Delegate Odusu, are you still with us on the line? Chair, Delegate Odusu?
Yes,
are you there?
I'm on the line.
Okay, good. Committee members, is there a motion?
Yellowhair.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair motion. Is there a second?
Elmer P. Begay.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay. We do have a motion and second. With that, Delegate Odusu, give us introduce the legislation to the Budget and Finance Committee.
Thank you very much, Chair of the Budget and Finance Committee. Also,
members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Shananta, did legislation that has been read into the record is a legislation that is requesting funding for the Navajo Nation criminal investigation. Because Anja public safety, Anja Dashin Sago criminal investigation, Anja Yard, Dashin so, but oh, Dahuin Leto, Sahoda, but oh, Saho out of that, things and Niki for their operation. Ya Aj 80 peso, Pati Niki. 1,244,913. The criminal investigation of the Navajo Nation is a very essential part of law enforcement that actually provides services to the Navajo Nation. And this speaks to the needs of criminal investigation. And law and order with that communication effort with criminal investigation. With that, I do have criminal investigation on the line. I have the director of criminal investigation, Mr. Henderson. He has staff on the line also, and I'll allow him to elaborate on the cost and the needs of criminal investigation at this time. And with this time, with the COVID-19 pandemic, especially if it's a case that they come across where there's nobody around to determine the cause of death of anybody. I just wish that we support our public safety in their request for their needs for their program. With that, I'm going to turn some time over to Mr. Henderson. You on the line? Press *6. Oh, we can hear you.
Okay. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. I am the Director of Criminal Investigations, and we have some supplemental fundings asking for. Personnel expenses in $285,603. And those are for 27 of my criminal investigators and Am I back on the line?
Yes, you are.
Somewhere along there, I got cut off. I am onto the travel expenses of $346,010. And that includes 7 of our transport vehicles where we utilize those transport vehicles in our 7 districts around the Navajo Nation, picking up remains from homes and from out on the roads and out in the fields. And also the mileage that involves in additional 39 vehicles that we use for investigative purposes, and also the personnel travel expenses, the lodgings and the per diem expenses that include, and also supplies of $335,200. And those supplies, we're talking about office supplies, general office supplies, and to include some of the non-capital assets of computer equipment, furniture and equipment for all the districts, and supplies for all the districts, and 52 staff for their computer softwares, operating supplies, the courier postages for shipping, evidence and samples for testings at the laboratory, firearms and ammo requirements, and the custodial supplies, medical supplies that we utilize in our operation. And also the lease and rental of $2,600, which is our meeting spaces, storage spaces, and other rentals, other spaces that we rent for meetings and those kinds of things. So then we go down to our communications and utilities of $27,540, which are include our telephone services, our hard lines, our DSL, internet, wireless, and our two-way radios for our units out there that we utilize in our operation. And that we include repairs and maintenance for $52,000. And those repairs and maintenance are for our computer hardwares, the technology that are involved, the maintenance fees and the repair fees, the upgrade of our hardware, and also to include our contractual service of $165,313, which are mostly going towards our autopsy fees and toxicologies for all the screening and the technical, medical, legal testings that we require in our carrying out our responsibilities with being coroners and deputy coroners of the Navajo Nation. And then we also have some special transaction of $30,647, which are refreshments and for all the 8 districts. And those include special operations that we get involved in around the reservation, and also the insurance premiums that for our regular status commission personnel and our double holiday commission personnel, our workers comp for our commission personnel, and also our civilian personnel. These are an overview of what we need help with and what we need some fundings for. And the reason, basic reason, is that the increase and in our recurring costs of our mileage, of our monthly maintenance costs, our fringe benefits, workers' compensation, all the basic phone services, and our autopsy bills. And it's especially with the pandemic that we've experienced, it became strenuous on our financial needs and our operational needs, and to continue the required standard daily operations, ensuring the safety and welfare of our staff in dealing with the unattended deaths and also the criminal deaths that our investigators get involved in, especially with certain other crimes like the aggravated assault, sexual assaults, and all the additional crime that our investigators do get involved in day and night and weekends and holidays. The pandemic has added the strenuous responsibilities to our operation, and we've experienced over 100 cases in addition to our average yearly death cases. And in addition to, there was some increase in the aggravated assaults and some of our other criminal activities here on the Navajo Nation, in addition to our average yearly responses to these kinds of cases. And the supplies that we needed to safeguard are not only our investigators out there in the field and their vehicles, but also our civilian staffs in sanitizing their offices, and in addition to the vehicles and all the protective gears that, in addition to what we normally have to protect our staff from the pandemic and from the disease, all the crucial supplies, the major parts, had drained our funds throughout the pandemic, and putting us in this predicament to ask the committee, the Budget and Finance Committee, to help us with this $1,244,913, and it's unfortunate that when we were given the responsibilities and duties of being coroners and deputy coroners, there wasn't any funds attached to it when it was dropped in our lap years back. So we have a lot of strenuous financial difficulties that it put us in, especially with this pandemic. In addition to the deaths and the toxicologies, the autopsies, the mileage fees, and all the special supplies that we needed for the past year, we also expended a lot of our funds paying our workers, our investigators, and our support staff the special duty pay, and to include the fringe and the fringe benefits, the workman's comp, and the general liabilities that became additional expenses to our yearly averages of how much we spend on our operation by the year. And this is in a nutshell what we're talking about, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. If there's any questions, we'll be happy to respond to those. Mr. So.
Yeah, Mr. Henderson, Director Henderson, for the criminal investigation. Ako di ko yahadna do kon hichona ya pa na hot ito nanish pahnanas ni tikiban na kokotlo la yego panan apesa ni peso banchetet na kapik ente to think anin ego pachetet ahta ako na kapik kashin so tapo oho, and that alludes to less services being provided when they investigate crimes, sexual assaults, and other crimes that and they have a tremendous amount of responsibilities. Ako eben na kodo titi behs ani kita na yego kodo hashe kotadini akonde looking for shan just Budget and Finance Committee ni kai. You know, if we could start looking at mechanisms so that public safety, things like this, is taken off the top when the yearly budget allocation is done. That way, the need of public safety and the much needed programs are fully funded. This is just one to give you a glimpse of that they are underfunded. And although we have less police officers out there, criminal investigation is a program that we really need to continue to support this program here. So it is what aside the maid Sahloba Anakin Nezatin over at this team, Nova Atin did the maid Yajet Ona is Nezatin over at Kat at the Haihunena. So it as the skin hat Niki, but Ashjan general funds Lepi Yatan Hiki. A.D. control Yahne, I did not the Nikit from the UUFB. I know we have money legislations, but this is to provide services on behalf of the greater Navajo Nation general public. Thank you very much. Turn time back over to you, Chairman.
Appreciate that last check. Budget and Finance Committee members, any questions, comments regarding legislation 0058-21? I'll call for the question if there's no comments.
This is Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you, Shanada, Chair Henio, and Budget and Finance Committee members, and Mr. Henderson. Not just Dagi, Salau, and Kai, Shanada for this legislation. My concern is, I do, yeah, Lesto, it's getting late. I do support this 100%. Akunda. Anaha. We're going to be asking for the same amount, maybe even more, which is considered recurring. Ako halate out. What is the best mechanism? Is this in Kinde peso hato soto peso e aje and ye? He is allowed that kagi. Shayat e. How we support Navajo police and law enforcement. That egi. Akunda. I'm just trying to think. Onahot eh. Peso nada that nido. Ako. Earlier, there was a report from OMB related external funds. Kuishi the Milso. Hodla. I don't know if OMB is still on board with us. Cadell Shorty. There was an amount that was given to us, and that amount was non-pesos, and I think it's right here. I'm bringing it up. I call under page 1 of 4, Gita, Division of Public Safety, and the expense on the original budget was $2,302,000. Although the revised budget, $11 million. Actual spent was almost $3 million, 2.9. Auto encumbrances, $153,000. Budget available is $8,487,000, and this is from the general funds, and it was only spent at 26.82%, according to the OMB report as of March 31st, 2021. Then you go down to the list here is external restricted funds. Division of Public Safety was awarded original budget 115 million, and then they revised budget A was for 293 million, almost 294, and expenditures was 213. And right now there's available of 76,204,000. I guess my question to that is, Shananda, how much of that is provided for criminal investigations? Because when we talk about public safety, that includes patrol under the 638 and ito da zip peso, or is it? Can you guys kind of explain that to Shananta? I don't know. Can you explain what's going on? It's under Exhibit B. I'm sure you don't have this, but PNDOT did OMB not so itchazni and I'm just curious that there is money in there at 76 million for the external restricted funds, and that was March 9th, 2020. Shananta, thank you, Chair Henning.
Question, committee members, any other questions or comments regarding this legislation?
Chair Henning, this is Delegate Brown.
Shananta, Delegate Nathaniel Brown, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My question is, this is obviously COVID related funding that's being requested. So I was wondering, I support this legislation. However, again, to maximize our Navajo dollars in these days of knowing budget shortfalls or revenue shortfalls, is there a way we can put language in this legislation where some of the funds from American Rescue Plan funds can replenish this over $1 million? I think that would be really good for to save as much money as possible. So that's that would be a question to Controller. Would this be allowable? Thank you.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown, I believe that right now we don't have the parameters and guidance from Treasury, but it still would be your option right now to add an amendment to this legislation with similar to what we did with the previous legislation. So that way we can have it covered just in case it is allowable.
Yes, Chair. I would like to make that amendment, just like the previous legislation, just to add language in case. So it would be simple language where to replenish the funding from American Rescue Plan Act funds. I'm not sure where this language would go. I would imagine it would go right after how much the funding is being requested. Kirsten, if you could help me. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Kristen Lowe, are you still there with us?
I'm here.
Okay. Would you be able to assist Delegate Brown with his request for an amendment, which would be language similar to what we did with 45-21 on the ARP? Okay, thank you. And once you have it done, just send it to Peggy and Delegate Brown, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
Thank you. Now back to Vice Chair Smith's question. Do we still have Office of Management and Budget on the line? Mr. Shorty or Mr. Bial, are you still with us on the line?
I believe O&B is still on the call.
Okay. Maybe, what about the controller, Ms. Kirk? Are you still on the line? Robert Willie? Yeah.
I don't see the controller still on the call.
Okay. If you would help us out with providing a response to Vice Chair Smith's question regarding the budget for Department of Public Safety as far as federal contract dollars are concerned.
Chair, who is the question to?
Vice Chair Smith is put that question out for response regarding the budget that DPS receives every year from the federal government and the unspent money that he's seeing right now, and the expenditures of the percentage of the expenditures that still on the books.
Chairman.
Okay, we're still on the call, right? Vice Chair, are you there?
I'm still here. This is Delegate Brown.
Delegate So, I'm still on the line too.
Okay, speaker staff who's helping us facilitate the call, do you see Chairman Henyo or Vice Chair Smith on the line? Okay, committee members, Delegate Yellowforce or Elmer, did you want to facilitate? Or
I'm here.
If you could give some
I was
guidance?
muted.
Oh, Vice Chair. Okay.
I was muted. Yes, I was trying to talk and realized that I was muted. Since we lost Chair Henyo,
I'm back, Vice Chair.
Oh, okay, good. Go ahead, take over.
Augustina, thank you, Vice Chair. This signal here is some getting spotty, but anyway, as were you able to reiterate your question to the controller?
Yeah, my question, correct?
Vice Chair, as Vice Chair's question regarding the federal contracts, money that the Department of Public Safety receives on a yearly basis, and as far as the expenditure of this budget, and I believe he's looking at a spreadsheet where there's an excess of unexpended amount of money that's not being used, and I believe he said it's only at 26%. I think he's looking at a report from March of 2020, and so that was his concern, that there's all this money, but it's not being spent. By the same time, we're asking for money on this side. I believe that was his concern. If I'm right, Vice Chair Smith?
Thank you, Chair Henyo. Yes, this report was given to us this morning regarding the budget expenditure report, external restricted funds, and it did come across my thoughts here with this legislation. It is dated March 9, 2021, and the available balance for Division of Public Safety is $76,204,358.48. And now we're at halfway through FY 2021, and it's only been spent. The balance is 26%. I guess it's been spent 70. Yeah, Chair Henny.
Okay, with that, maybe I could defer to the sponsors, Chair Delegate Odoso, then he can call upon the controller if he wishes to do so for a response. Shananta, Delegate Odoso.
Thank you very much for that question, Shananta. I'll turn some time over to the sponsor here or to my agent, but these K dollars that you're referring to is all in one pot, and those are budgeted for the salaries and what is allowable on the contract. And altogether, it consists of dollars from patrol. It consists of dollars from Department of Corrections. It consists of dollars from juvenile and some from CI. CI gets a certain amount of dollars from the through the contract. It's not much, so the Navajo Nation supplements in the yearly budget allocation a certain amount. Just to get them over the hump, so that we can at least the project or the program, but the need is there. With that, I want to turn some time over to Shannon Garvett from Criminal Investigation, so she can go ahead and inform you guys related to the K accounts. Shannon? Shannon, press *6. Thank you. We hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Committee of the Budget and Finance. I appreciate you hearing us in regards to our request for supplemental funding. To the question which Vice Chair has asked, the Department Criminal Investigations with the PL 93-638 contract funds, we received direct cost funding of $4,186,716. Out of that $4 million, $2,776,000 is placed in for salary expenses. Fringe is $1,367,000, and the remainder is placed into insurance premiums, which are the workman's comp and general liability. And whatever's left out from calculating those expenses for personnel costs is usually placed in operating supplies or other needed areas. At this time, with the past contract that we've had from 2016 to 2020, we've received the same amount of $4,186,716. And that's what we used for our salaries and our expenses. However, we do receive direct contract support costs that are stipulated by BIA on how those expenses are being utilized. And the only criterias that we can utilize them in are for either fringe benefits, travel, and training. So because of this pandemic, a lot of those expenses were used towards hazard pay and special duty pay that we paid out. So with that, you, as of right now, with the K-17 account, just recently, well, actually, since last year, we've been asking contract accounting to do our first in, first out. And they finally completed that to where we have a zero account balance in that particular account number. Now that they've moved a lot of the funds from K-17 to K-18, our current account that we've expended is 95%, which is our balance of approximately $239,000. And again, may I remind you that these funds of $239,000 are specified for direct contract support costs, which is only for fringe and travel and training expenses. K-19, again, we utilize those fundings for special duty pay and hazard pay as well, along with some special assignments that were unforeseen. So what we have as far as our operating supplies in that particular K-19 account is $49,000. And what we've done was we split that up within the 7 districts to utilize for their operational needs. But that's still not enough when we're looking at body bags, post-mortem blood kits, PPEs and sanitation, all the stuff that lies under that particular level of detail, 4410. And with that, under the K-19, we've expended 86% of the funds, which currently, the current balance right now is $657,000 approximately. Now that we're in K-20 account, we are still utilizing that to expend a lot of our funding in the salary, and we've also utilized that for our hazard duty pay as well. So with that, we've expended so far 73% of that funding, and this funding is going to be the salary expenses and fringe and workman's comp are going to be expended by May 21st, and then we're going to start hitting into our new account, which is the K-21 account. And there, that's our new contract for our 5-year contract. And we've requested through BIA additional costs of up to, I believe it was over $7 million. However, we were instructed that we needed to go back to our base of $4.1 million, $4,186,716. So that's what we're having to work with. And because we are down back to our base this year again of $700,000 that we have for general funds with the increase on mandated costs such as the maintenance and mileages on the vehicles, the telephone expenses, and other mandated costs that are implemented. It really depletes a lot of our funding to allow us to obtain operational equipment for our staff, as well as overtime. We have no overtime to compensate, with the exception of CT, compensatory time, to provide in accordance with the Navajo Nation Personnel Policy Manual. So I hope, Mr. Smith, that this brings into light some of the understanding of how our budget is set up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. That is our explanation for Mr. Smith's concern. But the funding that he's looking at, that greater number, 76 million, that's all the public safeties, $638 all in one shebang, and they are all geared to what the contract says and the services provided in the contract. So you just heard CI that they are expending their money, and they're going to need these dollars, and especially our CI is not getting overtime payment and just getting comp time. You know, and you know, and the CI program indicated that the K account is pretty much for the direct contract costs. There's other expense, and at this time of the COVID pandemic, I believe there was one report that also is that CI pays for all the autopsy. It's about almost $5,000 for one to be sent in, one body to be sent in, and they pick up the cost, and it comes out of this. So they are a vital program, and they do provide direct services to our Navajo people. Thank you.
Chair Henyo, are you still with us?
Okay,
I think we lost her.
I'm unmuted. I'm trying to talk away here. Vice Chair, does that help you with your question regarding the budget?
Thank you, Chair Henyo. Yes, it does explain it perfectly. I appreciate the time, and I appreciate the explanation, and I understand how 638 works and how the supplemental is to help the criminal investigations. Thank you very much, presenter and your agents. I appreciate that. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Committee members, Budget and Finance Committee, any further questions or comments regarding legislation 58-21?
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty.
Shananta, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't know if the OMB memo was addressed. If we could get clarification on moving forward with this legislation. And I understand that this is a request for the impact of COVID-19. I just need clarification if there was other funding federal funding that was available but just wasn't allocated. The second part of that question is in regards to this, and I'm going to pull up the legislation that was passed by council regarding the UUSD. I'm not sure if there was funding from that public safety section for criminal investigators. I understand there's a chronic unmet need for criminal investigators. The allocation from our federal partners is criminal. They have not improved or increased their allocation. And what I'm concerned with is, Director Henderson, we've worked a lot in terms of cases, and in particular, some of the work on the violent cases. And I will need to know if any of this funding will be used to solve some of those issues when it relates to investigations relating to data and how or there's some critical areas I would need to know if this funding addressed. Thank you, Chairman Henio.
Again, Shnanda, for that question. I believe Vice Chair Smith had a question that related to the federal funding, and he was looking at the memo that was shared with us by OMB this morning, and had questions regarding that, and that was answered by the sponsor, Delegate Odoso, and his agent. So therefore, if you wish to have him answer that question, I could give it back to the sponsor, Shnanda. But as far as other funding, I believe let me just go back to sponsor Shnanda. Delegate Odoso, if you would respond.
Chair, can you hear me?
Thank you very much. You are talking about the OMB memo that was just sent to me by, I guess, Peggy, not too long ago. I just received it at 6:50 p.m., what you guys are referring to, which has numbers related to public safety. And these numbers that are related to public safety are all conjoined together, all in one pot. And to sort through the spaghetti noodles, I'm going to go ahead and turn the time over to Mr. Henderson and his staff to give that response, because the OMB memo I don't think Director Henderson has this memo too, pertaining to the 2021 budget summary expenditure sheet. This document speaks to original budget, revised budget, actual budgets, encumbered, and budgets available. And these dollars are all, they're not broken down. So they're just all, the way I see public safety is that I believe this dollars that's pertaining to the from OMB is to the what was approved through the comprehensive budget. So with that, Mr. Henderson, if you can have Peggy send this document over to Director Henderson so that they can refer and look at this OMB memo. And, under public safety, this OMB memo says $713,256 a budget available. But that's across the board it's not separated from the four entities. So looking at what criminal investigation may have in their budget currently is undetermined right now. Just looking at this OMB report, because it's all in one, it's Division of Public Safety. So with that, Mr. Henderson, I'm going to turn some time over to you. Thank you.
Please hold. Chairman Henyo, point of order or question of privilege.
Yes, Shananta, you have to start.
Thank you, Chairman. And to clarify, understanding that there's two OMB memos. So the clarification is I'm referring to Exhibit C of the legislation. It's the OMB memo dated March 24th, and it is their review of the legislation. That's the document I'm referencing to. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, sponsor.
Back to Chair Odoso, referencing the legislation, the memo that's part of your legislation.
Oh, yes. The OMB memo was reviewed by Office of OMB. I need to pull up my legislation sheet again over here. And jumping back and forth from phone to phone. Hold on, guys. I need to hope my phone can download this. But OMB has reviewed this document, and they did through that they did send that document in, and that document, which is attached to the legislation, is their stance on the current legislation. I'm still waiting for it to download, but that's all they can say right now. But the OMB did review it, this document. Chairman?
Yes, I'm there, but just I was waiting for you to do the complete download. But with that, while you're, we'll come back to you once you get that legislation downloaded. One thing that's still outstanding here is Ms. Lowell, have you completed the draft for the request for an amendment? Ms. Lowell, are you still there? If not, let me defer to Delegate Elmer Begay. I believe I heard him earlier.
I'm here, Chair. It's Kristen.
Chair, if I could ask a question, this is Peggy.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay is going on.
Chair.
Oh, here you are.
Yeah, good evening. I'm trying to speak on the main motion.
Oh, we are on the main motion.
Okay, Krishna, Nana. It's I support this legislation as long as it's for pertaining to COVID-19. I don't know through the pandemic. If it's relating to that, but I saw the amendment that went through. From Delegate Brown, but I think my question is I know to Mr. Henderson. My question relates to your work. I know that through this pandemic, I believe that you have a unit, and then you have the personnel and your expertise, and you got trained it to transport bodies. I wanted to know that if since there's funding coming down the pipeline, based on that is there a plan that you have? How would you be able to help throughout this? What would you need to help through this of this services that you are doing, your expertise? The job Bansis case I think through this pandemic and through this CARES Act fundings that became available, all you with the Ghana, with the outside vendors, based on all you in here, last people have to go inside their pocket, inside their savings too, into their account, based on either to pay off some of the burial assistance. In spite of it seems that people were unemployed. Although since of they did that. They have to do that and go all through that somehow that we could wake up and give more money to your department and criminal investigation, CI. But the reason why that you guys have unit to transport bodies. Or you heard that the southwest part of the reservation people, they had the house in the these mortuaries, they go over there to bring that body back out on the aid. If they're not part of the vendor, then they transport back to late St. Michael's and Navajo. So all you basically they use that. So my thought is, what will be your plan to do that? That money can be given to you. How can we give that money to you so we can be like these fundings that we have with Navajo Nation, we should just give it back to you, since you guys have the expertise and you guys have the knowledge and you're trained for, and then you have the units. Because all you do is based on other day, they're just not recovering from. All you based on HECs, we had to go into some loans to get. So through this recovery, from this the funding that's coming down, the rescue plan. Is there a way that we could utilize your units, and how we could put more money in there to help, not giving the money outside, but to use our own resources? Maybe there will be a plan. If it's like if there's none, we can have somebody to help us draft that amendment to that. Oh yeah, about this case to let Henio. It was just my thought. But I just asked that question. Considerably.
I appreciate it getting off for that. Back to Chick. Delegate Odeso, response to Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
Thank you very much.
Henderson, I would ask you.
Chananta, Mr. Chairman Henio, with what Mr. Elmer Begay spoke about, great that he supports public safety and the program, and really talks about getting more resources to public safety, and criminal investigation is an arm of public safety, and I would recommend that he supports this legislation, vote in favor to get him additional resources. So with Avance this case. But I want to elaborate to Captain Henderson. So Captain Henderson, can you add on to additional comments or answers to Mr. Begay's question? Thank you. Captain Henderson?
Oh, yeah, ade shinanda na identical kirigi delegate Begay. Kodod judai ta lagod EJ hoda bayan kigi the transports. The way he shinte zenda hui lehigi ade at the mortuaries at a point in time became overwhelmed with returning remains from Phoenix and from Albuquerque. And they reached out to criminal investigation to help them transport some of our relatives' remain back from these places in Albuquerque and Phoenix. So criminal investigation helped out in transporting some of our relatives back to the mortuary, even though they were not cases that a criminal investigation initially got involved with. Azel ide keda hastidigi di ko is nada hajago to ida nes ango inanish billah tazleo ade ko en hika oche tano tato ijeo edi ade nada haki ko akonde di ko hutaban sa keso ni hajo pa de yabni binache huta ije adon de ta di ko an hi ade halpade at least da hitla ta no rango da is tingo ade it is nada hijaho bekin da ilkaho da ni shin gay ashlad ne zatin do ba an ko da hatla ko hot aba ben nasban sa keso ko edit out ko na docha hido nenigi jo ko ada abennensle abetsestke halat aita ya at least da hitla ashlad ne zatin do ba an hunza ho holjish ko da hat ila yula ala nila to nechande konde ala che hoda bani khago jo to da handa nashigi basis ti to beke in hin it does hoda che at decent day ja o hoda de ya hajo shaban to case to ade shnat ani no lenigi ai ta ya to chon o nanish benika ko da benache beninada to yan to de yego hade linta to kwa hota in the han so shi in sekisi da dilte ado hota at is njitko huichit huitle ke hakalna tio to benina adishna o da basis ti hota ba chuin angi kushinan tai ko hya hon so shi ilta
Thank you very much, Mr. Henderson and Chairman. That is a response to Mr. Honorable Elmer Brigade's questions. With that, I got a chance to download OMB's memo, and if I may, can I address that?
Sure. I should have asked you.
Okay, I wanted to avoid this sort of with number one concern of what Mr. Dominic Bial had put on the memo. Peso oyo aro chidano limited availability. Because of the limited availability of funds, OMB advised branch chief to prioritize alcohol comprehensive funds besa each the controller yasti ashjan UUFB undesignated reserve funds alcohol supplemental funding proposal pursuant to FY21 a budget manual the Appropriation Act, and should be complied by the three branch to determine prioritize. I didn't see anything that indicated by law that we need to prioritize the UUFB. That was the first thing I would ask Mr. Bial. Is there anything that specifically says that undesignated reserve funds have to be prioritized in order to access? They recommend compliance with the Appropriation Act regarding supplemental appropriation. Branch chiefs concurrence those supplemental requests by the nomination president. Aja 2 and 3, but yes, and number 4. It speaks to basically he's saying why the budget form signed off by this person and that person and not by this person and not by that person. Criminal investigation had all of their paperwork ready. They submitted through. Mr. Dalmore signed off. Mr. Henderson signed off. And it's still stuck at the process of the president at the ASA. The chief of staff has not moved it forward, and it's still sitting there. I haven't seen anything that had moved forward to say that it's signed off. Mr. Chaco has this document. He's aware of it. We did at the committee before dropping this legislation. We did ask from the Speaker's office to see where it was at, and the president hasn't signed off on it. Even it was still as not signed off status. So I said, let's just go through the legislative process for the 164, and let's get this legislation drafted. Budget form from the legislative branch. Legislation so drop that when it started going through the committee stages. That's when we find out that the president has signed off on the other budget forms. But basically what I'm saying is it's been sitting at their desk for so long. How long do you wait when your criminal investigators are seeking revenues, funds to continue to support their operation? Because anon ne khashid never but resist in don the khashid that ado hat ida daik eten hot an de kha which never listen de ja. It ain't nice. And it's an uncomfortable position, you know. But our criminal investigators, with the fleet that we have of investigators, I had one that reached out to me. When that investigator gets the call, when they get the call in the middle of the night, they don't count overtime from leaving their home to the scene of the crime. Their overtime starts until they get to the crime scene. And if it's a travel time one way of an hour and a half, they're not being paid for that. I really disagree with that. But it's this policy, that's the way it's set up, and policy needs to change. But, you know, our criminal investigators, that's one reason why I said, let's drop this legislation. I can't sit here and wait and hope that the budget from that was at the president's office is going to be signed off. The sun keeps on let's just use the legislative branch 164. A bag or a coin, and that's what Dominic is speaking to. He's saying why are the budget form acknowledged are acknowledged by the manager or inspector of the program? Yeah. You know, instead of the Navajo Nation Council delegates are the signatures. That's basically what he's saying. Why does the division director not signed off? Their first original budgets they signed off, but it's been stuck at the president's office. And I believe that document was finally signed off on the 5th of April. If we had to wait, I didn't drop it there. I changed that draft and then that legislation, but I just wanted to get this legislation through, moving for the criminal investigation and the amount of work that they do for us. And I really appreciate the questions, Amber, Delegate Crowdy, and you know, these documents pertaining to money, legislative documents pertaining to our first responders should be dealt with real quick. You sit on someone's desk, and it just takes a long time. So, I didn't want to go this far with it to say that, you know, it's been over there and we've been waiting on it. You know, I just want to move this legislation forward to see if we can at least, the council could appropriate these dollars for criminal investigators. But it's to your discretion. It's okay. Don't hear out. You know, you can express your concerns, or, you know, with the red vote. But at this time, I choose that. I say that, you know, I can't just watch and not see resources delivered to our criminal investigators when they need it. Mr. Chairman, for your time allowing me to speak.
Any other?
This is Jimmy Elliott, Council Delegate.
Senator, you have the floor. Delegate Yellow Hair, you have the floor. Delegate Yellow Hair, one more. Delegate Yellow Hair, one twice. Delegate Yellow Hair, 3 times.
Okay, finally,
any further questions?
finally got back on it. Chair, I had a phone problem. On news, anyway, good evening. Out of Vice Chair, and also to my colleagues. Let's support it. They give good reasons to bring this legislation before us. Our need and how to even source. And here to let's just vote green. Move on. The control unity has not about that a to love Lego to the car. You should never fabricate a sting the hunt. But you're in this Tito Yego. But none should I love what I say. Chapa is your but no. Share, I vote green for this. We should just move on. Vote on right now. Just take care of this business. Could he pay hold me? Should not ask me. Send you. Hashing be ask to cheat out. Ask we just turn around, running around. So let's go on and vote on this legislation. Yeah, it's not on it. Take because I have state only. But even now, I don't 15 minutes. Thank you very much, Secretary Chair Henio. Also, Mr. Honorable Orso. Public safety does Nagi, but all the things that's on Anigi. Oh, now peso, leadership by a kid or the council. Let's move on and let's support the legislation. Thank you.
Chair Henio, this is Peggy.
Chair, Henio, this is Doug. Okay.
An amendment that they wanted.
The amendment you wanted, Senator Delegate, I'll give the floor to Delegate Amagay.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know that Chair whether also although Sergeant Henderson yet I just wanted to support this the legislation and your endeavors of requesting for fundings. I just need your support though. This we're trying to get the Dalcon Justice Center in place. I know that the CI has been over at Dalcon School. As they kind of dilapidated BIE housing. So, because we're trying to work on that plans for you. I know them. So just like to say thank you for your services.
Chair Henio, this is Delegate Brown.
Did you get Delegate Brown?
Yeah. I just wanted to ask if the amendment I requested is ready.
It's been emailed out. It's ready for your motion.
Okay. Chair would like to make that motion. The amendment that was sent out. Thank you.
I'll get you a motion by Senator Delegate Brown for amendment number 1. I think you would use the amendment for aspect second.
Amendment 1 for legislation number 058-21. Page 4, lines 11 through 15, insert new section 5 as indicated below. And this is new language, section 5, reimbursement to the Navajo Nation unreserved undesignated fund balance. The Navajo Nation Council approves any future funding to the Navajo Nation from the United States Treasury, whether through congressional appropriation or other designation, including the American Rescue Plan Act for the purpose of COVID-19 relief and recovery to reimburse the unreserved undesignated fund balance of the general fund up to the full amount approved in this resolution to the extent allowed by federal and Navajo Nation law. Navajo Nation Council shall authorize and approve reimbursement to the unreserved undesignated fund balance of the general fund as the initial priority in any future expenditure plan resolutions for COVID-19 relief and recovery. Renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, or exhibits accordingly if necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes.
With that reading, is there a second?
Second, Delegate Carty.
Okay, motion by Delegate Nathaniel Brown, second by Delegate Alex Scotty. That committee members, any questions or comments on amendment number 1?
Chairman Henyo, I have a question.
Yes, yep, question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the amendment, Delegate Brown. What I wanted to ask our legislative council, and I apologize, when I was referring to that OM memo, that's Exhibit C, in understanding paragraph 2 or section 3, and then looking at 4, is there any language or waiver language that we need to add as an amendment regarding the signatures? I'm just looking at, if you could just help me understand if there's any action that needs to be taken by the committee to address OMB number 2, 3, and 4. Thank you, Chair, because I would need to know and ask for a modification. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Ms. Lowe, can you help us with that question?
Yes, this is Kristen. Okay, let's see. I got to get back to the memo. Okay, we're looking at Section 4. Okay, further, the signatories of the budget forms are acknowledged to be the manager, supervisor of the program. I think Delegate So said the forms were signed on April 5th. And if that's the case, we can do an amendment to substitute those forms, and that'll obviate that issue. The other thing is, if you look at the supplemental appropriation request procedures in the BIM, and this is Delegate Crotty's amendment, the committee did an amendment of the BIM last year that said budget forms are encouraged to have the signature of the appropriate division director with written concurrence from the appropriate branch chief or division director as appropriate. And that's also consistent with the actual practice that the Budget and Finance Committee and the entire Navajo Nation Council has been employing with the budget forms for UUFB requests. And then there was another one, and I can't remember what the other question was. So that's all I have right now. And if there's a follow-up question, I'll be happy to answer that. Thank you.
Yeah, back to Delegate Anderson and Scotty. Do you have a request from our institution?
Thank you, Chair. So, I just need clarification. Are there new budget forms that we need to replace? And then request an updated OMB memo? I'd just rather do it in this amendment and move forward, or if you could give me some guidance. I'm looking at the document and I don't see those budget forms that were.
This is Kristen again. I thought I heard Delegate So say the forms were signed on April 5th. If that's not correct, you know, I can. Okay, maybe just to keep it simple. Here's what we can do. We can put in a provision notwithstanding, for example, notwithstanding the concerns raised in OMB's memo dated March 24th, 2021, the Budget and Finance Committee recommends the Navajo Nation Council approve the supplemental appropriation, something like that. Sure.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, Peggy, we have an input into this question regarding budget forms.
Chair, I just see that we have for the legislation, there are budget forms that are attached and they are signed on March either 10th or 2021. I think it's March 10th, the speaker's signature on that. The date, yeah, it's March 10th, 2021 is when the budget forms were signed. So I think that if the program is satisfied with those budget forms that are contained with the legislation, then I think we're good. Unless they have amendments that they were seeking to do, and then we would need to incorporate new budget forms into the legislation, and that could be done at NABI or at the council. And then I don't know if you're seeking a new Exhibit C from the OMB, which is their due diligence on the supplemental request. And then the question that I had, Kristen, was the waiving of 820E, F, and J. What provisions are those pertaining to?
Okay, thank you for that input, Peggy. Back to Delegate Emerson and Scotty. As far as the responses from our attorney and advisor to help you with your request for modification.
I'm sorry, Chairman Henya, was that a question for me? This is Delegate Scotty.
Steve, if you have any follow-up regarding the responses that were given to us by Legislative Council and
Okay, thank you, Chair. So I think seeing that it's waiving certain provisions of the Appropriation Act, and if there's, I'm not sure if I could just ask the sponsor if they have those budget forms, if they wanted that to be added at the committee, or I think it's still in order if we're waiving those appropriation provisions, Chair, and then if those budget forms are not ready, we could just, I could withdraw my request to modify. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Chase, Delegate Otoso.
Yes. Thank you very much. Yes, Paulson Chaco finally signed off on the budget forms, and we can do it two ways. Or we could do it at Nabi. That way, the budget forms are all ready. It's just at the late hour right now that we need I'm sure staff has it at work, but we could definitely get those budget forms and get it ready for an amendment at Nabi to replace Exhibit A. I think it's A, yes, in the legislation. That way, the summary sheet has Mr. Delmore's signature and Paulson Chalco's name on there. And then the budget forms will have everything in order. And then I believe there's already a OMB memo attached to that too. That's sitting there. And so that way we could do that at Nabi, if that's okay with the motioning party and the seconding party. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, with that, the question is that it can be done in Nabi.
Thank you, Chairman Henio. I would just ask after we vote on the main motion, if I could motion a directive, and I'll add that language just for the record, because I would also like to include the development of a missing persons unit. And I don't see that type of funding in this request. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Yashina, with that, withdraw your request for modification.
Chair, actually, I would want to modify. I apologize. And it would just be, and I'm not sure if I could modify, but I would like to add on here the development of a Navajo Nation missing persons unit. If Legislative Council could let me know if it's appropriate in this legislation as this amendment as a modification, or if that's something I could work on it for Nabakia. Thank you.
Ms. Lowe, regarding production and Doggy Amber to the select body to quit.
This is Kristen. Can we do it at Nabi? I think that would be best. Then I could have some time to work through it and not have to rush something out in a few minutes. Chair.
Okay. Request to see if we can do it in a minute.
Sure. Thank you.
Chairman.
Okay, we're still on amendment number 1. Any questions on amendment number 1? If not, there's no question on amendment number 1. Chantal, although Ramona, you would lead us in the vote.
Sure, Chairman Henio, voting on the amendment on legislation number 0058-21. Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you, Mr. Yellowhair votes green. Elmer Pibigay, how do you vote?
Should I vote green?
Thank you, Shana. Elmer Pibigay votes green. Amber Kenneth Bach-Crotty, how do you vote?
Delegate Amber Kenneth Bach-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Thank you. Deja Amber Kenneth Bach-Crotty votes green. Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Yeah, I said too. Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you, Nathaniel Brown votes green. Raymond Smith, how do you vote? Mr. Smith, how do you vote?
Green.
Chairman Hingo, we have 5 members voting in the affirmation and 0 opposing. Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Okay, thank you for that. Vote on amendment number 1. Back to the main motion. Any questions or comments on the main motion? Hearing none, call for the question on the main motion, the 1 minute. I'm thinking we should take a few second reading on the main motion with the 1 minute.
This is the second reading for legislation 058-21. Page 4, lines 11 through 15, insert new section 5 as indicated below. Section 5, reimbursement to the Navajo Nation Unreserved Undesignated Fund Balance. The Navajo Nation Council, any future funding to the Navajo Nation Fund, or from the, excuse me, I'm getting too tired, I think. Funding to the Navajo Nation from the United States Treasury, whether through congressional appropriation or other designation, including the American Rescue Plan Act, for the purpose of COVID-19 relief and recovery to reimburse the unreserved, undesignated fund balance of the general fund up to the full amount approved in this resolution, to the extent allowed by federal and Navajo Nation law. The Navajo Nation Council shall authorize and approve reimbursement to the unreserved fund balance of the general fund as the initial priority in any future expenditure plan resolutions for COVID-19 relief and recovery. Renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits accordingly if necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment shall be conformed to the intent of or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notes to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. That's the second reading.
Okay, thank you for that. For that, second reading, Lamona, if you could do the roll call vote for the second, for this legislation.
Sure, Chairman Hugh, for the vote for legislation number 0058-21. Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you, Mr. Yellowhair votes green. Almer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you, Shana. Almer P. Begay votes green. Amber Kenneth-Crowdy, how do you vote?
Delegate Amber Kenneth-Crowdy votes green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Amber Kenneth-Crowdy votes green. Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you, Shade. Nathaniel Brown votes green. Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Shanella. Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposed. Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Thank you for that roll call vote. We do have a do pass on legislation 0058-121. 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Shanta, Delegate Odoso.
Yes. Can I just state some? This amendment is going to happen at Navi. I'll get the budget forms over to Kristen tomorrow so she can go ahead and reflect those documents into the amendment so that that amendment could be prepared before Navi Thursday. Then I'll have the Criminal Investigation Office bring those documents to us so we can change out the documents there. Yeah, thank you very much, Budget and Finance Committee.
Christina, hold on, I'll get Odessa and also your agents. Please hold up a little bit. There's one director that I believe needs to be stated. Delegate Anderson, do you still have that directive that you wish to make?
Yes, this is Delegate Crotty. I'd like to make a directive, Chair.
Yes, ma'am. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. If I'm in order and staff, the directive is for the legislation to at Nabakietian have the proper or the updated budget forms and with the corrected.
And a directive to the sponsor or to the program?
I would say to the program in as the agent to the sponsor.
Okay, I'm sorry. I lost so this is to the program or the sponsor? I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Okay. I'm on my earpiece. I hear my earpiece is starting to act up. Might be running out of batteries. But for that, there's a directive. Motion for a directive. Is there a second? Motion by Shinata, Delegate Amber Peninsula County on this directive. There's a second. Is there a second?
Second, Delegate again.
Christina Shinata, Delegate Elmer PPK, second that. So there's a director motion and a second. For that, committee members, any questions or comments on this directive? Tonight, Ramona, if you could lead us in a roll call vote for this directive.
Sure, Chairman. Go for the directive. Jeremy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you, Mr. Yellowhair. Votes green. Alma PPK, how do you vote?
Should I vote green?
Thank you, Shana. Alma PPK votes green. Amber Kenneth-Bott Carty, how do you vote?
Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bott Carty votes green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja Amber Kenneth-Bott Carty votes green. Thank you. Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you, Shache. Nathaniel Brown votes green. Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green, Shanella.
Thank you, Shanella. Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Okay, shake hands off for that. Roll call vote. We do have 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. And with this, moving on to the next legislation is 0042-21 on the new business. Peggy, if you would read that into the record for us.
Yes, I can. Hold on. Trying to clear up some paperwork to make sure I get this right. Okay. Legislation number 0042-21 is a proposed nomination resolution assigned to Resources and Development Committee, Finance Committee, Committee, Navajo Nation Council, 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year 2021, introduced by Elmer P. Gates, sponsor tracking number 0042-21, an act relating to Resources and Development, Budget and Finance Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, supplemental funding from the unreserved undesignated fund balance in the amount of $2 million for the Navajo Nation Department of Justice Water Rights litigation to continue litigating on behalf of the Navajo Nation and to protect the Navajo Nation's water rights. Rating 12 NC section E, F, and N. Um, There are memos pertaining to the exhibits that are contained in the legislation from the Department of Justice, the Attorney General. And the Internet Public Review document shows that for the first report, there were no comments. The second report, there were comments and recommendations from Percy Gill and Herb Yazzie. Let's see. Then the Resources and Development Committee has a committee report that's attached to pass with no amendments.
For that reading, is there a motion?
Motion, Vice Chair
Committee.
Delegate Brown, motion.
Okay, motion by Vice Chair Smith, second by Shinata, Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Committee members, any questions or comments regarding this legislation? Any questions or comments regarding this legislation? I'll for a roll call vote. Ramona, if you would lead us in a roll call vote.
Chairman Henyo, a final roll call vote for legislation 0042-21. Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you, Mr. Yellowhair votes green. Elmer Pipigay, how do you vote?
Shana, vote green.
Thank you, Shana. Elmer Pipigay votes green. Amber Kenneth-Bott Carty, how do you vote?
Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bott Carty votes green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja Amber Kenneth-Bott Carty votes green. Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Shanella. Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you, Shache. Nathaniel Brown votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Thank you, Ramona. Okay, lesson 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. 0042-21 receives a due pass, and it moves on to the next committee. So with that, committee members, we are completed with our new business. Items. Now, we are at the end. Now, here, motion to adjourn by Vice Chair Smith. For a second.
Before we Chair.
Second by, hold on. Second by Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Floor is open. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
Good evening again. Thank you very much for work very hard. I have an announcement that I'd like to tell you. This is in reference to maybe to attend a travel to a Wolf Creek, Colorado. RDC will travel to Wolf Creek, Colorado. Their scheduled travel is on the April 29 to May 1st. And I thought maybe I'll bring this to your attention too. Would we like to join the RDC travel with them, or do we need a separate schedule to go to check out the Wolf Creek, Colorado? Shananta, Altaban, case in some history, or in history of mentioned Shlato, Ahut Aya, and
Delegate Yellowhair, still with us? Delegate Yellowhair.
I think his call dropped.
I think so, but that's Iggy. We get with Delegate Yellowhair, and since we're meeting again next Tuesday, see if he wants this as an action item, request to travel. We'll put him and put it on the agenda for next Tuesday's meeting.
Okay, I have an announcement too.
Okay, we're about to adjourn.
Does it make it brief?
And I
Chair,
have,
Chair Henio.
I was thinking I would need about half hour. I'm just kidding. On Friday, remember for the PTF, the citizen meetings that we've been holding? Well, you asked me to contact the Division of Economic Development regarding the Indian Wells funding because they have a shortfall for that project for PTF. And so today, JT Willie finally agreed to meet this Friday at 8:30 via Zoom. So that's my announcement, is just to let the committee members know that we'll have a Zoom meeting April 9th at 8:30, if everybody can attend.
This is on the Indian Wells project, right?
Oh, yes, it is.
Christina, just send a meeting notice, and then from there we can move on that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
I'll repeat again.
I just wanted to know that Jimmy Yellowhair requested does it need to go on the agenda?
It's going to be on next Tuesday's agenda. On the 13th, we have a special meeting, so we'll be there on next Tuesday. A motion to adjourn. There's a motion and second to adjourn. Ramona, if you will lead us in the roll call vote, a motion to adjourn.
Chairman Henyo, roll call vote for a motion to adjourn. Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Elmer P. Begay, how do you?
I vote green.
Thank you, Mr. Yellowhair votes green. Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you, Shana. Elmer P. Begay votes green. Amber Kenneth Bacardi, how do you vote?
Delegate Amber Kenneth Bacardi votes green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Amber Kenneth Bacardi votes green. Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Yat Esha 2, Delegate Brown votes green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shachayate. Nathaniel Brown votes green. Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Buenos noches, green.
Okay, thank you, Shanella. Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Thank you. 5 in favor, 0 opposed. We are hereby adjourned 9:21 p.m. Thank you, committee members. So very productive meeting.
Thank you, everybody. Chair and Vice Chair, when are you available to sign the committee reports? Vote tally sheet.
I'll be there tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning at what time?
About 10:30. Gives me time to travel.
Okay, what about you, Vice Chair Satsila? When will you be available to sign those? I think yours are just for BNF. I think he signed that.
4-5 needs to move forward to another DOT.
So when is he available to sign the committee report? Satsila?
Let's see, text him and let him know if he already jumped off.
Okay, we'll just text him. Thank you. We'll just have it ready. And Ramona, if you can help me coordinate, that'd be appreciated very much. But thank you all for your work and good night.
Peggy, this is Jimmy.
Yeah.
Peggy.
Yes.
What was the last legislation number? The last one. Legislation number?
42-21.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah.
That's on the water rights.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, Peggy.
Oh,
good night, everybody.
Oh, Nidal. All of you, good night. Be careful. Be safe out there. Bye.
Oh, go now.